What up, fam? Hit that like, hit that damn subscribe. Let's talk some Sixers.
Let's go. This ain't the fuck like this game can he stink.
Oh shit!
It's gone.
Here. You're listening to A2D Radio, real sports talk radio for the fans, by the fans, no agenda. These guys are the best in the business. Hashtag it. No notes.
Welcome in, everybody. This is A2D Wednesday nights, only on A2D Radio. Every Wednesday, we are brought to you by the Counseling Center and Sunrise Detox. We know many of us and our families deal with mental health and addiction issues. We're happy to support the Counseling Center and Sunrise Detox. If you need help, please reach out to our good friend Rob Lutman at 856-651-8117. The usual crew with us tonight: Nate Moss, Noe Eaton, Greg Moakvik, Frank Vespi, Ralph Del Vecchio, Ryan Brodo. I'm Tom Arnone. The family out there, let's get into it. Phillies free agency news. Picked up a reliever today, a good one, and Corey Knebel or Nebel or Nebel. We'll figure it out when he gets on the mound. But if he's healthy, it's a good start to a process here. If he's healthy, this is why I talked about it last week. I'm looking to load up 1 through 8 and out hit everybody. That's the way I'm looking at it. Looking at this division, looking at how teams win World Series. That's what I'm looking to do. That's where I'm at. We'll talk Phillies later on the show. NFL locks of the week. We didn't give them to you last week. Okay, we're going to be giving them to you this week, though. All right, and we're back at it, and we're hot. Lock in, not all. Most of us are hot. Some not so much. Go the opposite, and then you're hot. Eagles, Jets preview. We'll give you score predictions, offensive, defensive players of the game. Chance for you to give us that as well. Put it in the comments. Chance for you to win money. Little Venmo, little Cash App. Right? We're walking around money during the holiday season. We're here to give it to you. And a must win, too, by the way. Must win. Sixers.
Yeah, so was last week's.
Yep. Thank you. And Captain Obvious, no eating in the house on last week being pretty important to this season.
Good to see you too.
I love you. Sixers Celtics post game. We'll give you that once this game goes final. And obviously, we're going to give you live reactions right now. Ties into our poll question. Brought to you by FanUp. And FanUp is the best way to enjoy fantasy sports and more. Download it right on the Apple Store. Just type in FanUp and you can. It's a little green. I think it's got a green in it. So you'll see it. FanUp. Very easy. If you know how to spell fan and up, you're in. Okay? Daily NFL contests and more. Win great prizes. Sign up today. Make sure you use the damn A2D promo code. 5,000 bonus points, $50 value. It gives you a lot. I'm telling you, you could probably at least finishes you off football season. So go dabble. FanUp.app right on the Apple Store. Go download the app. Our poll question for tonight, simple one in terms of what the poll is, but maybe a tough one on where you're going to agree or disagree. The Sixers will defeat the Boston Celtics tonight. We are at halftime right now. 44-40. Boston. Sixers can't make a shot. Their starting lineup. I mean, if Shake Milton and George Niang weren't in the house tonight, they'd be getting blown out. So I am going to actually agree to this poll because there's factors into why I'm agreeing how I look at it. Okay, I'm looking at a team when you talk about the Sixers in the first half. I mean, goodness gracious, they shot 20% from three. All right, this call tonight, stop shooting them, and 34% overall. No, that's not good at all, right? And you're in a 4-point game now. So you're saying, Tom, well, what do you think is going to change? I think they're going to get hot at some point, right? I think some guys are going to get their numbers. So right now, when you talk about Boston shooting 45% And you would think, and they're up 4 on a team that shot 34% in the first half. It's not a good look. If I'm a Boston fan, I'm waiting for the run to come, knowing the NBA and how it goes, right? I'm waiting for that sort of to even out. Maybe it doesn't tonight. Maybe they don't make a shot all damn night. But I got to assume they're going to start getting it together. When you talk about Joel, Joel's 1 for 9. Do we assume that's going to continue? I can't. I don't think he's going to have a great night shooting, but I think he's going to even himself out a little bit. I didn't even look at Tobias, but I'm sure he's not shooting well. 1 for 6. He might continue that, but I got a feeling he's going to at least get his numbers around. He might get to his 15. Can he get to 15 tonight? He's got 2 right now. I think he can. I think he can. And Andrew, you're right. It is the ugliest half of basketball you've seen, but in terms of shooting, yes, they only turned the basketball over 3 times. So in terms of turnovers, they've actually taken care of it. That's the only 2 positives you take out of the first half. Didn't turn the ball over, won the turnover battle, and your bench. Because without your bench, you're out of this game. But that's the NBA. That's how that's why we talk about needing a bench during the regular season. The importance of that. Because there's going to be nights where guys don't shoot the lights out. And here you are. So can you grind out a W? Because I say the season really doesn't get going for me until Christmas Day. Okay? That's when it really gets going. That doesn't mean these games aren't important. Okay? It doesn't mean you can cough up games. This would be a big win for this basketball team that's been through a lot the last 3 weeks. To be a gigantic win for this basketball team. December 1st, right? We're getting into when basketball's starting to matter. All right, let's go. I agree to the poll. I think they're going to figure out a way to come back and win this basketball game. Only down 4, shooting 34%. You feel delicious coming out of half. You really do. You really do as a basketball team in the way the NBA goes, if you're a good one. So I agree. Family, let us know where you guys stand. And go ahead, guys.
Go ahead, Ralphie.
Fucking Lakers fan. No, you know what? I'm throwing an asterisk in here. Nope. I'm kiboshing this. Greg, go ahead, Greg.
Oh, because this is going to be much better.
We'll get back to you.
No, I actually agree. I agree tonight. I bet the Sixers, and I got them on the money line. So
I'm just going to
end the show right now.
I'm not even going to answer the poll.
Why you got
Ralph, I am so sorry, Ralph. I am so sorry. Because what I just did was actually go to him thinking he's going to disagree, and this mush comes in the house. You might as well end the stream. We're going to get doored now. We might shoot 20% from the field, not even from 3. We might just be 20% from the field. Oh, my God.
Yeah, I was waiting for you to swerve. I was waiting for you to come to me, and I was just. Yeah, I knew it was going to happen.
Don't even come to me. I already know my answer now.
Yeah,
don't even answer me the question.
I'll go real quick. Disagree because of Greg.
Because of Greg. I love it. Down on the court doesn't matter. We're disagreeing now because of Greg.
Yeah.
I like it.
Is there a way you can retract that bet, Greg?
No, it's already in.
Okay.
Yeah, I was about to say that's locked in.
Yep, already in. Sorry.
You can't cash out yet?
Definitely not.
You can't swap it in. You can't swap.
No, we're locked in, boys.
What do you
got? And I'm glad we're locked in, and because I didn't watch the first half, but I'm glad to hear that it was the worst half of basketball. And we're only down 4, so that's good news on the road. I don't like the fact that Shake's the one that's carrying us right now. I kind of out on the Shake Milton train, but hey, if he gets us a dub tonight and comes back, and hey, we'll take it. But no, Tommy, you're absolutely right though. We go through these times. Every team goes through these times where you have a bad half and you come out of the locker room and you get to the locker room, first of all, and you're like, hey, we played like absolute ass, and we're still here. We're still in this game somehow. And you come back, and you're right. I don't expect Joel to go, 2 for 18 in the game. He might not come out and drop 30, but he's going to come out and get you 20 points and get you somewhere where you need to be. And hopefully that gets us back on the plus side, and we get a good win here. Because we're due for a good win. We need a big win.
Yeah, we do. Like I said, we've been through a lot the last 3 weeks. We snuck out a win against Orlando the other night. But it'd be nice to get one on the road against a Celtics team that's been a rival for a while here.
Mm-hmm.
I think somebody in the chat asked, why isn't the union a poll question? I mean, we have a soccer show at times. But the fact of the matter is, let's be real. No disrespect to the union at all here, but is that a real life? Like we're in the middle of a quarterback with an ankle issue. Okay, we go in a must winner against a bad football team in the Jets. We don't know what we are, and then you got the Sixers on right now, and we want the Union to be the
And the
ball
Flyers.
players.
Flyers are on too.
And the Flyers are on. I think, like, with all due respect, I wouldn't watch their Eastern Conference final if it was played in my backyard. I would have plans. I would be out. I'd be out for the day. Just leaving. I'll figure out plans. I'm gonna go through the car wash 75 times today. Keep circling the block.
It's fucking soccer.
Yep. Go ahead, guys. Go ahead. Agree or disagree to the poll?
We're not in the UK, buddy.
He's like frozen, but you hear the voice. You know what I mean?
Nice. Can you fucking hear me?
Yes, there you are.
We got you. Loud and clear.
Out fucking standing. I agree. We're going to win this lousy fucking game. You know why? Because it's December fucking 1st. God forbid we win one when it matters in May or June come playoff time. But no, because it's a regular season game on a cold Wednesday night in December when nobody cares. Yeah, we'll win it tonight.
Oh, he's still going.
He was still going, and there's nothing coming out yet.
That was epic.
Or that was
his video was behind his audio. That was
Oh
awesome.
yeah.
It's like one of those Chinese films.
We used to have that issue back in the day.
Yeah, live from Beijing. Jesus Christ.
Oh, shit.
Well, it's talking about human rights issues in China. Enes Kanter, he's now Enes Freedom, and he's going to educate LeBron on China.
No, you did not do that. Oh, that's fucked up.
What happened?
Did he just get booted out on that? That's hysterical.
It's hysterical.
Oh, that's fucked up.
Yep.
Who
Yep.
did that?
Yep.
Who did that?
LeBron got him. LeBron got him.
Dude, China put a muzzle on Frank.
Oh shit, Frank.
I know what goes next. We know we're hacked.
We are hacked.
All right, what else you guys got?
Right.
Go here.
Go ahead, Nate.
Are we? Can we still go around? I moved up on the world. I'll buy a fucking
Nate,
win, man.
you're up.
Give me a win, right? Give me a win from somewhere. I don't care if it's the Union. I don't care if it's the Flyers. Shit, I don't care if it's this Philly news. The Phillies news. I seen that. I don't care who it is. Just give me a win. That's what I need, because nobody right now feels really high about the Eagles versus the Jets come Sunday.
What is going
Right?
on?
We already.
Gee, I can't imagine why.
We can't even. We already see it coming. Us being like we have our fanboys, we have our fan side, but then when we look at the games, we look at the X's O's, we actually think about it. And I gave him an inch. Tom, I was on the wagon, and I know I'm switching gears, but I need to get this off my chest. I was on the wagon. I said, hey, Tom, you know what? You're right. Stop killing this guy. Stop talking trash about this guy. Let's look at what he can do. Let's look at the cup half full. And he goes out and does that shit. Now, granted, it wasn't all his fault, right? We all know about Rager. We've all seen it. Let's not try to relive it. And I'm sorry if I brought back bad memories. But he still threw 3 picks in that game. And he still had a shitty game. And then now we're talking about my ankle hurts now. Like I can already feel it coming. I see it and feel it coming. So I agree to the goddamn poll. Give me a win, somebody in Philly. Give me a fucking win.
Love it. I feel something bad coming Sunday too, but everybody, we'll get into that.
Horrific coming.
We'll
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Jesus.
what the fuck is Viewmaster?
It's like it's some type of stupid software. Frank,
Rob,
help me out.
sorry, real quick. Rob, you're not allowed to talk Sixers. Okay, I'm banning you from ever talking Sixers again. You're not allowed to almost. Like, think about you have an agenda towards whatever you think the process meant. right? You have this like built-in agenda that like, the process is all bullshit. Okay. A lot of teams tank still. A lot of teams tank. So yes, do I think that's a way to have success? I don't know. It's really your only way out in the NBA is the tank, and then pray to God you land the star. That's how the NBA's always worked. Okay, you get a top 3 pick, you land the star, your whole franchise changes. That's how it works. Okay, so
Ben Simmons, hello. Would you like to play some fucking basketball this year?
You've had an agenda when it comes to the Sixers and the process forever, so you're never going to like think they're any good. To say they're not good, like where do you get that from? Because I want to educate the people. They've been missing starters now, like the majority of their basketball team for 3 fucking weeks, guys. For 3 weeks. I'm not crowning this basketball team. I'm not telling you they're a 1 seed. I'm just telling you, okay, that you understand they were on the West Coast, all over the place on the road, playing with me and you. Let's be real. Me and you, okay? If no disrespect to Frank's boy from Western Kentucky, Baisley, or whatever the freak, I don't even care. Did I say his name right? I don't even care. All right. Bassy, see, that's the point. Doesn't matter. Or out the fucking mud. Okay, it doesn't matter. Those guys get minutes. You ain't good. That's why. That's how this works right now. If those guys at their age, that young, who aren't developed yet, are getting minutes, second-round picks, you're in trouble. You're in trouble if they're getting legitimate minutes, if you're trying to win. You understand what I'm saying? So, processing people, they were getting too many minutes too, right? There's guys getting too many minutes. So now you start to have your team finally back. You got to give it a minute. Now you got to talk to me in 3 weeks if they're playing shitty basketball. Then we can have a conversation. This isn't good. Right, guys? Then we can have the conversation. But you got to let these guys come back and play with each other and also understand. You guys all want to attack the Tobias right now? I got issues with Tobias too. Or you want to attack Embiid? Do you realize what these guys went through? Nobody attacked Seth last year when he was honest and saying, dude, it took me a while to get my legs back. Right? Like, I got beat up by this. So be fair to that side of it too. Right? These are great athletes. They need to be 100%, essentially, energy-wise to be able to go, right? So if they're like a little banged up and it's respiratory and it takes a second to get going again, can you give it a second? When you watch guys come back and they struggle for a week or two, Christ.
To add to you, Tom, like people don't need to understand basketball, right? This ain't like just show up and, get a bucket. Like it takes time for teams to find that stride. It takes time for these players to get what we call game shape. Just like you said, he needs to get his legs under him. Basketball is a completely different beast than any other sport. Like it takes time for these starters to kind of. We don't even know what COVID. Supposedly, Joel said COVID beat him up. Like we don't know what that return looks like yet. You know what I mean? So now I completely agree with what you're saying. By give him a chance. There's a lot of games, and it takes a lot for a team to gel. Even when they played for a little bit together, it still takes time in basketball for sure.
Mr. Wing, the fact that you're comparing the two makes no sense. So I don't understand the comparison. Like, what does that even mean? We're patient about what with the Eagles? I'm not patient. I'm not patient to watch a guy throw for 160 yards a game, and that's being generous, right? I'm actually tacking on 40 probably. All right, so you can miss me with the patience. Miss me over my head. Swing and miss. Boston up 47-45. We're in a dogfight.
Yeah, not looking good.
That might be the strangest comparison between two teams I've ever seen, Tom.
Yeah,
they're in two separate situations. One's like 2/3 through their season. The other one just started. Mr. Wing, I love you, but that's a reach, my brother.
And not even that. Weren't we the number one seed?
Mr. Wing.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's
like Mr. Wing in the NFL, you only get. Oh, sorry, good.
Just go, Noah. Just go.
I love you, Noah. Go ahead. No, you good. You look like you got that glazed face.
Mr. Wing, let's understand something. In the NFL, you only, now, beginning with this season, you only get 17 opportunities to win a game. All right? In the NBA, you get 82. So, in the NFL, when you don't get it done on Sunday, it's magnified even more so. So when you go up to the Meadowlands and play a bad Giants team and you find a way to lose, well, That's a real bad look, especially when a supposed playoff berth was still in the balance or on the line. Yes, technically speaking, we're still mathematically in it, but let's face it, we needed to win last week's game. You needed to go up there and beat the 3-7 Giants. So sorry if we're not as patient with our Philadelphia Eagles for laying an egg against a terrible Giants team.
And like I was saying too, I mean, we were the number 1 seed last year, right? Sixers.
Yep.
And
Right,
yeah,
so
Sixers
like it's
were.
like, I mean, what's missing? Well, Ben. Okay, Ben's missing, right? Obviously, big piece. We all know that. Let's not take it away. Like I've said it before, but I mean, it's not like everything else is missing. We had some bad injuries. Maxey's come on. He wasn't like this last year.
Bang.
You know what I mean? So, but give us some time, man. It's a long season, and we're not even at the halfway point. And other teams got better. You know what I mean? It's not like, you know, and honestly, I think, you know, without Ben, we've gotten worse. We're a worse team without Ben Simmons on this team.
I think that's
regardless of his woes, we're still a worse team without him.
I think it's
But-
an unknown.
Yeah, we haven't seen the full team in a big enough sample size.
We've seen them the first 8 games of the year, and I think they were 6-2.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean,
Yeah,
they
you
were
guys were 6-2
yeah
before all this went down.
before it all went down. I'm not saying we're better without them because I think I don't think we are, honestly. Like without a return, I agree with Nate. Like without the return, I don't.
That's it.
I would lean towards we're not better without them, but it doesn't mean we're not a better postseason team without them. That's the kicker here. Like we were the 1 seed last year, like you said, and we were all feeling great about ourselves, and boom, another second round exit. So really, as long as I'm a top 3 seed, I feel good. Even the top 4. Like if I'm 1 through 4, I feel really good about where I'm at. Oh, they kept that in? Let's go.
That's a grown ass man.
Sixers up 3. I don't know. 8-2. Okay, Ethan. Thanks, brother. So 8-2. So even better, right? So I mean, think about where they started. So I would say, like I said, I didn't drop them far and where I thought they were going to be at the end of the year. I think I had them as like a 2 or 3 seed, maybe. I don't remember exactly, but in that ballpark, you know. And I think as long as they're 1 through 4, you saw Milwaukee last year, right? They sort of coasted early on, weren't playing their best basketball, then started playing their really good basketball down the stretch, right? And you talk about football, playing your best football in November, December, right? Hey, same thing in basketball now. Now you talk about it a little bit later, but I want to be playing my best basketball the last 2 months of the season. Not excusing piss poor for performances during all that time and before, right? Not excusing it. You got to at least tread water. You got to be at least, a 5-6 seed at minimum. You know what I mean? And that's why, a game like this, when you start to get guys back, is important. That's all. It's important. And I think give them time.
The weird thing too, guys, and I don't know why this is. The Celtics this is the first game they've played since Sunday. So they had Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday off, or Monday and Tuesday off. So they had a little extended break here for some reason.
No, you're misguided by my patience, Mr. Wing. You don't understand the patience conversation. The patience is the guys that are just coming back. Give them patience to gel again. Not patience like I'm good with another second round exit, my man. I understand the difference of what I'm saying. I'm patient because guys just came back. I'm not telling you I'm going to be patient if Atlanta thumps you again in the second round. Got it? Everybody got it? Got it? Hello? We good? Come on, lock in. You're just all jammed up now because you're upset because your little dog and pony show can't throw the damn football. Damn it. I love you, Mr. Wayne. Love you, but I'm in attack mode when it comes to the Eagles. And we're getting into it once this game goes final, the Sixers.
When the agendas get exposed, people get butthurt.
Well, I think he just came back. Like, I don't know, Ethan. I mean, he drives me crazy sometimes too. So
yeah, I mean, second game back right after COVID, right? This is it. Second game, third game. Like,
well, I think
he played Saturday, right?
I think to Ethan's point too, and I think Tom's alluding to it also. He was struggling with his shot before he left for COVID. You know what I'm saying? Like his shooting percentage is way off. His mid-range game, it's real inconsistent. But again, it's early. So like we said, like we're not going to say it's worrisome, but it's like, okay, he's off to a slower start than he was in the last couple of years.
Guys average a fucking point a minute essentially through his career. He's the least of my worries right now when it comes to like performance.
Mhm.
Makes sense? When it comes to performance, he's the least of my worries. Now being on the court, that's a whole nother worry. All right, but in terms of production, I'm not the least bit worried about Joel Embiid if he's playing.
And he probably above everybody else on this team is probably the most that has to reevaluate their game without Ben.
Yep.
Right? So much of Joel's game was catered around what Ben Simmons' strengths. So now he's got to readjust his game to know that Ben's not there and Ben's not coming back. Right? It's not like Ben's just on
fadeaway.
Not like Ben's just on an injury. Right? He's not coming back. So I think he also, to that point, also has to kind of remake what he does on a daily basis.
Listen, they won a lot of games together. I don't care what anybody's got to say.
Sure did.
Yeah.
Tatum for 3, Boston up 54, 52. But yeah, I mean, I think that's a really valid point. When you're so used to playing with somebody too, you got to sort of learn how to go without them, in a way. As much as we're critical of Ben, he played winning basketball besides one to shoot.
Well, I think a big key too is they've not just Joel, not just Tyrese, but this entire team. They got to figure out how to work together when they're both on the court. You know what I'm saying? Because we've seen a little bit. And again, like I've seen people, we talked about it on Monday, like, oh, Tyrese sucks with Ben, or I'm sorry, Tyrese sucks with Joe. Joe sucks with Tyrese. Listen, I understand that they didn't look great in the fourth quarter against Minnesota, and they haven't looked great so far since Joe's come back. But again, they've got to figure this all out. Like I think we all see that Tyrese is kind of deferring a little bit too much when Joel's on the court, and and vice versa. But that's all stuff that they got to figure out as time goes. Because to Tom's point, and I don't think this is really an excuse; it's a reality. Tyrese wasn't supposed to be the starting point guard.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't supposed to be. What I'm saying? They were supposed to just run it back with the same people, but one guy didn't want to be an adult and hasn't shown up for work. So they're kind of learning as they go here.
Tobias, you hit the ball.
Yeah, I know. A lot of standing around still, and I think that will get better. Wow, that stayed in.
Holy God!
Oh, good play, Shake. Let's go. Our basketball now.
There.
Good play. But yeah, I agree. I mean, I think Tyrese is trying to figure out, not even with Joe. I think people need to understand it's not just Joe. It's Joe. It's Tobias. It's Seth. He's trying to figure out his role where he fits. When those guys aren't in the lineup, of course, he's going to be aggressive like he was through the period of 2 or 3 weeks, right? We understand that. But when you're max money players in the NBA, the guys who drive the expensive cars, right? The guys who, right? When those guys come back, you're a young player, you almost feel obligated to defer. You almost feel obligated to get, to be a little bit more timid on what you want to do. So, and I think they'll find that happy medium. I really, truly do. I have like no concerns over this basketball team right now. Talk to me in a month. I might have a ton. I might have a ton at the end of this month. You know what I mean? Mid-January. I might have too many concerns. But right now, I don't have many. Besides getting this crumb the fuck out of here. That's my only concern right now. Besides him getting the hell out of here, I have no concern. I think it's a good basketball team.
He'll be back.
Fuck you, dude. That's a crumb. Crumb brûlée.
Back where?
Crumb brûlée.
He'll be back.
Back
He
where?
was already at the Wells Fargo Center shooting the ball and shit. He'll be back.
And what other Philly Big
He'll
Five
be back
school
to
is going to
save
show
the
up
day.
to next?
He'll be back to save the day. Don't worry.
Good shot, Al. Sure, Anna's going to have some things to say about that one.
Ralphie, to your point, he shouldn't have even been allowed in the building, by the way. Mm-hmm. Oh, he's there at the Wells Fargo Center. Why? He's not playing.
Oh, yeah. That's not a travel. That's not a travel. What are we doing? What kind of call is that? Is that a travel? What are we doing? Nobody even calls travels in the NBA. What a joke. Ain't nobody calls travels in the NBA. That's a travel. I got to see this again.
Because he doesn't land on both his feet.
Oh.
Because he does the pitter patter.
Yeah.
I mean, you're right. No one calls travel in the NBA, so I don't know why it's called now. In every other level, basketball, it's a walk.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know about that. PTP,
Did
Kanye.
they call it a travel, or is it because he punched Richardson in the face?
No, definitely called the travel.
Well, I think Richardson deserves to get punched in the face, but that's a story for another day.
Yeah, that's what he gets for talking in the bubble. Okay, that's what he gets for being the snitch.
But Sixers up 2 through all this, right? I mean, through all this,
Yeah.
I think they're a good basketball team. I really do. I think they're still going to be very good defensively. But I'm not here to crown them. I mean,
I do.
11-10.
I do laugh when people try and say about any basketball team right now, but nonetheless, the Sixers with what they're going through, they're just not very good. What are you talking about, dude? What are you talking about?
Half the team went down with COVID or injuries, and we fought through most of those games in a very tough stretch of games.
We've seen
this is a good team. We've seen what this team can do. Now everybody's back together.
We've seen the team fully constructed for like 30 seconds. And if I want to semantic everybody, I would say we technically haven't seen the team at full strength because the one guy isn't here.
No, and until he's moved,
and who his replacements aren't here either, too.
Yeah. Yes. Exactly.
Part of the I'll speak for myself. Like part of my 2 seed maybe was that somebody's going to be here to replace him.
Mm-hmm.
Not caring who it was, just like somebody
to lob 25 minutes.
Well, yeah, I mean, because you're right. You got to factor that in, right? Like we are missing, whether we're actually missing the guy itself, we are missing a max level contributor on this team, a max money contributor on this team. Whether that's Ben himself or collection of pieces to make up that max money, we are missing that production from this team right now.
Oh, spot up. Get it. Let's go, JoJo. Let's go. Keep talking shit.
Speaking of freedom, he's in the game right now.
Everybody can keep running their mouths.
Hopefully I don't get booted like Frank.
How much you put down, Greg?
A little bit.
Nice.
Up now we're going to lose. Thanks, Ralph.
You're welcome.
Oh, Jesus, Danny.
Oh,
right.
I went more on the line than I did the money line.
I was about to say, what's a little bit, Frank? Give us a taste. Come on.
I put a quarter on it.
There you go.
And I went 15 on the money.
On
the money line.
B versus Cantor. Jumper. Get in. Get a roll.
Freedom.
Well,
I can't.
What's a quarter? 125 or 25?
Nice layup, Shake.
You're that much ahead? Jesus. Oh my God, he is that. How are you that far ahead, Greg?
NBA TV, bro.
Yeah, I'm way far behind. What's the score you guys got?
50.
63-57.
Yeah, I got 59.
63.
I got 59,
57.
59-57.
Now
it's 60.
Boy. Now 61-57. The bias.
Say the math doesn't even make sense.
I'm just getting to the point where y'all talked about the travel. That's how far behind I am.
Oh, jeez.
Fucking Schroeder's not going to miss now. Here we go.
Well,
Sixers up 1.
He knows.
Let me guys ask you this: if you guys make it to this, if you guys get bounced in the second round with this team, are you guys more upset than last year?
Yeah, I'm upset. Period.
Why won't we
got to
go
get over the hump? They got to get over the hump, Ralphie.
That would suck.
But I'm not expecting them to get out of the second round, though, especially without like
same.
Greg said. You know what I mean? Without something to come back from Ben, then just like I said, man, this team is not as good as they were. Now, like
they
Tom
need
said,
Ben.
maybe they might be a little bit better in the playoffs, right? Because now they're not handicapped. We still have to see that. But I still think overall they're not a better team without Ben Simmons on this team.
You're not wrong.
Yeah, they're a better team with Ben Simmons on this team. Point blank, I don't care if you hate him or not, because I never liked him from the jump. So
yeah, I don't know how much better, but definitely you would assume, right?
I mean, you guys were number one. I mean, you guys were a one seed.
Would be better in the playoffs because then you don't have that liability out there. It's not 5-on-4, right? But he was a hawk on defense, especially when he was engaged, when he was locked in.
Very good.
You can't replace that. That's not replaceable. So I mean, and I said other teams have gotten better. You know what I mean? I think Atlanta's still deep, even though they got some injury issues. I always thought Boston was pretty decent as long as Brown and Tatum are on that team. I'm trying to think. Milwaukee's obviously tough. Miami's tough.
Chicago.
Charlotte looks sneaky. Not saying they're good, but they look. I don't know.
There's a lot of good teams in the East. There really is.
There's a lot of good teams. There's a lot of
Very
good.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of good talent. Matt, stop. You can't allow the guy back in the door. We cannot
They need him.
allow him back in the door, regardless of how much he would contribute defensively, his skill set, all the talent in the world, right? All the great cars.
You're just wasting Joel's prime by not trading the guy. You're just wasting his hours, his money by not trading him.
No, something tells me ownership wants him here. Something tells me ownership wants him here. That's the gauge I'm
Then blame ownership because they're just wasting Joel's not trading him.
Well, I think he's going to come back. Like I really believe ownership doesn't want to deal him, or he would have been traded already. I'm putting all my reputation on that. I have no sources, nothing to know of. That's just how I feel when you talk about max stars, guys who make organizations money, right? They have the final say here. With the fucking net again. Get the net right. I mean, somebody get a net right here.
The third time tonight.
NBA.
This is the third friggin' time with these guys.
Fucking NBA, we got net issues, net gates.
Oh, there you go. No one needs
I want
Deaton
to see
Watson.
how far behind I am. I think I might even be almost like a 4.
Yeah, how you like that?
Oh God, Bill. Oh God, Bill.
Here we go. Freaking Bill, the Celtics
Yeah,
guy.
Bill, I know.
I mean,
that was my
you
fault.
should
bringing
know
that
about
up.
basketball.
Great job, Ralph.
It's about half an hour.
Oh, Ralph would be calling it a successful season if the Lakers just make the friggin'
it's like
playoff bubble.
Yeah.
Period.
We'll be all right.
Sixers fans call.
What's we? Half your guys,
We'll
I
be all right.
don't even think could play basketball in a month.
Yeah, man, I don't think Morey has a final say in trading Ben Simmons. I feel like that has to get rid.
Then why have a GM? Yeah.
Why bring in somebody like him?
When you trade max players in this league, I feel like you almost have to get almost final permission from your ownership group. There's no way. If you're trading Joe Schmo, a mid-level player, you can probably do whatever the fuck you want. But when you're trading air quote stars, I really believe that you need that permission. In any sport, they're going to have to sign off on that deal. Anybody disagree with that? You better.
No, I don't know why they just let him do their job.
No, I mean he's a max player. He is a star player regardless of what you think. Because I'm trying to think, you put him on any team, he's a starter and he's a star.
Yeah.
Well, that's not that. Well, the question is, do you guys believe that Daryl Morey has final say over trading either a Ben Simmons or a Joel Embiid?
No.
He does not.
No.
Yeah.
No, I completely agree with you.
Does not.
No,
That's the problem I'm trying to tell people. Like, I think Daryl would have got it done months ago. I don't think he's allowed to right now because of what's coming back in these deals. Daryl might say, hey, we're taking it, we're running with it. Ownership says, you just lost me money.
Mm-hmm.
You lost me jersey sales. You lost me ticket sales, etc. That's how they look at it. They look at bottom lines. They don't look at the guy being a puss. They don't look at it because they're pusses. So I think that's the number. I would say that 99% of teams around all sports, when you're trading stars, ownership groups are at least have to say you're good. Time short.
I mean, he's a max deal guy. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like you said, he's like some people still look at Ben Simmons as a franchise piece. It is what it is. You know what I mean?
Nerds in the front, dude. You guys got you get nerds as owners. Like when you talk about owners, most of them are nerds. They're like, well, see what he does out there?
Yeah.
He's so big. I mean, he's 6'10".
You see the stats?
He's 6'11".
Look at my chart.
Look at his wingspan.
Yeah.
When you at a certain environment in the arena, he excels greatly. He averages 20 points a game when the arena is 68 degrees.
Like,
and not an
I was gonna
altitude.
say, who said that? That was you, Frank?
yes, it was.
Yeah, definitely not in Denver. Don't put him in Denver.
He's terrible in Denver.
No Denver or Utah.
No.
I would trade him to Denver just so he suffers with the altitude.
Yeah.
You get Jamal Murray or Michael Porter Jr.
I'll take Jamal Murray with one leg over him. At least if he tries to play.
Yeah,
Do we get the girlfriend along with John?
I'm serious.
Jamal Murray?
Like Nate, you're
Yes.
absolutely right. Like there's organizations out there, and maybe people in this fan
Frank
base,
gets the blowjob. Sorry.
that
That's a
still
girlfriend.
view
You asked.
that still view Ben Simmons as like a franchise player. I don't even view and you're right for that. So like you're not wrong. I don't even view this guy as a basketball player anymore because I don't even know if he wants to play basketball. Period.
I think he does.
I think he wants to play
here.
basketball, just not in the city of Philadelphia.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think he totally wants to play basketball because he doesn't want to give up that fame. That matters to him.
Yeah.
That lifestyle matters to him. So he just absolutely doesn't want to give up basketball. He just was never going to play it here again.
No.
And that's what people need to
There
understand.
they
That's
go.
what ownership needs to understand here. Ownership needs to understand that this guy is not going to play here again.
Another layup missed by Shake. Jesus.
Greg, freaking calm down. I'll drive down there right now. Calm down. If you're that far ahead, we're not doing this. Greg.
I'm going to pay
Come on down, we'll
LeBron
go
to
golfing
boot you
tomorrow.
out.
All right, yeah, I might
Are
drive
you
down.
even working? Like, are you even working?
You going to drive down there?
When you
It'll
save
only
up all your
take you
PTO, you get
16
to just
fucking
use
hours.
it.
True.
Oh Lord.
We'll have to walk. I don't care what anybody says.
Oh, stop it, Tommy.
Yeah, it's good.
Jesus Christ.
I can't even watch the
A
game.
walk.
because Everybody's ahead of me. It's like not even funny.
It was a
Where you
fly
streaming
into
it?
a pull.
I have to
There was
fake
no
my reaction with everybody because I'm so far behind.
Where are you streaming it from, Nate?
It's Hulu.
Oh, okay.
Ah.
Are they that far behind?
I guess.
I thought they'd be at least close.
Yeah, I'm a good like 30 seconds
Wow.
behind you.
Now we can't make a
Like,
shot.
at least 25 to 30 seconds.
Wow.
Behind
that's
everybody else,
crazy.
Greg.
Yep.
I'm probably
Yo,
25 seconds
am I
behind
the
you.
only schmo that has cable?
I have cable. I'm in the
I have
fourth.
cable.
I have cable.
No, I have cable.
Hey, Schmo, you're not alone.
Yeah.
Yeah, but so,
I mean,
yeah,
you might be a
yeah,
schmo, but you're not alone.
Well, I'm a schmo for paying fucking $180 a month. That's for sure.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah.
That's how much
Yeah, I
my
remember
fucking
when it was
cable
20
bill
cents.
is. Huh?
So I remember when it was 20 cents.
Take a walk.
I remember when we had
way.
3 channels.
What the hell are you talking
Hey,
about?
hey, Ralph, when is Jerry Buss picking you up to take you to the airport?
I have no idea.
I know,
Do you even
right?
know who that
Jimmy?
is, Ralph?
Hulu,
Yeah.
no, right? Hulu has live sports. No, they fucking don't. Bullshit.
Yeah.
Great commercials. I mean, Baker's
is
getting
cool.
paid.
Shit is
You know what I
delayed
mean?
like a motherfucker.
Speaking of getting paid, Ralphie, you feel a little weird watching Dennis Schroeder play for the Celtics?
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah.
Fumbled the bag. It's all right.
Yeah. Could use him right now. You could use him right now, though.
Nah, we're fine. We're tied for the 4th seed in the West.
Yeah.
We're
Fine.
all right.
Yeah, fine.
They play tonight?
No, Friday. Got 2 off days.
And Bron's out, what, 10
10
days?
days.
It was?
Yeah, unless if he has back-to-back negative tests, he can play Friday.
Poor guy.
Yeah, he'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Are we
Yeah.
gonna have another fake vaccine thing, you think? Or he'll just sit?
He'll just sit.
He's old. He'll sit.
Mm-hmm.
Because I know it came out that he was vaccinated, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
Supposedly, yeah.
Oh, look, Chris Taylor's off the market.
Where'd he go?
Back to
Dodgers?
the Dodgers.
Dodgers.
Oh, wow.
Marcus Stroman just got him off the board too to the Cubs.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the Cubs. Yep.
Tommy, who was the 2 guys you said?
Well, it won't matter because they're all getting locked out at midnight anyway, right?
Great job, Manfred.
Something good happen.
I
That's
mean,
for sure.
we don't even know if there's going to be a fucking season.
No,
It
they'll
wasn't
take their
Brian.
time.
Who was the other one that you said that was a go? Tom, you remember? It was
Tom
Brian.
Whiteside. Tom's not here right now.
Oh,
He
do you
went
remember
inside.
Ryan? Because we were on.
What was your
Brian,
question?
It was another guy. He said he said Tom, I don't have inside sources, but I know a guy.
Oh,
right?
Schwarber.
Did he get picked up yet?
Yo, did you
No,
hear
he's still
about-
out there.
Did you hear about them changing the baseballs too, and
I
not
heard
telling the
about
teams?
that.
Yeah, that's all corrupt.
MLB just can't get out of their way, man.
I'm saying there might not be.
Yeah.
What are they doing?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think there's a serious possibility there may not be a 2022 season. Do you think that's a possibility, anybody?
Yes.
Oh,
I've been
sure,
yelling.
if they had been locked
I've been
down,
yelling
yeah.
at Ralph's. I've been yelling in Ralph's ear for like the last 6 months. I'm like, Ralphie, don't worry about the Phillies. Don't worry about it because we're not going to be seeing anybody for a little bit.
That's crazy.
When's the lock? It's supposed to be a lockout coming up, right?
Midnight tonight.
Yep.
Yeah.
The labor deal ends tonight at midnight.
So if we want any signings anytime soon, we're going to be getting them on this show. If not, we might not see them for a minute.
But I think you look at it. And I know we didn't really want to, I guess, change subjects real quick, but we're in commercial, right? But you look at some of the money that's been thrown around. I mean, look at like the Texas Rangers throwing around all the money that they did. The Texas Rangers are going to keep those guys for a year, 2 years. Realize that they overspent. They still stink, and then they're going to trade them again.
Yep. Pretty much.
Like when I love that these teams try and spend money, but when
they're
you
thinking about going to get Correa and putting him at third.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Like when you spend money at a market like that, they can't sustain it.
Yep.
It's like when Colorado gave all that money to Arenado, and then 2 years later he's traded to St. Louis.
Yeah, he won it out. Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Before we went to commercial just now, it seems like the Sixers have forgotten how to play basketball. So, maybe we could steady the course here a little bit.
Yeah.
Final score. So it's, oh my God, it's already the end of the third quarter.
I know. It's crazy.
Jesus. Time flies when you watch bad basketball. So far, you've got our starters, Tobias Harris, through 24 minutes. He's 4 for 9 from the field, 0 for 3 from 3 for 8 points. You've got Danny Green, hot as ever, 1 for 5 from the field and from 3 with 3 points. Embiid, 2 for 14, 1 for 2 from 3, 13 rebounds, 9 points. Maxey, he's hit a little bit of a, I guess it's fair to say a wall, but the guy was playing like 40 some minutes every night before everybody came back from COVID and everything. But he's 2 for 9 tonight, 0 for 1 from 3 for 4 points. The only guy with a pulse tonight in the starting 5 is Seth Curry. He's 6 for 12, 2 for 3 from 3 with 15. Then you've got Shake Milton with 14 points, Niang with 8, Drummond with 2, and Greg's guy, Cork Motts. He's just running around out there. He shot 0 times, and he's got 0 points.
Cardio game.
I feel like Seth has had a career year this year, man.
He should have one shot. I saw one of his shots get blocked. Gorky don't have a shot because he got a shot blocked.
No,
they didn't give him that shot. He got a shot blocked. That's wrong. That's wrong. He got a shot. He shot one shot and got it blocked. Like the shot clock was running down earlier in the game. It's so weird they didn't give him a shot for that. I wonder who got it.
What the fuck is going on?
Guy who blocked it's 0 for 1. That's funny. Yeah, I mean, Ev, you say he sucks. I'm not telling you he's good. I'm just telling you, like, I wouldn't go with sucks. Like, he's the only guy that's even giving us anything. He's the only guy who's giving us anything tonight. So, like, I'm not crowning Shake Milton, but he's okay.
Yeah, he's a. I don't know what people expect out of Milton. He's like
He's
a playmaking bench player. You know what I'm saying? Like,
there's nights he can give you. Listen, he's inconsistent, which puts him on the bench, right? I mean, like he's not. I don't want to say he's finished, but like he can give you nights like this. He can struggle, but I mean, I'm fine with Shake Milton on what I'm paying him.
Well, shit, he was supposed to be your starting point guard this year.
No, that's 25.
No,
roughly.
You need players like Shake.
What?
Like they you know what I mean? They kind of get hot and cold a little bit. They get buckets ugly. He ain't pretty out there. You know, he ain't gonna do nothing special. But he'll give you 6, 7. Those are big, especially in playoff time. And he's been out there in playoff time too, right? He's got that experience a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, he has experience.
So
he was playing really well last year before he got hurt, and then he came back. He got hurt in like the Portland game last year, and he never played the same. Good block, Tease.
Get that shit out of there.
God, he called that foul. No, I'm not gonna get it.
No, I thought they called it just out of bounds. Did they call it?
Yeah, out of bounds. Out of bounds.
Yeah.
Get the shit out of there.
Schroeder got twice.
Oh my God, Jimmy and Evan with the Shake thing.
No, I get it.
Fans.
I think he's fine, guys. He's a bench player. Like if he was your starter, then like let's have the conversation. We need to upgrade it. Not good enough, right? But what are you getting on your bench out there? Like honestly, guys, that's going to give you a potential double digits nightly, or average over double digits for a season. Like there's not a ton of those guys. that
And
are
if
like,
it's if we don't have Shake Milton out there, who do people want? Isaiah Joe? He's not nearly as
I would like that
consistent
guy to
as
hit a
Tatum
fucking
is.
shot. Like
Do
one time.
something. Do something on offense.
Come on, Matisse.
Like I love him defensively. It's another great play defensively. Great hustle to get back. What is that? You're not calling on? Okay. Somebody wake up. Jesus. I don't.
Oh, Noah's back.
I know.
Yo, what's good? I don't know what's going on. Are you? Do I keep
pay your
cutting out
cable
on you guys, or
Yeah,
does I
it's
feel
you.
like
You're doing a
audio-
lot
Yeah.
of cutting. Lots and lots of it.
Yeah, it's you. You gotta fix your shit. Turn the router off or something. Turn it back on.
Yeah, unplug it, turn it back on.
Kick
Maybe
it.
complain to the cable company about it.
Blowing the game
I
cartridge.
hear you.
Yeah.
Maybe they want $280 a month out of me now. What the
Get
fuck?
going. Get going, Tyrese. Get going now. All right. Get going now.
Boy. Good with the big basket. Sixers up 3.
Were.
Thanks, Greg.
Friggin'
Stop
worst.
Greg's an
spoiling.
asshole. Greg's an asshole.
Hey, Noah, send some of your connection to Greg so he starts struggling with it.
Do I need to
No, I've been
sign up
trying to be
around
good,
if
but when I
Chinese
saw that, I'm
government
like,
over?
That's good. Good drop in.
Hmm.
Drop it out of you. Okay, Georgie. Ew. Wow. Bailout.
All right.
Yeah, big time bailout.
It's athletic. See how athletic he is.
Oh my god, yeah.
Minivan.
That one defines athleticism.
Fat Curry.
Yeah.
Fat Curry.
Oh, he is wrapping
Fat.
around them.
Yeah.
That is like a hook. Like a hook.
Flexibility.
Like a PI. There's arm around them.
Pop Monez, would you trade Curry for Anthony Towns and CP3 fantasy basketball? Oh, I thought he was like saying straight up.
Both of them? Yeah. Well,
You talking about
Seth.
Steph?
Seth or
I
Steph?
would have to think.
No, I think
Steph.
it's got to be the other Curry. Yeah.
It's got to be the good
Oh.
Curry because you're getting 3 guys for 1.
No, I would not trade him for them because the reason I say that is I think both of those other guys are going to miss time. Steph's not really a guy who misses much time. So no. And with Clay coming back, I think it just makes him even more lethal. So I would hold on to him. But I mean, if those two guys are like, if those two guys' health isn't an issue for you, then go ahead and make the move. You know what I mean? If health isn't a concern of yours, then go ahead and make the move because obviously Towns alone is going to put up fantasy points equal, if not more, than Steph.
Yeah, because he'll get you the other side where Steph doesn't, right?
Yeah,
He's
you
gonna
get
you
your board.
rebounds and
He's
blocks.
shooting threes too. He's getting his production's there. You know what I mean, Towns' production's always there, and CP3 gives you like CP3's not giving you nothing. So it's a tough one. I would probably have to make it. You know what I mean? Depending on where I was, like at a boy,
Ooh.
minivan.
Taking over. He's taking over.
Fat Curry.
They're still 6-1 to win the whole thing. The Warriors.
Is that the leaders right now?
Nah, so it goes Brooklyn's a little under 3-1, and Golden State 6-1. The Bucks are 7-1. The Suns are 9-1, and the Lakers are 10-1. So I mean, those top 5 are.
He's so
Typical.
good. He's so good.
There's nothing you can do there either. That's good defense.
Future Laker. I cannot wait.
Who?
Tatum.
Oh,
Future Laker.
future later.
That's fine. Get him out of the East. Fine. Take him.
Yep, good call. Good call. We'll keep
Wow.
it back, and we love it.
That's terrible.
Little scumbag. Stinks. Stinks.
Little rat.
Rat bastard. Had a lot to say on his way out. I don't remember.
Oh, it's not a cohesive culture. Oh, all right. Traded.
Traded again.
And again.
Yep, traded 3 times since your culture comment. Wonder who the culture comment
Hasn't
was.
he? Shit.
Yeah, wonder who the culture issue was.
Guy with the Band-Aid on his eye.
Yeah.
It's a great look.
What's the call?
Drummond.
Offensive foul.
Yep.
I didn't see him touch anybody.
So what are you guys thinking? You still agree to the poll or disagree? Where you
I
at?
already went.
No, I know this. I'm talking about now. The game continues.
Until Greg cashes out, I'm going disagree.
Yeah, I'm going. I'm going like Tatum buzzer beater.
You know what my concern is? It's who on the perimeter as this game comes closer down the stretch. Who's going to make those plays?
For us,
Yeah, like who? Who's going to make those big shots? Because that's our biggest question mark.
It needs to be Seth, but as we've seen not only in this game but in past games, defenses really take him out. They completely take him out of games.
I think
Either
it needs
that-
to be the guy with the ball right now, number
Well,
0. I think it needs to be Maxey. I think he's the guy who's going to get the single coverage, is going to get opportunities, and he's got to be the one.
God.
Got to get that out.
Get that soft stuff out of here.
Good day. Good day.
Yeah, straight up. Jesus.
Good day, you two. Side piece of a 3. Need
Take
it.
that. Take that.
Need it. Fuck me.
Ah,
Greg. Bet the Celtics and go even. That's how you capture it.
Yeah, do some live betting, Greg.
yeah.
Do some live betting.
Oh my
I just
God.
don't-
Fal.
again, I don't know where we're getting the production. I love Tyrese Maxey. All right. If you really want to be honest with you guys, I don't know if he's ready to be a starter for a team that's aspirations of cutting nets down, unlike the Celtics net cutting tonight, which was their own doing. Right. But in terms of like cutting the nets down, at the end of the year, I think if he's your 6th man, I think if he's your 7th man, I think then yes, you were in a conversation where his talent can really take over in a 20-minute stretch. You're now asking a kid in his 2nd year who's gotten a lot better, but is also a puppy. He's also 20 years old to now be a starter. Like, he's not LaMelo. You know what I mean? He's not a guy who was drafted 1 overall as much as I think he's a lottery pick. You know what I mean? He wasn't a guy that was coming out of college was like, can't miss. Right? Or coming out of freaking Turkey. Or, you know what I mean? Like LaMelo. Like, you know what I mean? Like, can't miss. Guy's freaking in Argentina. You know what I mean? So you got to factor that into, like, what you're expecting. The people say, oh, Maxey stinks. Like, he's 20. He can't stink yet. Like, he gives you too much production to stink. Does he need to grow? Yeah. But he's also put in a spot right now. And I'm not telling you.
You friggin' sorry, Tom. I mean, can we his hands are like Rager, this freaking guy.
Yeah, this is a wrap because they're going to get a bucket here. You can book that.
Tom, to your point though, it's not a shot, because I'm sure people would be like, "Oh, Tom, you're saying he's not a starter?" For a guy who, again, he was averaging like 14 minutes a game last year. If he was just our go-to 6th man for a full season, you're not putting all this extra stuff on his plate. Good pass. His main goal is just, okay, go out there and score. Be a bolt of energy. Not all this extra stuff. He doesn't have to worry about distributing and helping out his teammates, running a friggin' offense. It's just go out there and score.
Yeah, go out there and just be like a full burst of energy with the 2nd unit and have the ability to drop 20 any night. Right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what you wanted. That's what you're expecting. But in that role, you're thrust into a starting role. It's different. It's just different. I don't know how to explain it for a young player. It's a little different, especially when, like, not saying he won't do it. I'm just telling you consistently, right? I think you're going to see some lulls at times. Oh my God, another 3. Jesus God.
Why is that the play? I've seen that 6 times, Doc. It hasn't worked. No,
Doc's not passing it there.
You shouldn't even be out there. Shouldn't be friggin' out there.
Well, I think the only reason he's out there, I'm just playing devil's advocate with you. The only reason he's out there is for his defense on Tatum, which is understandable. Because on the perimeter, you're hurting with size. Good rebound, Andre.
There you go. Throw it down.
Okay, you can be out there. Right,
Hashtag not like Ben. Hashtag not like Ben. At least he attempts it. I'll keep giving him that. The kid keeps shooting it, right? At least he keeps fucking shooting. Stop shooting it. But at least he keeps shooting it.
Yeah, let's go. Good rebound, Dre. Yeah, let's go.
I love it, Nate.
By the way, the Flyers losing streak continues.
They're so bad. I'm gonna tell you right now. Aline Vigneault, whatever the frick his name is. See ya. He's getting canned. You can book that. That's coming in the next week.
Yeah.
Next week. One more loss, he's out of here. Book it. And I'm not saying it's his fault. I'm just telling you that's how it's going to go.
It's going to be a for Vigneault.
It might be his fault.
Yeah.
Well,
But
listen.
back to point that you were making though, Tom. You one of the struggles that we have seen early on has been late games when the defense ramps up. Who could create their shot or who could create a shot for others?
Yep.
Right. Regardless of what lineup is out there, regardless of who it is, you notice that, as good as Seth has been playing for us, you notice that when defenders get up and body him, he can't get around people as easy. Right. Mm-hmm. Same thing with Tobias and right now, same thing with Maxey now. Maxey's got that burst because he can do it, but is he going to be confident in it? So end of game, if we're in a half-court set right now, it is a struggle, and it's something different that we haven't seen in a while, at least to be able to get guys to create their own, and their own being something good, right? You can create your own just to throw up a step-back three, you know what I mean? But create something own that's beneficial to the team has been a struggle right now.
Greg, to your point also, both your points, and Tom, we've talked about this in weeks past too. Not only just this season, but we saw kind of in the playoffs, this offense in late stretches of games has kind of been, okay, dribble it up the court, pass it to Joel, and just, hey, Joe, go do something. Just go do a thing. You know what I'm saying? And then he gets double teamed, and either he turns it over because he's not great in double teams at all, or he passes it off to Tobias. And you know what I'm saying? There's just no rhythm, really. There's no ball movement. It's just pass it off. The other four guys just watch Joe, and maybe he'll pass it off if he doesn't take a shot.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, you don't have, without somebody on the perimeter that can create their own shot consistently, you hurt yourself a little bit. Isn't that again?
It's broken again?
Jesus Christ.
Yes, broken again. Only the best in Boston. Jesus Christ.
Just a recap.
Yusuf chimes in. Is Doc going after this year in your guys' opinion?
Nope.
But if we get bounced in the second round now?
No,
not at all. I don't think so. It's not even just the injuries early. You're missed, like we said it earlier, probably a half an hour ago. You're missing a max guy, right? You can't. That's tough to win like that. I don't know what the record is, but Embiid and Simmons record together has to be amazing, right? It has to be up there. I'm going to take a guess. How many? Ben's been here what?
4 years.
Was this the start of his fifth year?
It's the start of 5. I think this is the start of 5
This is
that he was playing.
Yeah, this is the start of 5. So if you think of how many games they've played together, even though Joel's been out for a lot, but Ben, I think Ben ain't never really been hurt like that, but Joel's been out here and there. I don't even know the number, but it's got to be close to 70% winning, like even higher, maybe 75%, in terms of winning games together. So when you take one of those halves away,
let's see, last season, at least
they were 35-7 last year.
35-7 together.
When you take some of that away, like that's tough to overcome. And then a year, and you get no return on that. There's nothing's come back from Ben. So when you think of that, that's that's a tough slate. That's a tough. You play the cards that you got, but it's a tough card. There's tough cards to play. You can't. There's no faking that. There's no bluff on that. You got what you got. You know what I mean? Your cards are shown. So
2-point lead for the Celtics.
Frank, you get that for me? Get that stat?
I'll figure it out.
Greg said it. 35-7 last season.
I'll figure it out totally though.
Yeah,
totally 35 plus.
And that's this thing about 35-7. What is that? Almost 80-something% winning.
Turn that over, Max. Turn that over.
It's crazy.
Oh,
all right.
Good defense.
All time is 144.
Wow.
Late call.
Dirty play.
Dirty play.
Now superstars hurt. Great.
Rub some friggin' dirt on him.
Go ahead, Frank.
Okay, so altogether, Joel Embiid is 144 and 63 with the Sixers, with Ben Simmons in his career for a total win percentage of a nice 69%.
I was close, right? I said 70.
Yeah, 69.5 to be more specific. Round that up, it's 70.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
That's decent, man. There's not a lot of people who can say that.
No. I mean, that's why I always used to crush people that said they couldn't play together.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, okay. I mean, you didn't look at the numbers. The numbers speak that you can play together. So that was never a conversation of them being able to play together. I always thought that was horseshit when people use that as a cop. Like, oh, they can't play together. Dude, all they do is win together. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
You take one away, maybe for 20 games, they'll look good, right? But over a longevity of it, they won't look as good. I mean, listen, you're just taking numbers off your team of a guy I despise, but you're just taking those numbers away. And like you said, you're not replacing it. So it's like you're getting no return on your investment. So I'm going to invest in something, or I'm going to spend this money, but I'm getting no return in my investment at all. So is my investment going to be as good right then and there? No.
That wasn't a foul, by the way. Got ball first.
Well, maybe I'll review it.
I think they're challenging it.
Can they? Yeah, I was about to say, isn't there a challenge in basketball?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I have a commercial right now. So
Stephen White says all ball. Didn't call Maxey getting shoved in the back. Let's see. Yeah, Ethan saying challenge it. Jimmy saying all ball.
did Matisse go all defense last year at all, or no?
I think he was in second team. Second team.
Yeah, second team.
Pop, I don't know that, but I would assume it's like average.
Yeah, it would be shitty than average.
Playoff record is.
It's got to be. It's got to be shitty.
No way.
Yeah, well, can't get out of the second round. So
Yeah, they can't get out of the second round.
It's a little.
And he's missed some time in the
injuries
playoffs too, if I'm
and all
not
that.
mistaken.
They didn't say together, but their playoff records are different. Joel Embiid altogether, his playoff record is 16-18.
Wow.
Mr. Simmons has a 19-15 playoff record, but it doesn't give me one together for some reason.
Yo, Embiid's surprising if you think about that. That's not good, right? That's bad.
Hasn't had the biggest key you need, Nate. It's the elephant in the room here, what a big man needs to win in the postseason. Every big man in the history of basketball has needed a guard that can score and create.
Well, you don't like that, Ralphie? What's up?
Stop.
I see the. What was that?
What Kobe at? What Kobe at? What Kobe at?
Yeah, I mean, you can even
find them, Odom. I mean, like the big guys there had somebody, right? When Shaq won with Miami, he had Wade, right? Duncan had a ton of guys on the perimeter. Like, come on, you need that to go combine with a big man. You don't win without you win. Me and Ryan talked about this in July. I would say that Damian Lillard combined with Joel Embiid is a modern day version of Shaq and Kobe in that fashion, where if they're healthy, they're going to the NBA Finals together. You can write it down and book it. You give him a legit all-star guard that can actually shoot, right? It changes that whole dynamic. We're talking about 69% winning percentage in the regular season. Probably be about the same, but you can probably say 69.5% winning percentage in the postseason then if they play together, if not higher.
It is proven. I like that. It is proven. That model.
Oh my God, he made it.
Has been proven over and over again. But hold on, Ralph, you don't like that? What you think is bullshit?
What?
What do you mean? What he just said?
He's not paying attention.
You're not paying attention?
He has no idea.
He's on planet
It's the same thing in March Madness, right? You look at the NCAA. What wins in March Madness? Quality guard play.
All right,
you get guards that can win, and guards that can handle the pressure. Same thing in the NBA. I'm glad Matisse made that three, because I was getting ready to kill Maxey on that. You had Harris with Schroeder on the post, and as before that rotation went around, and then dished it out to Seth, who had Tatum on him. And I'm like, why are you not trying to get Toby on the post with Schroeder? That's why you run the pick and roll.
Yeah, look at something. Look at Seth Curry. Look at Seth Curry's, Greg's numbers playing with Joel Embiid from his career. Okay, a little better.
Oh yeah.
Imagine if that guy you replace, not Seth. I love Seth, but you know what I mean. That guy was an upgrade and an all-star shooting guard, right? Then now all fucking bets are off. Because now that guy's probably dropping 30. Your big man's dropping 25 a night. You're the best team in basketball. It's over. It's night-night. It's night-night. You team Drew Holiday, who's a legit all-star caliber point guard. Now, granddad Middleton too, but I'm just making the point. With a big guy, boom, we get over the hump. Hey, listen, this shit ain't hard. This shit ain't hard. Milwaukee couldn't fucking find a way over the hump. Why? Because they never had that guard. It was George goddamn Hill. All right? They never had the guard. They never had the all-star guard to be able to play with their bigs, per se.
Yeah, because to your point, Tom, even, Seth Curry was brought in here, and he's been very good, but I don't even think Daryl Morey and Doc expected him to be this good for us. He was expected to be a role player for us. You know what I'm saying? Just like, fourth or fifth option in the starting rotation, maybe even in the sixth man. He's been leaps and bounds better than I think anyone would have expected. And we like the signing that.
He's a starter. He's a legit starter who'll give you 15 a night.
Oh, he's not just that though, Nate. I mean, he's in some nights he's your legit number 2 option.
Yeah, no, he is. No,
Some nights he's your one. He's your first option.
Yeah,
so I'm saying replace that first option
with somebody who can actually
with a freaking legit star, a max money star like that. His numbers now skyrocket playing with Joel Embiid. Like this is really like Rizza. This isn't rocket science. This is common sense basketball forever. Like, not saying you don't win with guards and you can't do this. That's not what I'm talking about. If you have a generational big man, you owe it to him. You owe it to him to put a guard around them that can snipe it. And you did with Seth a little bit, but I'm talking about a star. And they have not done that yet, okay? Because Ben never became that. Now, look at the winning percentage. Imagine if it's a guy who can snipe it. It's over. It's over.
Or just plays aggressive on offense.
It's over. Like the fact that they don't even I would assume that they understand that, especially with all their damn analytics.
Yeah, you know what? That's interesting, Tom. Because when you talk about analytics, I wonder what the model is now, right? What's the modern model? Because you got outliers, right? Like LeBron. LeBron's an outlier.
Ball, Tobias. Sorry, Nate. Shoot the ball, Tobias.
No, that was Matisse's fault. I agree with you, but that was Matisse's fault for bringing him and his defender into the paint.
Yep. Take that.
That's why I threw my hands up. I didn't throw my hands up at Joel for missing the shot. I threw my hands up at Matisse for bringing him and his defender into the paint as Tobias is making his move.
Oh, here we go. Joe Al Horford.
Well, no, because the problem with that all was Seth didn't get him in he had him in the post, right there. People are going to bitch about Joel catching the perimeter. He had him in the post. Seth didn't give it to him, so he comes out for the pick and roll just to reestablish some presence in the post. If you're going to give it to him, give it to him. Like, you know what I mean? If you're going to feed him, then get it to him when he's got position in the post. That's like 101. Get it to him then. It's hard to reposition yourself again.
Yeah.
Once you establish it, and then have to get yourself out of
shot clock.
He's got to make both of these, by the way. He's got to make both of these. Enough with them missing.
There you go.
Got one. Thank you.
Greg probably knows if the other one's down.
Is he tired? Why was he bending over like that?
He's always bending over.
He's grabbing his thumb.
There we go.
Shooting hand thumb?
Yep. Just get him back. Yep.
Yeah, he'll be in a sling in a couple hours.
He'll be out for 2 weeks.
Jesus Christ.
Him and Anthony Davis can share thumbs.
Yeah.
Here we go, boys. We haven't had good success. A lot of success with our reaction, so we'll see how this goes.
Tied up with.
Oh, we're 2-0 this year, Tom. We're 2-0 this year.
I'm talking in general, right? We got knocked out by the Atlanta Hawks.
Oh, yeah. I've blocked out.
Fuck.
He's so good. Man, I can't wait for him. He's so good.
Ralphie, I'm not doing this.
Hey, Greg, what was this line? Was the Boston
I
favorite?
think it was 3.5. Yeah.
Boston?
They can't double when he doesn't have the ball. It's illegal defense. You can't do it.
Oh, my God.
Oh, this isn't going to be good.
Dribbling in nowhere.
Step
What
down.
the hell was that?
Yeah,
What the-
3.5.
What the hell?
Your brother's better. Your
Go
brother's
to
better.
bed. At least we didn't lose to the Kings in 3 overtimes.
That's okay.
And no
Down
case
night.
twice. It's not great having it's. You're basically playing 4-on-5 on offense too with Daibu out there. The hell?
Maybe he should sit out.
What? Sit out with Ben or sit out on the bench?
Yeah, sit out with Ben.
You know what I would love to know? What's our where do we rank in fast break points in the NBA? I need to know that answer right now.
That's a good question.
I need to know it. Gotta have it. Gotta have
Go ahead.
If you're
I'm going to
just joining us,
say number 4.
if you're just joining us, make sure you hit the
15.
like. 15.
Yep.
Where were we last year, Frank? If you're just joining us, hit the like, hit the subscribe. We appreciate you commenting. We try to get and read them all off. We love you. Find a way to win a basketball game, please.
We were third.
There's
That's
the
because of
Ben
Ben.
loss right
Ben
there.
loves to run, you know that.
25.
That's the Ben
Yep.
Simmons loss right
Yeah,
there.
that's the
Yep,
Ben Simmons
25.
part. Ben loves to get out and run.
You're not running.
He loves the run.
Oh, that was an offensive foul. Holy.
I don't think he touched him. I really don't, because I was like, are they going to call something? Because it doesn't like, oh, where's that call? Take him. Double. Let's go.
He's
Let's
so
go,
good.
big fella. Let's go. Come on. D it
He's
up.
so good.
D it up. Come on. Fucking stop.
Mm.
Oh my god.
We're not
Oh,
gonna,
shit.
Oh, something bad's happened.
we're not going to get a stop.
No, I heard Greg.
Mm-hmm.
And,
Maxey
you know,
just let Schroeder.
Dennis
just
Schroeder,
work him.
guys. I mean, come on, guys.
all right. Well, listen. I mean,
Jesus Christ.
I don't know what they're going to do. I don't know. We just answered the whole problem. Right there. It's a transition offense. You're not getting that like you were last year. So you're talking about third in the NBA to 15.
15, yeah.
That's drastic. So this is where some of Ben not being here hurts his basketball team overall. It absolutely it does. It's just common sense. What's their defensive ranking right now to last year?
That might be even a bigger drop off.
I mean, these are some of the things that
Actually, no, they play pretty good team ball.
No, they're still tough. I'm just curious because it's
Yeah.
definitely. I mean, granted, last year there's a bigger sample size. You're talking about a full year, but I still like to know because it still gives you some idea where they're at.
You don't sleep on. Schroeder. He's crafty. He's always been like
100 million
deceptive.
craft. 100 million worth of craft. Keep playing defense like that, I'll get it.
Yeah,
Frank, do you have it?
Frank ain't moving.
No, he's frozen.
Jesus Christ.
Frank doesn't have
He's all
much. right
Starksman now, isn't he?
He's me mugging you too, right? Look at
I
that.
thought it was- what were you looking for? I thought Frank was on it.
The defensive rankings this year, last year. Like overall team defense.
Frank wasn't even frozen. That was just him. How about that?
Definitely frozen.
You back, Frank?
That was internet affects everybody. It's like a trickle down effect. You know what I mean?
Frank, are you back?
How you doing, Tommy?
Sure.
I love you, brother. Great time for a three right here. I mean, a beautiful time for a three ball, Danny.
From an efficiency standpoint, the Sixers were second last year,
How about a 3-ball and a
and they're
foul?
21st this year.
Yeah, that's a huge drop.
Yeah, we might
Talking about
need
defensive
to bring
efficiency.
this guy back. Ah,
Yes.
Stop it. Oh my goodness, Danny.
Whoa!
I called that shit, Danny, three ball before. No, I never get shit right like that.
See what
And,
happens.
and points,
Oh,
points per game, we were fourth last year, and we are 16th this year.
Can't believe it. Not.
So, like
No,
this
you
year,
don't have to foul.
I know you don't have to, but I just.
it's actually funny. Last year we were.
I'm out.
Oh my god! Oh my
Here
god!
we go.
Oh my god! Everybody stop! Everybody
Here we
stop!
Go.
Yo, Joel, fade away for the win. I'm calling.
Greg, well, there's the difference, Greg. I mean, we just sat here and dissected the two biggest factors of regular season Ben Simmons and success, right? You're talking about 15th in transition offense right now, the third last year. You're talking about 23rd ranked overall defensive efficiency, the number 2 overall defensive efficiency. That's big. That is big
It's a
numbers.
drop-off. Yeah.
I want him out of here. This is more of a point that, like, you got to bring something back that even out those numbers again, right? Or you bend over, let him shove the soap up your ass, and he's back. You have two options here, but one of the two need to damn happen. And I'll prefer, number one, get him out and get talent back in the door. So these numbers, when you talk about defensive efficiency, transition offense is the biggest one. I mean, 15-3 is drastic. It's drastic.
Yeah.
That's so important to what our offense was, open threes, etc. That we're just overlooking. I despise Ben Simmons, but I'm also not going to ever run from what positives were brought to this basketball team. got to find something. You got to go out and move it, and maybe even send them this clip. You know what I mean? Send them the whole clip of us talking about it to the other team.
When's the trade deadline?
Oh, not for a while.
Not for a while.
Ralphie, they're going back to Danny here.
I'm gonna say Joel Embiid fade away for the win.
No, I think the same play that we saw where Seth is open.
I think it's Tobias or Niang. It's Tobias or Niang with this one.
Damn, I'm so far behind. I should drop off the stream and come back.
Tobias with the ball. 4 seconds.
Tobias, you can get by him.
1. He didn't shoot it. He didn't friggin' shoot it.
He didn't shoot it?
Yo, he caught the ball so far away from the basket, which fucked him.
He didn't shoot it? Oh my
He's
God.
dribbling
How
to
did he
nowhere.
not shoot it?
He's literally dribbling to nowhere.
He caught the ball. He caught the ball inside the 3-point line and dribbled his way outside the 3-point line.
What the hell is he doing?
And then came back in.
He must have had Boston on the money line.
I mean, you're playing Tobias ISO, but he doesn't even know where the friggin' basket is.
You had Al Horford on him too. Like, why are you
Fact of
going
the matter is,
backwards?
you can't take Al Horford at this point of his career.
Look, he catches it inside the 3, comes back out,
And then he bails.
and then he fucking goes to half court.
This is
Who
why
was on Joel? Was Williams on Joel?
Yeah.
And then that's who was able to rotate to help on Niang.
What the hell?
Danny was wide open too.
Yeah.
Danny was wide open. Yeah, Tobias. Listen, Tobias is
No
what
vision.
Tobias is. You can't take Al Horford off the dribble, honey.
So here's the ball. So I'm watching it. He comes back.
So he gets it underneath. I understand if you had 10 seconds left, you want to bring it back out so you can get an ISO. Understood. 6 seconds. We talk about it with Jalen Hurts the other day, right? It's almost time and place, right? Time and place is important. Throwing the ball picks at the end of the half, down the red zone, important, right? Not understanding time and place situation at the end of a basketball game, you get caught up, right? If you don't understand time and place, you get caught up. So we always talk about in baseball, what are you going to do when the ball's hit to you? But what are you going to do when the ball's inbounded to you? What's the play?
Wow.
Right? What's the play and what are we doing if I get the ball? Who are my looks? Who are my options? Who are my reads? Or get the basketball. You're faster than Al Horford. How about you take him off the dribble? But you can't, and you're a max money guy, and you can't take Anna Horford off the goddamn dribble?
He
Probably
literally
got in the bedroom off the dribble. Tobias, let's go. I need more out of you. I need more.
he dribbled to half court, then dribbled to the Celtics bench, and then he's like, "Oh, I don't want it anymore." Here, Niang.
Yeah. Here, George.
He
Like,
took
why?
him 5 seconds to realize, I don't want the basketball
I
anymore.
guess that's Yo Khalifa. I completely agree, brother.
Listen,
Absolutely.
He didn't even attempt a freaking shot. Like if he
Caught
misses
the
it,
ball
whatever.
so far away from the basket.
Yeah, no, right. You're absolutely right. Like, if you just go up and take the shot, like, fine, we'll kill you for it because you missed the shot. But at least, like, you attempted it.
Grow a set, for God's sakes. I mean, they saw what they
He had
did
8
against
points. Is that what I
Minnesota.
just saw? He had 8
Oh yeah, and I think he shot like 30 times tonight. It was freaking ridiculous. Not 30. That's a little over, but like he was all over the place tonight. They literally saw what they did against Minnesota. It's like, yo, you think that's bad? You think that's bad? We're not going to get our big man involved in the play at all. Fine. But the guy who just hit a shot who was just wide open, nope, we're not going to give it to him.
Is Frank breaking something again? I heard
No,
something
that's
fall.
Noah's going probably to the refrigerator. I think that was it.
I didn't want to miss it. I didn't want to miss Frank going nuts again.
Oh,
I
no.
like what Khalifa says, though, because that's the facts. $190 million scrub, great person, but a scrub. He is a great dude. I think he's a great teammate. I'm fine with the bias on my team if he was my third option. You know what I mean? I'd
Yep.
feel good. It's almost like the Chris Middleton effect. Like, okay, if he's like my third, I'm better or whatever, right? But like, dude, this isn't good, guys. As much as I'm not going to rag on a basketball team, like I told you in December, that's 500, right? And everything they've gone through. But just like we talk about closing games out. This was the conversation with 8 minutes ago on this show. Who is going to take the last shot? Who? And we saw tonight that almost nobody on the perimeter has the capabilities of catching and taking somebody off the dribble outside of one person. and that is Tyrese Maxey, essentially. Or your big fella, who can probably take other, takes other big fellas off the dribble, right? They're the only two people on the court that have the ability to get the inbound and take somebody off the dribble. Am I wrong? No. Seth Curry, great shooter, not a guy you expect to take somebody else off the dribble, especially like a Marcus Smart. Not happening. Not happening consistently. So who are you going to? So like you say Doc, like don't give me Doc. It's personnel. Who are you going to in these types of situations that we're talking about? 2 out of 3 games came down to your inbound play, right? Fair. Usually doesn't happen like that all the time, but 2 out of 3 games came down to that.
And kind of to that though, Tommy, you also in end of game situations like this, if Joel's catching that ball, they're switching whoever's on it. So even Joel might not be able to necessarily take like a Tatum per se off the dribble. Now, if he's got Tatum in the block, that's a different scenario. But if he's catching the ball out on the perimeter, he very well may have a Tatum, a Smart on him just in that scenario because the defense is kind of in scramble mode. Hey, let's just get an attack on the defender, right, or on the ball. I guess we're never going to know exactly how that play was supposed to be drawn up because the execution was just so putrid. It's almost like going back to the Brett Brown days, right, where we would come out of timeouts, we would come out of halves or end of games and be like, what were you drawing up, Brett? Because that's not what looked like your team ran. Sweet dreams, Noah.
Jimmy Bucket.
Hey, I'm still here, buddy.
Yeah, but remember something. It's not, Jimmy didn't, for as much as I love Jimmy, it's not like, he was more of a closer than what you have, but, again, it's not the position you need. You need that one, that point or that 2 guard to really be able to play that role of getting that inbound, being explosive enough to get that inbound, right, and then be explosive enough to get the shot they want, right. And if it's not that, then yeah, you need a really athletic. Well, I'm making a point. You need a really athletic 3 guard, right, like a Brown or a Tatum, right, Nate, that has the ability. Then they're so athletic that they're going to take anybody off the dribble. So like one of those like with 3 positions you have to have. So to your point, like that's why Jimmy made us look better, right? Because at least we had some sort of ability that he was strong enough to pretty much get to his spot on the court, right? That's right. Jimmy. Jimmy's strong enough to get to his spot, get to the shot he wants to get to. Who the fuck on the perimeter has that ability? We just watched Tobias not have that ability, essentially. And he's untradeable. So where do you go from here, Sixers fans? That's the question December 1st. A lot of time left in this season. No need to panic. Numbers speak to concerns. And we still have this guy here. So where do we go from here? If we continue down a path where we're not happy, are we open arms? I can't believe I'm saying this. Are we open arms to bringing this guy back?
Nope.
Then where do we go? Is it a holdout for 4 years? Like where do you go?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think, yeah, it's a good question. Don't know.
The longer he sits out, the worse the value is. I don't care what anybody says. It doesn't go up. Your value doesn't go up when you're not seen. It's not how that works. Like, oh, the value just went up. Guy fucking under in a cave somewhere. Value went up. No, we need something back, or he needs to come back. And I'm not saying I want him back. I want to win basketball games, guys. I love basketball. And I talked a lot of shit on this guy, and I'll continue to roast his ass.
Right. I'm about to say, I'll still roast his ass. I don't give a fuck.
But
him and Hurts. I try to give Hurts a break, but I'm going to roast him any chance I get.
Coming soon.
Coming soon.
Soon we're done, Sixers. The roast is coming, baby. And again, I'm not begging for him back. I'm begging for something back.
Yep. We need something.
And why put the tail? Listen, it's bigger than me. Why put my tail between my legs and say, would you guys just go to work now? If you guys are all good with it in the locker room, then I'm good with it. Right? If my leaders are good with it, then I'm good with it at this point. I don't want to lose basketball games. I know my stance on Ben Simmons. but I also don't have an agenda when it comes to winning. I want to win. And especially, I don't care. Like, oh, regular season games don't matter. Right now, they essentially don't. You got so much time. But we need something. We need something, guys, in the next month. We need to make this decision. Has to be made. Are we fucking okay? Where's Joshua Harris? Where is Joshua Harris? Where's that loser at? Why is nobody in press conferences forcing this issue? Forcing it. You can say whatever you want about Howard Eskin. If Howard Eskin was in every presser, I guarantee he'd be forcing this issue on how this guy's still here. Or if he's still here, how's he not playing?
They asked about that today, actually.
I would right. Every day. Every day I'd be like, hey, same question again. They'd be like, here's Tom again from A2D. Jesus Christ. Same question.
They
What
probably
do
will say
you
it the
guys
same
gonna
way.
do about Ben Simmons? What's going on here?
No, because, I mean, Tom, you're absolutely right. And you mentioned it on Sunday, right? At this point, you let him in the building. He's working out in the building. Now something needs to be said, like from an organizational standpoint. Something needs to be said.
It's a revolving door of egos at the end of the day. You obviously know the ego of Ben Simmons, and then you've got the egos of whoever's running the show, whether it's the owners, it's Darryl, it's Elton, it's Doc, whoever, of, oh, well, my ego's going to say I'm not going to lose a deal. But you know how you're going to lose a deal sometimes, Doc, Darryl, Elton? By not making one, by hurting your friggin' team. You're losing a deal before you even friggin' make it.
Well, like I said, this is why you need Joshua Harris to wake up and say, listen, give me 50 cents back on the dollar at this point, organizational wise. Or, I don't know, man. I mean, then you got to sit down with him. I don't want the guy back, but I also want to win. So I'm in a tough position as a fan. I'm in a tough position of what I've seen, what you've done as a diva. I'm in a hatred mode for you. But I want to win. So can we have one or the other?
I think as a whole, regardless of, whether we want Ben back or back, I think we're all just sick and tired of all the extra. This entire time, even, with, not even just with the COVID and the injuries and stuff. It's just like, it's been everything but basketball. And then once you get back to basketball, you see instances like this. Well, it's like, oh, Jesus. You remember, well, this isn't even the team it was supposed to be because of all the friggin' extra. So either get a pulse on the situation, and if for some, because in their heads, to your point, Tom, they still think he's going to come back and play and everything's going to be great and he's going to improve. I think that's friggin' asinine, but again, they're the ones making the decision, so it doesn't matter what I think. Or it's like, okay, realize that this is what it is, this is our reality, and move on. Move on. You're the most dynamic trader in the business, right, Darryl? Well, figure it the hell out. Figure it out. Get on the machine. Figure it out. I get it. You want an all-star. I just want a player. Give me players. Give me somebody to help. Because the guy, I don't care who he is, the guy that's still on the roster isn't helping us.
Stop paging Darryl. Just told you guys you got a page. Page the owner. Page Joshua Harris. This is on ownership now. When you talk about everything that's happened, the guy disappeared. The guy didn't let coaches come. The guy didn't let his teammates come out there. He let nobody come out there. This goes above and beyond Daryl Morey. I would love to sit here and smoke Daryl. Smoke him how this guy's still here. But when you talk about, if I'm talking about Danny Green, it's a different conversation. I'm talking about a max money Ben Simmons. A stellar. These owners need to wake up. He needs to come in and say it's time.
If it comes down to the owner, and I don't disagree with you, so this isn't at you, but if the ownership is really handcuffing Daryl Morey with this, then everything they said in that friggin' press conference and all last year was a lie.
Oh, we're pulling pressers now.
It's not just about pressers, though.
They signed the checks. You're talking about max money guys. He can have all the power he wants in making decisions, but this still has to go through their desk. It doesn't get made without going through their desk. That's business 101. This is the way it is.
I get it. I just don't know why you bring somebody in like this if you're not gonna let him do his job. I'm not disagreeing with you.
Joshua Harris is a piece of shit.
I get it, so I'm not disagreeing with you.
Let's be clear on who the owner is.
Yes.
He's a scumbag. Look, I woke Noah up. He's a piece of shit. So you got a piece of shit that I don't know what he's doing. And somebody said earlier he's an absent owner because he is. He's a loser.
Yeah, he's up in the Meadow, or he's up in New Jersey with the Devils.
Yeah, he just looks for a return on investment. That's all he wants.
I agree with what you're saying in terms of they're giving him full power to make decisions. Of course, but this is a different decision, not just because it's bad and it's max money, because of what's happened, what's transpired. So it's even bigger than just like, hey, yo, we got a great deal on the table. Everything's going fine. But we got a great deal on the table for Tobias. I can pull that without really with running it by them, but getting more of an okay. I don't know why they're not okaying anything.
And the funny thing is, Tom, I'm with you as far as like I completely agree that these idiots upstairs look at it to where they're still handcuffing. It's like Jeffrey Lurie, Harry Roseman 2.0. It really, truly is. It's scary how similar it is. My point is, again, I'm not disagreeing that this is our reality, but it's just the facts of it, the common sense of it, is that if you're going to go out of your way to bring in all of these basketball guys, right, which they patted themselves on the back after the bubble, that, it's going to be different. We're going to bring guys by Noah down, that you're going to bring in all these guys that have all of this, a career resume and all of these things. Well, if you're just going to handcuff them, don't bring them in. Don't bring them in saying, you're going to control it with, at the end of the day, Daryl, you can control 85% of basketball operations, but when it actually means something, no, we're going to do it. We're going to act like we actually do it. That just goes past you're not a good organization. Well, I'm not saying the Sixers are a bad organization, but you know what I'm saying. That's where you just don't get over the hump.
We know this. But in every organization, like a general manager has a ton of power. But I'm just like making the point that any organization, like when you're talking about like franchise type players, that always just is going to get ran through ownership. Now, this is like tenfold, 100-fold difference because of everything that's like transpired, the lightning rod of the situation. I don't know. Like I'm just telling you, I don't know why. Like I don't know if they haven't got the right deal back. I don't know if they've gotten deals back which they liked, like Daryl have and Elton, but they couldn't get Joshua to sign off on it. I don't know. I don't know because I believe the Brogdon and LeVert was real. I believe that was truly real, and Daryl Morey and Doc Rivers and Elton Brand would absolutely have signed off on that deal. So who's stopping that deal? The motherfucker who wants to sell jerseys. That's who. He's looking at the bottom line, right? He ain't looking at this dude being a pussy. He's looking at the bottom line in his pockets, and so he's trying. Hence why Ben's around. Joshua Harris is trying to get him back here. I'm not stupid.
Return of investment. Return of investment.
I hate it here.
And the guy, and to your point, Tom, the guy is even more idiotic because he's thinking in the short term. And if he realizes, wait, if our team actually gets past the second round and we're actually successful in the postseason for once, that's actually going to make me some more money, isn't it, Joshua? If you win, you make money. You succeed. You know why? Because the fan base is actually interested. You know what the fan base is right now? Pissed, Joshua.
Yep.
Because we don't know what the product is. The product is, here's a bunch of guys who show up for work, but it doesn't really mean anything because of the idiot who's not showing up for the work and all the guys that won't let him go. That's the product. That's not basketball.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Sweep says besides being a pussy, he doesn't want to be here. So what do you guys or anyone want them to do? To trade him for a bag of balls? Yeah, at this point, yes.
Yeah.
At this point, if he's not going to come back, then it's a bag of balls because his value is going to be worse than a bag of balls. It's going to be like an assistant coach. You know what I mean? Like you got back an assistant, right? You got back an offensive coordinator. So like at this point, like what are you supposed to do? So it's either, like I said, Sweeps, it's either put your tail between your legs, which none of us are a fan of, and say, yeah, we know how the story's going to end, but at least we're better. At least we have a chance for maybe that story to end differently, right? At least we stand a chance. From the looks of it, December 1st, we're lucky. For me to say anything, we're lucky to be more of a 7-8 seed. All right? That's how you got to judge it. Now, again, they've missed 3 weeks together. That's important. So I'll say right now they're probably a 5, all things being equal, as a play. But what does that get you if you're a 5 or 6? Doesn't give you good matchups. You're probably not getting
Milwaukee or Brooklyn.
Yeah, you're not getting
You know what that gets you, Tom? That gets you losing in 5 in the second round.
Yeah, so it gets you in the same spot.
Again.
So what do you have a better chance of doing? So if the bag of balls is the deal on the table,
Then take the bag of the balls.
No. Then you say, okay, I'm not going to take the bag of balls. I'm going to get it right. Then.
Jesus.
I don't want to get it right, but you guys understand what I'm saying, though? There's no third option here. The third option isn't allowed, which is happening right now. The third option, which is happening right now, is not allowed. So there needs to be a 1 or a 2 option. Done. Has to be done this fucking week. I'm tired of waiting. This week, a decision needs to be made. This guy either decides he wants to sit down with doctors and it's a blow fest, whatever. Something needs to happen this week. I can't wait another week.
You know what's disgusting, too? We went through all the garbage with the process and everything. We went through all this BS for all these years to avoid mediocrity. What we're looking at right now is a mediocre basketball team.
You don't say.
I'll say a little above that, Ryan, because of who you have in Joel, and I think he's better than he's played, obviously. So I would say like a 5 or 6 seed. You're a little bit above average. You're not lighting the world on fire, right? You're good. You're probably like 8 games over 500, maybe 10, right? You're not anything special, and you're your first or second round exit. That's who they are, right?
Yep. We're good, but not good enough.
Mhm.
I would go as far as to say, as far as results, and I get it, we were 1 seed and all that stuff, and we had an MVP candidate, all that. It was fun in the moment. But I would say, just based off of results at the end of the season, how far above is mediocre when you get bounced in the second round every year? How far above mediocre is it?
Right.
If we're just talking about, hey,
because it's not, that's not mediocre, because you're like, you're winning a series, you're moving on, like. It's mediocre, and if you're to your point to constantly do it, yeah, it's mediocre. But last year was the first year they were a 1 seed, and they showed that ability to really have a great regular season, right? Like the other years we weren't really expecting, I don't think, to go to Eastern Conference Finals, right? Like I think this past year was the first year where we're like, oh man, we got a chance to go win it all.
Yeah,
we can win it all. We had those
because it lined up so perfectly for you guys. You know what I mean?
Well, are we talking about our expectations before the season, or are we talking about in season?
We're talking about every year up until last year. Like you expected to go to maybe an Eastern Conference Finals. Outside of maybe Jimmy moved the needle. Obviously, that one shortened year where we got Jimmy and Tobias short, that needle moved, right, for that 1 year. But every other year, it was where you got bounced in the second round. Your expectations were lucky if you were Eastern Conference Finals. So they really did not live up to expectations outside of Jimmy's year on the 45 bouncer, right? Or last year. They're the 2 years they didn't live up to expectations. The other years they essentially did.
I disagree with the Al Horford year. I disagree with that because we made a lot of flashy moves and you got bound. And I get it, they were hurt, but just good blanket statement, they got swept in the first round. You know what I'm saying? Like we were expecting to be better than a swept
missing that year. Who was missing that year?
It was Ben.
No, like I said, we were hurt.
You can't count that year. I mean, you can't. You're missing one of your best players. What are we talking about? You can't.
But at the end of the day, we
go down. Your expectations go down. Ben Simmons back then, not in your lineup. Your expectations go down. Come on, our expectations weren't the same when Ben wasn't there at that point. Come on, that's fair. Like I know we are on Ben hate train right now, as we should be, but back then we weren't though. Back then we were like, oh my god, we don't have Ben. Right? Come on, we were. I know for a fact. I can at least speak. I'm guilty. No Ben. I don't know how far I thought they were going.
We all thought they were going to the Eastern Conference Finals in the bubble because we were the healthiest team at the time. And then he gets bounced. And then we're like, oh well, can we figure it out? Can we get past the Celtics?
Also, you got to kind of factor the bubble that whole in.
Oh, I get it. It was weird.
We're strange. Every year we have a chance. If we're a top 5 seed, we're going to say every year that we can go win it all, right?
Yeah.
So like that's like I'm saying like yeah, we're always going to be like yeah, we can go win it all, but in reality, like expectations wise, naturally, without Ben or Joe or you know what I mean, somebody missing, the expectations in reality are always going to be a little less than our fanhood, right? You know what I mean?
Jaden says, guys, Maxey wasn't even on the court to close the game. Am I the only one who think this is an issue? When you look at Maxey, when we call the timeout, you could see Maxey get upset, like Doc said, sit down. No, I mean, Jaden, the entire final possession didn't make any sense. So
yeah, I'm not getting into like guys' reactions now. Like on every team, we're talking about everybody's reactions after something. It's like you're looking too deep into stuff. Everybody wants to play.
I didn't
Everybody
even
wants
notice that he wasn't on the floor.
Yeah, I guess they.
But I guess if you're going, but if you're putting shooters on the floor, then I understand why. I mean, I don't understand, but whatever. I'm like, because he is one of your better shooters right now.
I guess they subbed Niang in for him.
Nate, you're muted, or your mic's off.
Me?
Yeah. No, yeah, my bad. No, I was gonna say, but you like that out of your young guy, right? You want to see a little bit of fire. You want him to be mad that he's got to sick the pine. You know what I mean? He wants the ball in the end. So, I mean, he'll get his time next time. When they walked off, they looked like they were just going, okay, what happened in that play? It didn't seem like they were even upset about the loss. It was just like, okay, what was supposed to be the execution of that play? Because we might see Boston again late, right?
So listen, I thought that was a lot of growth, Nate.
Yeah,
Like,
right.
As players and coaches to like not get caught up in the moment of the loss, but get caught up in the moment of like, okay, like you said, what went wrong there?
I mean, maybe Tobias wasn't supposed to get the ball. Maybe the whole thing was wrong, and that's what they were talking about. Like, Joe, you were supposed to flash out so you could see. You know what I'm saying? And then, I mean, Danny was open, right? Because Danny was ready. Danny was set. His hands were up. He was set. He was ready to take the shot. And you would thought Tobias, with them being right close to each other, where Niang was on the baseline, not the baseline, but on the side there, and Danny was more on the elbow, you would think he would just drop it off as Tatum rolled to him.
Yeah.
But maybe that play just wasn't. Maybe it didn't design. I mean, we would have to hear the press conference because somebody's going to ask, well, what happened at the end of the game? Like, what's Tobias thinking? Doc might say, it wasn't supposed to go to Tobias in the front. You know what I mean?
Nate, I think I just watching it a handful of times. I think what was supposed to happen, and I could be dead wrong because again, none of us were there. But all you needed was a point to tie and 2 to win, right? So it's not even like they needed the 3 to go ahead. It was like a delayed pass into Tobias to where they were going to try and almost decoy defenders to go after, okay, Danny, Joel, all these guys. They went to Tobias late. I think it was to try and get Tobias a relatively open mid-range shot, and then he clearly didn't have it. Tobias then tries to, I guess, shake out Horford, and then he goes to Niang in the corner. You know what I'm saying? When he completely dribbles right past the wide-open Danny Green.
You know what? And the funny thing is, we talked about if you can't get past Holford, what the fuck are you? You know what I mean? A max guy and this and that. But I don't think that's a good matchup. I think there was a better matchup on the floor than Harris against Horford.
It was Joel against Brown.
Yeah, I don't think that's the right matchup. That's why I kind of think that he wasn't supposed to get the ball. He just flashed because
they almost had a 5-second call.
Yeah, had a 5 seconds. So he had to do something. So he flashed, got the ball really deep where he's not probably used to even giving him the ball, and it just seemed like they were, like they said, like it was a growth time, right? It was, it was just it just looked like the play didn't run the way it was supposed to.
Yeah, because even you look at Niang, he's the one that threw it in, and then obviously on that play, he runs all the way obviously to opposite corner. And he's probably an option, but he's probably not supposed to be the option, right? He's supposed to be that guy as you probably dribbled down the lane, that he's there for that kick to the corner.
Yeah, you're not doubling Tobias. Like if it's Tobias against Horford, you're gonna let you're gonna let Horford go at it. Because I think Horford's length, even Tobias gets by him with a little layup, I think Horford can recover with his length. You know what I mean? That's why I said it's not really in a good matchup. I honestly think Horford can D up Harris. To be real with you, as old as he is, I think he's still somewhat of a defensive defender against an average Harris is not great off the ball. You know what I mean? Like he's a spot up shooter. He can kind of get to the rack, but he's not like the greatest with his handle. You know what I mean? So, Horford's a vet. He can move his feet. He can get to a spot. Because Horford, Harris is going right. He ain't driving left.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? So
that's for sure.
So
no, he had left when he got the inbound if he wanted it.
Yeah, but how many times
he was playing him to go to his right the whole time.
Yeah. I could see. I'm not saying Harris can't play from his left, but I've never seen him like take the dribble to the left, right?
He doesn't do it often. No. He doesn't do it often.
Yeah, no, he doesn't.
Yeah, at the end of the day, even if the play design isn't the Tobias Harris, you had a max money guy catch an inbound inside by the foul line. Okay, or right outside the foul line. That's got to be go to the rack strong and try to win. That's what it's got to be. It can't be. It can't be. I'm going to get caught and we're not even going to get a shot off. Then just don't flash. Take the 5 seconds. Give it back to him. You know what I mean? It's simple as that. You have to get it. You're a max money guy. Like if Niang got that and it was like a dog on a hardwood floor with it, like the bias was, okay, you're not getting paid to really close out games. I get it. But dude, this guy's getting paid to close out games. He's getting the money to say, hey, this is why we're paying your check. This is why we're giving you all the money and get a beautiful home. I need you to make this. I need you to at least get a freaking shot off. We can't even get a shot off. That's how bad that and then we say, oh man, terrible possession. Of course it was. Of course it was. But it really just because the play design didn't work at first, it still shouldn't have been a terrible possession because the max money guy's catching it. You turned it into a terrible possession. You dribbled 2 steps right and you did like freaking 4 hardened jump backs to get the half court. Like, I don't know what the guy was doing.
It looked like, I'm watching it right here. You know what it looks like he's trying to do? It's like he's trying to reenact the Kawhi shot in Toronto, where he dribbles all the way to the freaking corner, and he's like, oh, wait, Niang's here. I'm going to give him the ball.
Yeah.
I mean, this is pitiful just watching in slow motion.
Was that McDavid? Who was that? That was a hell of a snipe. Talking about a sniper. Watching the Edmonton-Pittsburgh game.
I mean,
Flyers lose tonight.
Yeah.
Yep.
If you space it right, then you can get Embiid the ball in the paint. It's all about how you space it out of there. But it's like hard on inbounds to get. This is what we talk about.
Right,
it's
from the pass too. Yes.
It's like hard, guys. Right? It's like easy to say. Like, you gotta get Embiid in the paint. Like, dude, that's not an easy pass. No matter how you're gonna look at it, somebody's gonna front you. And then there's gonna be a guy right on the other end that's ready to come and almost intercept that, right? Like a free safety.
There's no illegal defense on an inbound, so you don't have to be up on a man. You can be sagging and taking everything away from Joel in the paint right off the pass, right?
I mean, I would think Embiid was calling it once Tobias got it, and that's when it should have went to him because then you got a high-low. Then you got a guy, above the free throw line, the guy down low. So you get a little high-low action, right? And you give him the ball there, and then he gets off a shot or gets fouled. So I mean, you have options there if you're, I don't know, not scared to get it.
Good old high-low action. That's underrated anymore these days.
So I'm watching it here. He's calling for it when Tobias is at the top of the key. He calls for it again when Tobias starts dribbling to the Celtics bench. And then he just turns his back as soon as he passes it off to Danny.
Well, yeah, because even at that point, we're 6 seconds. Now you're 5-4. Even if he passes it, what's you all going to do? Catch it and throw a hook shot up? You know what I mean? At that point, right?
Well, Niang. The funny thing is, Greg, Niang didn't even get the shot off in time. Like even if it wasn't blocked, it wouldn't have counted.
Yep.
So that's what I'm saying. Like even worse of a pass by Tobias because you're passing it to a guy after you waste all that friggin' time and he doesn't even get the shot off.
Hate to say it.
No, that's where he's got to get it in. When he gets the inbound there, his first look needs to be high-low, right? So if you rewind it, I haven't seen it a second time outside of the game. But if you rewind it a second time, I'm sure that when he first inbounds that, he doesn't look there. He gets like shaky.
Yeah,
right?
He gets like, oh shit.
No, he was shaky with the ball for sure.
I feel like he got shaky. I don't think he even looked at him. And then when he dribbled right to their bench area, right, he didn't look again. He just jumped out. Like, I don't know where he was looking.
I'm looking at this. I can't stop watching this play because there's so many things wrong with it. So Tobias not only dribbles away from the basket, he dribbles to the Celtics bench. He dribbles right into a double team. He's guarded by Al, and he dribbles literally right into Jayson Tatum.
Because he can't move with his left.
High IQ.
Right, exactly. He can't go. He wasn't anyone driving left.
Hey, Jesse, thanks for
look. How many times did he look at Joe? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Zero.
Exactly. Okay. So what I saw without going back, without watching our tape,
has his back to him.
That's
back
bad.
to him.
I saw that quickly.
Yeah, he looks at Niang going under the basket, then completely
Good
turns
eyes.
his body, and he never looks back. He never look. You know what's crazy? He never looks back at the basket.
It's weird, right?
He looks at it like somewhat. Like I don't even know if he looks at it once. He looks at it for like 2 seconds because he's looking right at Al, and then he completely turns around and he's staring at the bench for the rest of the play.
Ryan, it's so weird, dude. I don't like that's
Maybe he did bet on the Celtics. Maybe he is like insider or something because this is.
Well, Frank, you hit. I mean, not Frank. Greg, you hit your bet, right?
Nah, you bet at Sixers.
Yeah, I hit mine. I had Sixers.
Sixers for +3.
I had Sixers +2.5 winner.
Plus 3.5 cashed, yeah.
Yeah, cash. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah,
So
we
you took
cashing
money
over
line.
here, Nate. Nate, we cashing, baby. We
Yeah,
cashing.
cashing. Yeah.
We cashing, even win an L. It's like a win and an L.
No, are you holding the phone or do you have like a
Stop you there.
a selfie stick?
I'm gonna stop you there. I should have stopped you as soon as you said
I'm holding the phone. And by the way, Jesse, thanks for checking in. I've been awake the entire time, believe it or not.
just an eye rester.
Yeah, right. I know, right?
Have your hands
He's
fallen
an eye
asleep?
rester.
Yeah,
Have
he's
your hands
squishing
fallen
hands with his
asleep?
eyes.
Well,
I don't
because
know,
I'm
a couple
kidding.
thoughts, No, it looks like you had some good dreams, man.
Nah, I've been awake the entire time.
I believe it.
All right, we're gonna need a write up of everything we talked about then.
Yeah, I think you had a dream that you were awake. I don't think you were actually awake.
Yeah. Hold on. Let's see. Sixers lose, and once again the Sixers lose to the Celtics.
Yeah, that's all you need to know. He ain't wrong about that.
Yeah, it's
Man.
something, I guess. Can you just throw in Tobias
Yeah,
sucks
I
in there
mean-
too? Can you throw Tobias sucks in there too?
Before,
French-
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
They didn't get it done. And maybe Ben Simmons will join us someday.
where here?
Hey Ben, are you awake?
Yeah, where's he joining us? In hell? Where's he joining us?
He's probably got a little mental illness going on.
A little bit of Willie Vegas out there.
Yeah, I'm sure he lost a lot of sleep tonight watching this game. Oh wait, I guarantee you the TV wasn't even on. Probably too stressful for him.
Yeah, I got to be out there next time for your flag football game. Show you boys up. I look like it was some fun. No comment. Okay,
No, sorry, I'm watching Horford now.
that's cool.
Yeah. I gotta go to Anna Horford's Twitter.
That's cool.
He was just screaming and yelling.
Ralphie, I especially like your defense. It's beautiful.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, that
Great.
one-on-one with you and Pete.
yeah.
Classic.
And the crazy thing is too, I thought I had him on the inside. Just got to move the hips a little bit.
Yeah, just
Right
a little
there.
bit. Footwork needs
Yeah.
a little bit of work.
Go to the tape.
I mean, that's the slowest
see
route
right
I've
there?
ever seen in my life.
Right there, he stopped on a dime.
He stopped on a dime. He definitely stopped on a dime.
Let's get a little slow motion.
Didn't
I
even
couldn't-
open up the stride. Oop.
Uh,
No,
So,
love it.
the dog was barking out there, like in the yard, which caught me off guard too.
Yeah, I had really.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I like it.
I don't know, Ralph. I think you looked like our defensive backs did the first 5 weeks of the season.
How about
Noah, while you were awake, Umberto wants to know what you have to say about the Giants' loss.
I'm disgusted. They laid a huge egg. I mean, the bottom line is, if you wanted any hope to stay in playoff contention, you got to win that football game. You got to go up to the Meadowlands and take care of business. You were playing a 3-7 Giants team, coached by a schmo from Lansdale Catholic and Joe Judge, and it's a complete joke. It's a complete and utter joke that they went up there and lost this football game. I mean, what can I say? Jalen Reagor is a complete bum. He can't play in this league, period. All right? He dropped just about every fucking pass thrown to him. And Jalen Hurts, I hate to say it, he's made some strides here and there this season, but let's face it, that's been mostly with his legs. All right? But he's a quarterback. And the problem is he can't throw, guys. He can't throw. You know, whether or not, to be honest, I don't think it's the arm strength issue. I really think it's he can't see the damn field. He can't, a guy, he could have two guys wide open and he doesn't see them. That's a problem. You got to be able to see the whole field. You
He's like
got to
Harris.
be able to go through all your options and process an offense. And
He can't.
look,
he doesn't. He never
look. He honestly, he's a game manager. All right. Now, can you win with a game manager? Yes,
Yeah,
but
like
you
that?
got to put a.
He's still your father. You like that?
Bleach Report's Instagram has a picture. I guess it's probably the what do you call it? Celtics broadcast, but at the bottom of Tatum's stat line, it says is still Embiid's father.
Yep. Yep. Payback's a bitch.
What payback?
I mean,
Oh,
That didn't make sense. That didn't even make sense.
Yeah, it did when you fucking clown me over the fucking Schroeder shit. When they
That's
put
payback?
fucking-
That's not even
Yeah,
direct
it is.
payback. You're a Lakers
Yes,
fan.
it is.
Holmes?
Yes,
what are you
it
talking
is.
about?
You hate to see it. You hate to see it. I love it. NBC Sports.
Half your
Boston.
roster's retired, please.
Clap it up.
Break another ankle.
Clap it up.
Punch Isaiah Stewart again.
And
See what
Embiid,
happens.
anyway, to wrap up, to continue with Sunday's game there, as Umberto was inquiring about, along with it being one of the ugliest games I've seen the Eagles play. I mean, sadly, it wasn't even the ugliest game I saw them play this year. But certainly the ugliest game that we've seen in recent weeks. And they just didn't look prepared. And I think the Giants, they looked ready to stop the run. They wanted to force Jaylen to throw. And Jaylen, he couldn't do it. He couldn't find the open man. I think at times, our offensive line was okay, not great. And our wide receivers were non-existent. And Jalen Reagor, I don't know why he's playing in the NFL. I mean, that kind of sums it up. I mean, to go up to the Meadowlands and only come away with 7 fucking points is not acceptable.
No.
Especially when you're trying to keep your already slim playoff hopes alive. To put only 7 goddamn points on the board, that's not going to get it done. And 4 turnovers, 2 of them in the red zone. The one right before the half ended, that absolutely killed us. I mean, shit, if those two red zone turnovers in the first half, if you're able to just take the points, you win the football game. And if Jalen Reagor catches it on the goal line at the last play, at the end of the game there, you win the game. And, and he dropped numerous passes.
Yeah, he dropped 2 big balls.
Yeah, he dropped the one in the end. Yeah, the one, that's right. The over-the-shoulder one in the end zone. Yep, that was clank. Yep. And then the one at the end of the game, the last offensive play of the game.
Isn't that funny?
I'm sorry?
No, I said, isn't it funny, too? Jalen's probably better balls of his year.
Yeah.
The one to Watkins and that one and that one to Jaylen, too, is probably better balls.
Yeah.
Both were dropped.
Yep. 2 fucking dime pieces on a platter. Butterfinger.
I mean, and don't get me wrong, Jaylen Hurts didn't look good either. I mean, I don't even think he completed half his passes, did he?
No.
What was his stat line, guys?
I know that his QBR was 17 and a half.
Yeah, his QBR was
14 for
17.
31.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
Yeah.
Very
14
bad.
of 31?
Yep.
Yeah.
and had what about 150 yards or so?
Not even 124 or something like that.
Yeah, it was like 124, 3
yeah.
interceptions, QBR 17 and a half.
Yeah, I mean, we turned the football over 4 times, like I said, 2 in the red zone, 3 picks by Hurts. It just you're not gonna beat anybody that way. And I think the biggest problem is teams now have a blueprint on how to stop the run, and they're gonna force this guy to beat them with his arm.
Yeah, I don't even think they stopped the run though in that game.
They did because we still rushed for over 200 yards.
Yeah, we were still running the ball.
Yeah,
it was
well, yeah.
He ran and he passed in bad spots. Like he started off
right. Well, not only that, no, I agree. I mean, the play calling by Sirianni at times was just downright abysmal.
Yeah.
So he didn't help either. I mean, I guess do we miss Jordan Howard that much? I mean, my God.
I think we did.
A grown man playing running back?
We did too.
Yeah, grown man playing running back. Yeah.
Easily.
Yeah. I mean, who would have thought we would have been missing him? Well, we certainly did on Sunday.
Yeah.
And do we know his availability?
He's back this week. I think he's back this week, ain't he?
No, he wouldn't have. He didn't practice today. He wouldn't have practiced today.
I don't think he's going to be back this week.
No, Ralphie, where'd you see that?
Isn't that what they were saying? That they were
everybody
expected to come
honestly,
back?
Everybody's hurt besides Gainwell.
That's what the report said last week.
Yeah, well, they said today that he hasn't touched practice. He hasn't been on the practice field.
He's got a neck injury, right?
Yeah.
Nah, his knee. I thought it was his knee.
Oh, just
neck.
He landed on his neck.
Here's
he landed on his head.
No, I think.
So, guys, here's the $64 million question then. If Jalen Hurts doesn't have full mobility because of his ankle sprain, do you entertain the thought of starting Gardner Minshew?
It doesn't.
It's not happening.
It's not happening. Jalen already said he's starting, so it doesn't matter.
But I'm just saying, in light of, I mean, it doesn't matter what Jalen says if the coaching staff thinks, if Sirianni thinks
he's your starter. A little bit does matter.
Yeah, it matters.
If any other starter says I'm healthy, I'm playing, they're playing.
Yeah, no.
In any sport, you know what I mean? Like
I hear you, but they better make sure that this kid is 100% healthy, or else putting him out there is not productive. I mean, he relies on his legs for him to be productive at all.
Nobody's healthy.
No one's healthy. Yeah, exactly. Nate.
It is a knee, by the way, Ralphie. It is a knee. But he's not. Either way, he hasn't practiced.
Who?
Howard.
Okay, but yeah, it's a knee. I feel like it'd be a neck.
That's what I thought, because I didn't thought it was the neck. Yeah, he landed on his friggin' head.
His knee.
I thought it was his neck or his back, right? Like one of the two.
My neck, my back. My neck and my back.
The rest of it.
I mean, I promise you this. I promise you this. If we turn the ball over 4 times again this week, we're going to get beat by the Jets too.
Turn the ball over 2 times. We're getting beat by the Jets.
Listen, the guy. I don't know what you say about it. Like they tried to do something different in the first half last week, especially in the first quarter, and a little bit in the second too, where they just tried to they tried to put the ball in his hands, because you got to throw to win in this league, consistently, and he didn't get it done. And he was late on decisions. He's not looking through read one. He's not going through any progressions, period. And when you're staring guys down, when you're staring guys down, you're not going to be successful in this league. You're just not. I mean, really, even in college. I mean, good God forbid.
Like broken records, right, Tom? Not to cut you off, but we've said this since week 1. Like, this isn't anything new. That's what I don't get. Like, people are like this is nothing new that we're seeing from Jalen Hurts. He had a nice run, and literally they had a nice run because they were running the football. He wasn't playing the quarterback position well. He was being able to be utilizing his legs, playing to his strengths, playing to this offensive line strengths, playing to the running back strength.
Nate, he's throwing the ball 20 times a game, right? Like he was throwing the ball 20 times a game.
Like what are we talking? Like he wasn't playing quarterback. He really wasn't. Like, did he make a couple good balls here and there? Yeah, but he made it also in that run. He made some bad passes. Like this shit that sailed, shit that just wasn't off. Shit that he probably say, "Oh, I need that back. I need to play better." But it was hidden because one, we were running the ball well, and people didn't forget it, but how important it is. Not only were we getting turnovers, we were turning those turnovers into points.
Mhm.
Like we were scoring defensive touchdowns, which we haven't seen in years in this city. You know what I'm saying? So it was a perfect run. It was a perfect storm. And we said it a million times before, man. You got to be able to throw. You got to be able to throw guys open. He's obviously not even close to being there yet, but we will always question the talent in his arm. Always question it.
Yeah,
Not
but
his
listen,
arm strength.
but listen, that's not even like we can question.
I'm shaking out my ear so I can listen.
No, I love you because this is where you're going to agree. Like
I'm never going to agree with you.
You will, because to be clear, the arm strength isn't the biggest concern here, right?
No.
You can get away. I mean, Drew Brees literally was like us throwing left-handed last year, and the year before, and the year before that. Guy couldn't throw. Guy couldn't throw anymore.
Yeah.
But because he knew what he was running, he knew his reads, he knew his progressions. He was a quarterback first, right? He was able to just be on time with stuff. If you're on time, you can make up for it. If you know where you're going with the football and you know what defenses they're playing, and you can throw guys open, you can get away with not having a cannon, especially with his skill set. The problem is when you don't do those things, now the arm strength really comes into play, Nate. Now it's really a factor because now you're going to be late on throws and you don't have the zip like some guys do to make up for it. So now it becomes a combo. That's where we're seeing eye to eye. It's not just the arm strength. You can get away with that if you're good in the pocket, right? And you're trusting stuff and you're going through your progression. You can get away with it. If you don't do that, even if you have a cannon, you're probably not that successful. You're going to get – this is the big leagues. Like a guy – me and Ryan talked about it Monday. A guy named Love. I don't even know who the fuck he is. All right? A guy named Love said, we wanted him to throw the football. Nobody says that.
Yeah.
Nobody says that about any quarterback. Like, we're trying to make him throw it. What?
4 Giants said it on record. 4. So 3 other guys. 4 of them said that we want a quarterback to do what a quarterback does.
So stop with the Lamar because nobody says, hey, we wanted Lamar to throw it.
No.
Even though we know he can't throw it that great. But, like, you know what I mean? Like, Cleveland didn't come out and say, hey, we really wanted to make him throw it. Like, yeah, you probably did. But you're not going to come out and say that, right? Like, that's how egregious this is. Like, we want to make him throw it 30 times. 30 times? So I go from 20 to 30, and my production of you goes from, average to, like, the worst quarterback in the country. You know what I mean? There's 5-star recruits coming out of high school that are probably more talented then. Because, like, that's what it was. So we aired you out 30 times, and it got that egregious against the 23rd or whatever ranked defense in football. That's hard to swallow as a fan.
Can I read there's a comment on our Instagram from last night, okay? And I didn't want to argue with the guy. I just wanted you to hear it because unfortunately there's a lot of people like this. And I also wanted to find a comment that wasn't on Twitter. From co.escobar. Okay, appreciate the comment. He says if he caught the perfect pass, talking about Rager, the perfect pass that Hurts threw, you'd be praising Hurts for winning that game. No. Pass should have never been dropped twice.
No.
We said can't throw 3 interceptions. He says would be irrelevant had the catches been made. That's the point. We have a first-year starting quarterback.
That's wrong.
It's wrong. By the letter of the law, ladies and gentlemen, the NFL, you're not, but okay. And common sense, you're not a first-year quarterback. But anyway, who showed a lot of heart and leadership. Where have we heard that before? In a world that would have been a game-winning drive after throwing 3 picks. That takes a lot of guts and skill. He's the real deal.
Listen, there's
just throw the phone out the window.
because I won't even tell him to throw the phone out the window because there's parts of that
I'm about to say
that are fair.
True. Yeah, it's
There's
fair.
parts of that are fair.
A lot of it's fair.
Like, dude, he put 2 balls on the money. I don't care what anybody's got to say. There are 2 balls that are on the money. They got caught, but they weren't.
Yep.
The fact is they weren't. So would we be praising him? We won a football game, so of course there's going to be more praise. And of course we're going to overlook some of the mistakes because we're going to talk about the mocks. We're going to talk about the ability in the most crucial time in the game. You have the ability to stand in and make big throws, right? So, so there's parts of that are true, and there's other parts of that that are like, dude, now it sounds like you have over love for him. Like okay, are you watching the Brady documentary? Because I feel like you are. Like I feel like you're watching that and you think it's Tom. Because it's not. It's not. It's not. Now, like he's not. He's not. He's not.
3 interceptions in a game is never irrelevant. Ever. Putting up 7 points is never irrelevant.
But it becomes irrelevant.
We would critique him more. We would critique the game, but we would be happy with the win. Yeah. Like the conversation would be obviously lighter. So what the dude said, I actually agree with him.
Y'all are lying for a minute. I got to jump in because we're all lying. And I'm lying to myself too. Because at the end of the day, if he throws that game-winning touchdown pass, if that's converted, right?
Right.
Our conversations, I'm not telling you guys that we don't critique some of the bad throws, right? I'm saying that the conversation shifts from that to, yo, that's some mocks. Right, that's what we were looking for because me and Greg texted during the game about, hey, hold on, listen. Greg has proof of this. I said, now we're going to find out what the guy does in what we were waiting for, right? We talked about it over the last week. Like, we haven't seen him in that situation, right?
Yeah, it's a new situation for him.
So listen, our conversations as a family at A2D, our conversations like, we really want to see him in that kind of spot. Now, all of a sudden, he gets in that kind of spot. Now you're like, okay. So the whole point in that situation where we haven't seen him in that spot, if he throws a game-winning touchdown pass in the situation that we're in, playoff-wise, trying to get in, right, big game, I'm not saying we're overlooking that stuff, but for at least a week, we're more talking about, ooh, look at him, look at him, look at him.
Now, you're right.
You're right. The only way I would
we're definitely being critical of things, but
because he made the game-winning play when it counted, right? And I can see that because even though what's his name? Devontae was open, and I'm not even sure anybody else was open. When he threw the ball to Rager was open and hit him in the hands, and he could have fell in the end zone. So in that spot that you wanted to see him, he kind of made the right play because Rager got open. Like Rager was covered, scramble. And I disagree with a lot of things that, like the quote unquote experts are saying about, because I think when you look at the quarterback position, as you climb the pocket, you go through your reads. And they were saying because he felt pressure that he didn't see Smith. Well, Smith crosses his face, right?
Smith was open almost his whole route.
He was open twice.
He was open 100%. Yeah.
He crossed his face as he was stepping up, and then he slides to the left when Smith turns up. But regardless of all that, he still made a good play because he threw the ball to an open guy.
Yeah, I don't even care about the second play.
Yeah,
right, like the second one's irrelevant to me because you should have hit Smith on the cross, right? That's an easy first down. He's out of bounds. He's probably down to the 10, the 5. Maybe he scores. I don't know. But he's still it's still a big explosive play, right? It's play one of that. It's play one that's going to sit with me because, listen, maybe the guy hung on your back, whatever. That's a dime piece. That's a flat-out dime. He catches that. He's in the end zone for sure, right? Play two, he's catching at the 1. Is that little bit strong enough?
Yo, at the 1 with 18 seconds left.
Yeah, is that soft? He's strong enough to get in?
I think he falls in the end zone.
He might, yeah.
He's soft. In my opinion, he sits on his back, he sits on his booty, and he don't get in.
Well, that's why I think he drops the pass because he's anticipating pressure. He's anticipating contact. That's why I think he dropped the pass.
He's anticipating a hit instead of, hey, I don't even care about the hit. Let me catch the football first, and then I take the hit, right?
Yeah,
if you're thinking about a hit, you're dropping shit.
He's bracing for impact. He's bracing for impact 20 seconds before he gets the ball.
Play one's the one. Play one, he scores easy. Like he's in.
Yeah. Oh, easily, yeah.
And that's the dime. Play two is a wrong read, but still a good ball, right?
It was a good ball. It was a good ball.
Wrong read, good ball. Play one is the right read, great ball. You're just throwing it to a guy who stinks. So that's the sad part of it. So I think our conversation would have been we would be praising him. Rightfully so. And I'm a guy who, I crush him. You know, whenever the time comes I need to crush, I crush. But I'm telling you, I crushed him after that game, but he can't play what ifs. We can't play well, what if? Because our mood would be different. So we can't even judge how we would feel about him because we didn't catch the ball twice. We didn't win the football game. So you can't play we can play what Nate said up to. Hey, great ball, right? Great balls. But guess what? We still lost the game. And part of the reason we lost the game is because you had 3 turnovers.
Well, and Tom, I think my main disagreement with this whole thing, going to that one comment, and I think a lot of the comments we've seen since that game is that at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what could have happened. It matters what happened, right? To your point. So we're not going to play the what if games, but it's the people out there saying, oh, well, if Jalen Reagor would have caught one or of those 2 passes, we would all be saying Jalen Hurts had a great game. No, that's idiotic. That's where I'm like, well, we're not praising him for the game. We're praising him for it's like, oh, okay, you flush all the bad stuff and you move on, right? Short-term memory type thing. But nobody that watches that game, catching the ball in the first play, second play, win the game, whatever, should be saying after that, oh, well, if Reagor catches that, he had a good game or a great game. No, absolutely not. There's not a scenario that exists where that's
the conversation of a franchise quarterback is more the conversation you're having.
Yes.
You're having maybe not a great game, but you're having hey, that's what franchise quarterbacks do in those spots. That's the conversation you're having.
Right. I was gonna say that same exact thing. I was gonna say he had a shitty game, but he rose in the right time with the spot. He made a play when you needed a play. And that's what you like to see out of your quarterback.
Yep.
It's a big week for him. I don't care what anybody says. I'm giving him next year because I don't know what they do, but they're not going to give him next year. And let me ask you guys a question, because we watched the guy struggle 2 games back from a nail through his whole hand, which was his throwing hand. So we watched a guy struggle a little bit. But I said this on Monday to Ryan, and it sort of surfaced a little bit today, but a different name, right? But the conversation that Jeffrey Lurie will not sit around and not go get a guy who can throw the ball around the yard. It's just not his MO.
That's why I said in the offseason.
Who's more realistic, Ralph? I'm going to go right to you, and then we'll circle the room, and then we'll get in our score predictions, okay? Who's more realistic in terms of 2 names I'm going to give you? Russell Wilson, and who would you rather have? Russell Wilson, Derek Carr. Now, remember, both guys are going to give you – you're not going to be giving up the same for both guys. That's understood going into it. One guy's been to 2 Super Bowls. One guy's probably going to put on a gold. One guy's putting on a gold jacket. The other guy is not, right? But
what do I got to give up? Give me more details.
Okay, I'll give you more details. Say you have to give up 2 first-round picks for Russell Wilson, at least. Okay, at least.
And you got to pay him too.
And you got to pay him, or you're giving up one of your first and a fourth to say I'm gonna add on just because I don't know, right? So say a 1 and a 4 for Carr, not saying that's fair value, and 2 first and a second for Russell Wilson. All right, I'm going Carr, and I love Russ. I'm going Carr because I don't have to give up as much. I might have to give up 3 first. You might have to give up 3 because the Giants are in it, and the Giants have 2 firsts that they give up this year.
They have 6 and 7 too. They have back-to-back. Yeah,
so
which
you
are
might
higher than ours.
3. So I don't know if that was fair value. 2 firsts and a second. So should we say 3 firsts?
No, that's too
much. I don't think it's too much. No, because I don't even think Deshaun's getting that.
Say a first for Carr, just a first, and 2 firsts and a second for Russ.
And you have to pay him.
I still think that's a lot for Russ, but go ahead.
Yeah, I do too. I do
too, but that's what I've been hearing now, which is wow, that's a lot. But it's because so many people might be in the sweepstakes that I think
how old is Russ? 34,
yeah,
35?
but the thing is
33.
33.
Can you guarantee yourself a playoff berth with Russ over Derek Carr? That's the question you got to ask yourself. But before you pull off the trade,
I can book a Russ playoff trip. I can book a Russ playoff trip.
And if you're won another Super Bowl, who's the quickest quarterback that can get you back to the playoffs? And the obvious answer is Russell Wilson.
Yep.
So what's the
And
answer?
it's not even close. It's not close.
So are you saying Russ?
I'll go with Russ. Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm going
Because
Russell.
we all know
Yeah.
we know all how Jeffrey Lurie works.
Okay.
He wants the flashy guy. He wants the flashy guy, and he's not going to sit around and he's not going to play anymore. He's going to go get Russell Wilson if he's available.
Russell isn't, but let me jump in here because I got to get out of here. But Russell isn't flashy because he's won. Like you said, like he's about to. You know, what I mean, we can almost book him for a gold jacket.
He's flashy in the sense
because he's going to get a
he's
gold.
flashy
He's
in the
good.
sense, but Nate, it's flashy in the sense that it's front newspaper, dude. Look
I
at
think
the
any
Eagles all over every offseason. Every
to the
offseason,
Eagles would
the
be
Eagles want to be front newspaper. You got
Carr
3
would be
first
front.
rounders.
Carr would be
Carr taking
front.
us to the
It's the
playoffs
Eagles.
too.
Is he?
Yeah, because yes, because you
Any
saw
starting
first.
quarterback's taking us to the playoffs.
Who takes you farther though? Who takes you farther?
Russ.
Russell or
That's the
Derek
question.
Carr?
Yeah,
That is a good question.
Listen, I'm with you. Like
There's
Who takes you farther though?
I'm Russ with you because Russ can win with nothing. Carr can't.
Maybe. Nate, hold on. One with Carr, you're getting still. You can address your defense with 2 first-round picks. Okay, you can still address your defense with 2 first-round picks, and now you still have a ton of money to spend. Now with Russ, you'll probably back end a lot of that money so you can spend money right now. So I would say, listen, there's caveats to both. I think with Russ, you're going to get another big name on your offense somewhere. Okay, like I think you sign a big wide receiver, something
Williams.
else.
Yeah, I mean,
Mike Williams.
So I think you get that, but then
Chris Godwin.
with Derek Carr, though, you get it cheaper. He's only.
I understand that, but as an owner and a GM, what quarterback takes you farther? That's what you got to ask yourself.
Well, Russ common sense does.
let's be real though, too. Let's be real. They drafted Jalen Hurts because of what?
Russell Wilson.
They passed on Russell Wilson,
Yeah.
right?
And
The thing that's
and
scary
every-
about Russ,
Tommy,
He's the white
we all
whale.
know, Tommy, if he's got a chance to fucking get him to make up from 2012 or 2013, he's gonna get him. Dude.
Well, who
He's
said
Howie's
that?
white
We
whale.
all know this as Eagles fans.
He's
Yeah,
Howie's white whale.
Joe Banner said that too. Like, and who
Come on.
trained Howie Roseman, right? I mean, who's been around Jeffrey Lurie?
Absolutely.
Listen, I think they're all in for him. I think they can win
I
with
think
either guy.
too.
I think they can win with either guy.
Shit, if they don't make the playoffs, they might get the deal done the day they get eliminated. Shit, the first day of offseason, they might get the deal done.
I'll tell you what.
Derek Carr have around
running to get a Russell Wilson jersey if he's in the Eagles green. I'll tell you that.
I mean,
right
Derek Carr was only good for that 1 year before he snapped his ankle.
Yeah.
Did Derek Carr have Marshawn Lynch? Like, did Derek Carr have the Legion of Doom? No, never had that.
now. No, he didn't. But I wasn't. I'll be honest. I wasn't a Russell fan. I never was. Just because of those factors, because he got so much praise, but he had so much help. Like, and it was like legendary help. It wasn't just like good help. It was literally legendary help. You know, that defense was legendary. Those runs and, you know, those moments created by Lynch, legendary. They still talk about it. So I thought he got a lot of help, but once that was gone, he put Seattle on his back, and he did it for a lot of years.
He did.
City offensive line.
A very
You know what I mean?
shitty offensive
and he
line.
won some games. He took them to the playoffs. He didn't make anything, but he started to climb, and he started to put himself in the MVP conversation.
Okay.
as being one of the best quarterbacks in this league.
Okay, how long then? Because his biggest skill set is to be able to all around, right?
No, I don't think so. But go ahead. In the beginning, it was, but not anymore.
What are you talking about? Inside the pocket, he don't move all around. That's all he
You said
does.
his biggest skill set. I don't think it's his biggest skill set. I think his arm is still as big. I think
I got you. Yeah, I don't want to semantic it, but you're right.
You're right. You're right. I'm sorry.
No, you're right though, because his arm is a freaking laser. So
Yeah.
there's no debating that.
Right.
But then his other thing is say mobility. We'll just say mobility.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, you good. I'm following.
Are we good with that 3 years from now? At 36, like I don't know. I mean, listen, modern medicine.
If he's winning you ball games, I'll sign up for anything.
But is he still, right? Because right now,
you trust his arm. You trust his arm, though. Like, you trust his legs, right? Because you've seen it, and you know he can move, but he can sit in the pocket. So I trust his arm.
Nate, all of us, there's something we're not talking about here. And the biggest reason why we see him do this and run all around, we have to see and we have to gauge what he looks like behind this offensive line, which is way better than he has in Seattle.
Yep.
100 times better. Come
It's
on.
completely different.
It's night and day.
He can't afford to sit in the pocket in Seattle because it's 2 seconds and then he's got 3 guys on him. He's got to be out. He's got to be on his back
If
foot.
he comes here, they're going to give him a running game. I really think so.
Absolutely.
That's what we're seeing. I think Baldy came on. I think it was like WIP. I was listening to, and our offensive line. I knew it because we were doing it, but not just think of it. Like we're mauling people up front. Like they're just beating defensive lines up in the run game.
Our left side's arguably top 5 left side in football.
In the run
And they're
game,
both puppies.
in the run game, yeah.
Yep, and they're both babies.
Yeah, they love to do it, and you see it, and you see that like it's real interesting because you know about Brooks and Lane, they were so close, and you heard about how they were close, but now you're starting to see it, like you said, shift to the left side. You're seeing Lane and Mailata really start to build that brotherhood and that camaraderie. And we already know what kind of freak Mailata is.
And we already know what kind of grader Dickerson is, right? So we know those two love to play downhill.
Dickerson's even a better pedigree. That's the crazy.
Yeah.
Like Dickerson's the better pedigree.
This is a good thing to have, Nate. This is good, baby. We don't have a lot of good things to talk about. This is a good thing to talk about. But listen, we talk about protecting Russell Wilson, right? Rightfully so. But then, okay, talk about the other guy. The other guy has a shit offensive line. Had one for a while, right? So if you protect Derek Carr, does his numbers even get better than they are already? Right? So, I mean, any quarterback that can actually throw it, their numbers are going to get better when they got guys, when they got a running game and they got an offensive line that can protect you. So, I mean, I would think either one's a win-win for this franchise. Like I don't think there's a loss in that. I would lean towards Russ, obviously, for obvious reasons,
like
guys.
Carr.
You know what I mean? But I think either one's a win.
I'm not a Carr. I'd rather draft somebody than take
You
Carr.
be a Carr fan. You watch him. You be a Carr fan.
I've seen him. I think he's proven that he's an upper tier quarterback. But has he been to the playoffs yet? Have they been to the playoffs? I don't think
He
so.
hasn't been
Right?
healthy. He hasn't been healthy. That's the issue. He
hurt.
gets his best 2 seasons.
Is he injury prone?
Yeah.
No.
His best season, he broke his ankle, Danny.
Well, his best 2 seasons, he had the back in, I believe, in 15, and then he snapped his leg in the other year.
Okay.
So but to your question, Nate, he's played 16 games pretty much every season but 2, and the problem is he doesn't get hurt in season. He just can't finish seasons because those 2 years he's gotten hurt in the final week. You know what I'm saying? So like they've been good.
You signing up for this, Al? You signing up for this? Just to throw this in there, right? You signing up for in 2018, he threw for 4,000 yards, 19 TDs, 10 picks, 93 passer rating. 2019, he threw for 4,000 yards, 21 TDs, 8 picks, 100 QB rating. Last year, he threw for 4,100, 27 touchdowns, 9 interceptions, 101 rating. Right now, he's thrown for 3,400 already, 17 TDs, 9 picks, and a rating of 97. So he's always been a guy who throws picks, right, a little bit because he's a slinger. Not saying they're great numbers, but I think
the question, Tom, can he get you? Like I think the question that would always makes me go to Russ. Can he get you over the hump? Like can he just take over a game and win you a game? Because we know Russ can just take over a game and win you a game. Can Carr do that? And I don't think he. I think he's in that Baker territory, right? They're good, but can they take you over the hump to get you where you want to go?
I'm not. Listen, he's not Russell Wilson. There's no even bringing that up. Russell obviously gets you over the hump. The conversation is I got to give up less, and I'm watching a guy this year go through what he's gone through with that organization, and him continue to play football at a high level. Says a lot about his character. Says a lot about his work ethic. Says a lot about him going to work every week. Says a lot about those things because everything that's happened with the Oakland Raiders or Las Vegas Raiders right now, everything that's happened gives guys opportunities to quit. It's easy to quit now, right? You lose your head coach, right? You lose your number one wide receiver essentially. Okay, what else did he lose? I'm sure he lost other stuff, right? I feel like he has, but whatever. Okay, you lose all that, yet you lost offensive linemen.
Darren Waller's non-existent right now.
Not existent. He's banged up. So you're losing all this, and you're still going out and playing football at a high level. That really, I'm not overrating Derek Carr. I'm telling you, I never was a Derek Carr guy like that. But this year showed me something, and I think I could probably get him for I get for pennies on the dollar compared to what I get for Russ, and now I can build a team still. With Russ, I'm concerned about building him in or built.
For Carr. I think Carr needs a really good team around him to be super a decent, Pro Bowl player. I don't. I think you put Russell Wilson on this team, I think they can win with Russell Wilson.
But Russ has got better wide receivers right now.
Yeah, I mean, and it goes back.
And he's still not doing it right now, right? And I understand he's injured, right? But that's where my hesitation is, right? I got to give up a ton of assets, then give up a ton of money, whether it's backloaded or not. Got to give up a ton of both for a guy who arguably right now has better, at least wide receivers, than what he would potentially come to. Now, granted, there's free agency, there's draft and all that stuff, but right now, this is what we're judging off of.
Yeah, and
I don't know that I can do that.
It goes back to what we always talked about in this city. When after TL, we need a number one receiver. Number one receivers don't equal rings. They just
offensive line protecting the quarterback does, which he doesn't have. I mean?
But you look at Jaylen every week, and Jalen's always you know what I mean? He's all over the place.
Well, Jaylen stinks.
I understand, but just because he gets here doesn't necessarily mean it's all going to be peaches and cream.
Well, Russ?
Yeah, man.
Same with everything you got to give up, though, right? We're all thinking it's all just going to be picks, and I'm not saying it's not. But
for me, if I'm trading for anything, I'm trading for somebody that I know can win me a Super Bowl or is going to give me a really good chance. I'm not even going to the well.
I don't know if Russ can do that at this point in his career.
He's going to give you the best chance. He's going to give you the best chance of anybody available.
Greg's fair on this. I'm a huge Russell Wilson guy, but he hasn't been to that dance in a long time. Hasn't been to an NFC title game in a long time.
And our defense isn't the Legion of Boom either.
Yeah, I don't know. You're giving up the assets. That's the problem. So how much can you build around him? Because you have to build enough. You can't be non-existent building. You have to build enough if we're talking about Super Bowl. And I'm not telling you Derek Carr's going to get there. What I'm telling you is I think you can build. You still have the assets and the money to really load up and say, you know what? I already got a number one wide receiver. I'm going to go get him another one. Say Chris Godwin. I got a number one tight end. I got an offensive line. I'm going to go get him a running back too. We're going to pound the football. He's going to be able to read defenses. He's going to be able to stay in the pocket, right? And then I'm going to go load up defensively in the draft and some assets free agent-wise. Now I have a team that can legitimately win the NFC East right there because arguably he's just as good as Dak. That guy hasn't won shit. So he's arguably just as good as Dak, okay? And now I actually can compete in my division, and I have a chance. I have a chance in the NFC because if you think about the NFC, you have to look around. Rodgers only getting older, right? I mean, the lights out guys are only going up in age. So the best one's Kyler Murray, team wise right now, right? So I got it real quick. I got a chance to still win. I think you guys are underestimating. This is me not overhyping Derek Carr. It's that I get a legit guy who can spin the fucking football, and I can put a ton around him.
Well, all right, I'll throw this in here. If you trade for Derek Carr, you got to trade him after. You have to pay him after next year. He's on a 1-year deal.
Okay, but I don't have to pay him Russell Wilson money. I don't have to pay him $40 million a year.
And just to debate you here, Tom.
Difference.
This is debate you here, Tom. So you said all that, but if I get Russ and a first round pick, because I don't have to give up all three, right? I'm going to still get my first round pick. So maybe I get Russ, a first round pick. And maybe Godwin, and because he wants to come play with Russ, I'll take. You know what I mean? If you think of this offensive line,
you're contradicting. No. You're contradicting the whole situation on what he had success with. He had success with a great defense and a running game. So yeah, you're going to get him another show pony. He has 2 show ponies in Seattle. The problem is he doesn't have a running game.
We don't have to take Godwin. Give me Russ in the first round.
Well, no, I'm making you guys a point. How much can we put into our defense to get a better defense out there too? We're walking around like we got a defense like that. We played well over the last few weeks, but we're not that upper echelon type of defense yet. So how are we going to be able to do that?
Pick and change that. It'll be a difference maker, whether it be the safety from Notre Dame or pass.
That motherfucker better be a gold jacket He better be walking in the gold jacket if we're talking about one player to really upgrade this defense. Let's not run away from this defense for a second. It's not as good as it's played the last few weeks. Let's be real. We got some holes out there, and we got some things we got to get better at. Now we played better. We've gotten better. I'll give them that. But let's not get carried away where we don't have holes there. And I'm looking right at Ralphie, who knows we have holes. Right, like let's not get away from that.
I've been killing Fletch since day one, so I know we got holes. You know what I mean? I know we got holes.
I'm just at the end of the day, I'm taking the better quarterback.
No, absolutely fair. I'm
taking the better quarterback.
I like
bullshitting about it.
Hey, fellas, I gotta get out here. Hey, Noah, man, throw in the towel like me, man. Like my man said, throw in the towel. All right, fellas, I'll see y'all
later.
Playoffs.
Now throw Deshaun Watson in the mix. Okay.
Take it easy, Nate.
While everybody's listening, you can become an A2D member. We got a lot of members chiming in. $9.99 a month. Get you everything. Get you picks from Nate on the weekends, Willie Vegas, Daily Fantasy. You get in the Jersey member wheel weekly on Mondays. And on Saturdays, you get on Steve's wheel on whatever he's giving away. You get 20% off A2D gear. It's a no-brainer, family. No-brainer. Somebody become a member. Pin right in the comment section on YouTube. Go click on it, become a member. And thanks for joining us. And our Eagles predictions, which are coming up or right now, are brought to you by Manscaped. And you can get 20% off and free shipping with the code A2D at manscaped.com. Unlock your confidence and always use the right tools for the job with Manscaped. Use that promo code and get free shipping. Promo code A2D, 20% off at manscaped.com. So, you boys ready to get in the
absolutely
sure.
Now is Joe Flacco starting this week?
I don't know.
Is that's a big
it's Wilson's cousin.
Is it? Is he starting? Zach Wilson?
Why wouldn't he be?
Because he was questionable and he got hurt.
Because he got hurt again
in the win? Did he?
Yeah, he got hurt again.
Yep.
I know if they were going to go to Flacco, it might be a long day because he knows the defense. He was here a little bit, Might pick
that would be fitting.
Get the ball out.
It would be amazing.
It would be.
I don't think it matters.
We lose
me
to the
personally, but it would be amazing.
Can you imagine that?
Sure.
Yes, I can imagine it.
Oh man.
34-21 Eagles.
Okay. All right.
That's what it better be. It better be like a game that's like that you're
I
too
get to sit back and relax.
By the way, I don't know if
a stress-free game.
I don't know if we should get players of the game because we did it last week and they lost. The 2 wins before that, we didn't get players of the game.
Okay,
because we didn't pick the Eagles.
That's not true.
Against the Tom, I think only Tom picked the Eagles the one game,
and he didn't give players the game.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
But it was only Tom, so
he didn't get players of the game, Greg.
Yeah, he didn't. Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Cool. I think we're in for another long day. I think we're in for another long day. I think the throwing out that he's injured is just masking what's going on. And the fact is, we just scored 7 points against the 23rd ranked defense in football, or the 23rd ranked passing team, whatever. The Giants, they stink, and we scored 7 points. Jets are a little better of a defense. Jets have a better defensive front. They're better. I'm not saying they're a better team, but
there's no way you're picking the fucking Jets.
I absolutely going to pick the Jets.
Oh
I'm going to go 24-17 Jets.
Guy agreed to the poll for the Sixers tonight, and they don't even get a shot off
the
final possession. So take that for what it is. Eagles roll now. Eagles roll Sunday.
I'm going to go riveting game, 17-13 Eagles. Real offensive juggernaut.
I'm going to go 31-17 Birds.
I'm going to go 23-9 Birds.
Jesus Christ.
You ready for this one?
Sure.
2-7.
I don't think either team finds the end zone. It's going to be an ugly game. But the Eagles kick a field goal in overtime and win 6-3.
Okay.
If we watch a 6-3 game,
we shouldn't even be in the playoffs.
We
Yeah.
just hang it up. For the
Greg,
rest of the year.
Greg, I'll stop you there. If it's 6-3, I'm not watching it. So
I'll tell you this. I just changed my whole opinion. I had 34-21. After the scores that went, I'm going 40 plus 17. Now,
have we scored 40 plus in the last 3 games combined?
Well, this is what's happening Sunday.
That's a good question. I'm going to look.
I don't know how. Maybe some pick sixes, some fumbles. I don't know.
You know what I thought Noah was going to say? I thought he was going to say he thinks neither team is going to get the win.
Yeah, I thought
you were predicting tie. I thought you were going tie.
Yeah.
No, I thought you were going like 3-3.
Oh, no.
No, next week? Or no, that's bye week. 2 weeks from now?
Yeah, 2 weeks ago, Greg, we scored 40 against the Saints.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I guess the number 1 defense. Or top 3 defense.
Wait, when is our bye?
Next week.
Next week.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Really. It's the last
Oh,
bye
we
week of
had
the year.
Washington.
No,
Nope.
that's the week after. Week 14 is the last bye week of the year for anybody.
Gotcha. Yeah,
I mean-
I think it's going to be a defensive struggle.
Well, I don't think that's
No, I
a
don't think-
defensive struggle.
Why would
That's
a
an
defensive
offensive
struggle result in a
struggle.
6-3?
Yeah, I was gonna- that's a defensive
Well-
showcase right there.
Man,
That's
if
a-
that
well-
happens, jeez.
Yeah, depending on how you look at it, yeah. I don't see many points being scored. I mean, our defense has played okay the last few weeks, and the Jets' offense is fairly awful. And on the offensive side of the ball, we certainly didn't do much in our first trip of the season up to the Meadowlands last week. So,
Sure we did, Noah. We threw the ball. We threw it and we had 3 interceptions. That's what we did.
hey,
Almost
Yeah,
as many
I
points
think-
as we had.
yeah, I'm hoping we can just run the damn ball and do just enough to come away with the win and maybe keep our season alive for a few more weeks.
Yeah, I don't. The season goes in different directions. Like last week doesn't really dictate this week. In terms of in terms of scoring, etc. You're playing a completely different team. With an offense that is probably just as bad as. Well, they'll probably be a little bit better. They probably score more than the team you just played, but you're probably gonna have a young quarterback starting, right? Or you go Flacco. Either way, I think you're in a good shape defensively. To maybe get some sacks, which you didn't get last week, and some turnovers that you didn't get last week. So, I think you have a good opportunity for that, and I think that can help your offense, obviously. Where, okay, you're in some good field positions and you score some points.
No, Tim, Miles is still hurt.
With pussy,
He called him dancing shoes.
dancing shoes is good.
But Tom, I mean, in reality, though, isn't that what we kind of thought about Daniel Jones too, right? Like lower level quarterback, we should be able to pressure their offensive line, right? They're in shambles. We thought the same thing about Daniel Jones too. And I'm not saying Daniel Jones lit it up, but he obviously did enough to get a win.
I scored 13 points. So, I mean,
Yeah.
it was, and they didn't do anything offensively to win themselves a football game. Daniel Jones is exactly what Daniel Jones does against us. He doesn't turn the football over against us, just everybody else. And he makes a couple good plays, and that's about it. And that's all he really did. So, I mean, if you do the same thing point-wise to this team, you're definitely winning the football game. If you hold the Jets for 13, you're winning. We agree there? I mean, unless you're Noah.
Yeah, absolutely. You should at least.
Yeah, I have a
should.
score.
I'm just basing it upon the fact that Jaylen's done a poor job recently of throwing the football. He's got a sprained ankle,
Not
so
yet, Ted.
mobility will be a problem.
Mm-hmm.
So I just don't see how we're going to put a lot of points on the board. And the Jets' defenses look fairly decent at times.
Yeah, they're okay. I mean, I don't know.
If we don't win-
I mean, shit.
I mean,
Even if it's an ugly win, I'll take it at this point, boys. A win is a win.
Last week you could see a loss maybe coming a little bit, right?
Mhm.
But this week, no. This week's out of division now. I know we're not a great team, but they're definitely not a good team, especially when they don't know who's starting a quarterback for them yet, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, come on, this is a game you got to go win.
What's the line on this game, Frank?
The line on the game, I believe it was at 6.5. Last time I checked. Let me take a look at the updated odds right now. The Eagles are favored to win by a touchdown at 7.
Wow, 7-point favorite on the road. No, they roll. They roll.
Is that one of your locks,
Yeah, sure. Count it as one.
Frank?
They're not losing that football game. But I gotta. Yeah, I mean I gotta cover the 7. So absolutely, it's gotta be a roll job. Is Howard coming back? I didn't think he was.
He wouldn't have practiced today.
He wouldn't have practiced today. I know that.
Tomorrow's the big one too.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And Jaylen just went through walkthrough today, so that's what Nick said.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not like because
Is it a sprained ankle? Is it a high? What is it? They're just saying ankle.
Ankle.
Yeah, I mean, you look at that, and the ankle almost leads you to believe that they're going to have a pass-heavy offense again, and that we know that doesn't work.
Frank, what's the over/under?
Correct. That's why I have us winning 6-3 instead of 37-27 or something like
45.
that.
45?
45.
Frank, for one of my locks, give me the under, please. I think Noah wants the under too.
Yeah, give me the under. Way the fuck under.
Triple under.
I just don't see many points being scored. I mean, I hope I'm wrong. I hope the Eagles win 45-0, but I just don't see it. I don't.
That'd be good because that means we.
I think we'll win the game, but it's going to be ugly.
I'll take that. I'll take that.
You can't have ugly blowouts. I mean, we've done it to them before. We had like an ugly blowout with them back.
What was it? 2 years ago?
Yeah.
With Carson.
Yeah, it was like we beat them up, but did we really?
Yeah, Nate Jerry had that pick 6 to start off the game. Yeah, I remember that.
It was the Josh Sweat arrival game. I think he had like 3.
God, I remember that game.
Yep.
It was a terrible performance by the offense, but we just blew them out.
It was like the
We just
15
sucked.
sacky, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we only had like a 6-point lead the entire time, but it was like the most confident 6-point lead ever because it's like, oh, these guys aren't scoring a touchdown.
Yeah.
So like we were up by 40.
Hunter Renfrow to a Brew Crew, huh? Where's he gonna play?
You guys see that we just designated Adonis Medina for assignment?
Well, that was good. So much for holding on to him during these trade talks.
Yeah, thought he was an asset.
The Jets are giving up 30 points a game. I mean, you got to score on these guys here.
You have to, Tommy. Christ almighty.
I mean, last week they had a good game. They gave 24 to Miami. They gave 45 to Buffalo. They gave a 45 to Indy. They gave up 34 to Cincinnati.
Who did they play last week again? The Dolphins, right?
No, Texans.
Oh,
They came back and won too.
Oh, they won that? Okay, thank Christ.
Yeah, they gave up 54 to New England. I mean,
I hear you, Tom.
All those offenses are arguably better. Maybe not the Dolphins, but a lot
are
of
they?
those other.
We average 25 a game now. I mean, we average 25 a game. It's not like we're averaging, 18, 19 a game. Our offense isn't as explosive, sure, but
now
points per game.
I guess you're right if you go points by game. Yeah,
but now we have a
eyes. Yeah, I go eyes.
Well, but here's the thing. Now we have a mobile quarterback with one leg.
Maybe. We don't know how bad it is. We don't know. Like, you know what I mean? Nobody's telling us anything. He's saying it's fine. So maybe it's okay. Like maybe he doesn't, he's a younger guy. Maybe it doesn't affect, you know what I mean? Maybe he can go out and do some of the things he can do. I don't know.
Anything out of that building, I assume, is a lie. So.
Yeah, they give up points. I mean, they gave up. They don't run the ball at all. They give up 128 on the ground.
No chance we run.
They give up 284 in the air a game.
284. Yep. We're throwing the ball 60 times.
They give up They average giving up 412 yards a game.
Nick is.
Frank, give me the over too. Frank, give me the over as a lock.
Ralphie, no chance Howard plays now. Why even need him? They're not running the ball.
Nick saw 284 a game. Oh my God, we're slinging it.
Yeah.
We're fucking slinging it.
Don't even trust any of the running backs. Why?
Yeah,
throw
we
it.
don't need one.
No, just throw it.
Just do RPOs with Dallas Goedert. Just bring him in the backfield.
Oh no, you would actually have to get him involved. You would actually have to throw to him when he's wide open.
Is that what you're supposed to do? You're supposed to throw to your wide open guys?
Well, and wide open guys that you just paid unnecessarily. Yeah,
that wasn't unnecessarily.
We'll agree to disagree, Greg.
I mean, they had to pay him. Maybe the timing wasn't the best timing, but
it was perfect time. It was perfect timing for Howie because you could put the money back. You could push it off.
Yeah, it would be
while you're ahead.
2050.
Oh, you had to get to Dallas Goedert before he had that crazy 100-yard game again.
Yeah,
wait,
I mean, like you said, I'll agree with the timing, right? And
no, I'm being facetious though.
No, I know you are. No, absolutely.
Everyone's like, oh well, you got to get it before he has a crazy game. Like the other 100-yard games that he hasn't had this season, like that, like all those career 100-yard games that he hasn't had.
Jackie Bradley Jr. went back to Boston in that deal for Renfrow. That's interesting.
Yeah, where he started his career.
Ted, I don't think it's about the Jets scaring us. I think it's more about, we suck. I don't think it's with the Giants thing. The Giants didn't win that game as much as we lost it. They almost lost that game when we turned the ball over 4 times. So we showed okay, our opponents could still really suck. But
yeah, that Boston Scott fumble killed it. Because we were moving and grooving, and then he fumbled, and he just took all the air out of it. He doesn't fumble. Yeah. I know for a fact we go and score. We're scoring on that drive.
And I agree with Bill. He says if last week never existed, we'd be saying 41-10.
Yep.
Well, Ralph, red zone turnovers don't help anybody.
Yeah, bad decisions in the red zone again. Just throw the ball away.
And if half turnovers don't help anybody, right? You know what I mean? So, yeah.
Just throw the ball away, take your 3. Then you get ball at half.
Yes.
You just play there.
That's the worst part of it, Ralphie. We were getting the ball at the end of the half.
Yeah.
You get 3 there, you score. That's 10 points.
Yep.
Without your opponent touching the ball.
All right, boys, I'm going to call it a night.
All right, Noah.
All right, Noah.
All right.
All right.
Have a good night
I'll
now.
see you. Yeah, you too. I'll see you guys next week.
Right.
Did Ryan just LeBron himself out of here?
Yep.
Oh, boy.
All right.
What
See
have
you,
I
Noah.
done?
All right, see you, boys. Have a good one.
Later,
See you,
Noah.
brother.
Later.
Yep. See you, buddy. Ryan
Wow.
just disappeared.
Go ahead with your
Right.
locks, guys.
Frank, the over on the Chargers and Bengals game,
Hold on.
which is set at 50
God.
and a half.
The hell happened?
Did the Chinese government and LeBron do it again?
No, I think Noah kicked me out. I think I went with him.
Oh,
You got that, Frank?
yes.
And then the under on the Ravens and Steelers at 44.
Ball. Pitt. What was the score? Or what was the total?
44
44.
and under for that game, please.
Yep.
Is this week 13?
Yep.
Correct.
It is.
NFL week 13. Let me just pull up the slate. Go to me last, Frank. NFL week 13.
All right, I got mine. Ready to go.
How many you got this week, Frank?
Same number as it always has been. Ryan, 5. All right. So for the Thursday night football game, I got CeeDee Lamb with an anytime touchdown against the Saints. I also went with the over with the Chargers and Bengals at 50.5. I'm going to go with the Pats money line against the Bills. I'm also going to take the Colts at 7 against the Texans, and I'm going to go Baltimore with 4.5 against the Steelers.
Colts are now 9.
Yeah. Frank, I got Eagles and over, right?
Yep.
And this is a letdown. Well, give me the Rams minus 13 at home versus Jaguars. They gotta have it.
I like it. I like it.
They gotta have a roll job if they're going to be they want to be.
Just 13, right? Not 13.5.
It's just 13 right now.
Yeah, I see it at 13.
All right.
And then I'll go fourth. I mean, Ben looks like he can't play. Give me the Ravens. They're minus 4.5 in Pittsburgh. I know it's a divisional game, but what I've seen from Pittsburgh, it's ugly. It's ugly offensively.
Oh yeah, I mean the corpse of Ben Roethlisberger can't even throw it to the line of scrimmage, let alone downfield.
Yeah. And I'm going to go pass the hell out so you guys can finish this up. There's my locks.
See you, brother.
Later,
See you,
Tom.
Tommy.
We'll use.
All right. I will go. We're going Jonathan Taylor Thomas to score 2 tutties. Dude's on a freaking tear, and he's playing the Texans. So we'll go 2 tutties. Let's go Falcons plus 11 again, home against the Bucks. The Bucks struggle on the road in division, especially. So we're going Falcons plus 11. I'm going to double down on the Rams. Cooper Kupp, dose, touchdowns.
Ooh, okay.
I might parlay both Cooper and JTT on 2 overs and see what that pays out. Hello. Give me the 49ers money line against the Seahawks. I'm sorry. They're minus 3.5. Oh, I thought they were plus. Forget that. They're going to win that game. Sorry, I thought they were for some reason getting points at home, which was.
So you're taking their money line?
No. I'm not taking the Niners at all. They're going to win the game. I thought they were getting points just because Seattle was at home, and I'm like, I just watched Seattle can't score 17 points against Washington. Why are they going to do that against San Fran? So anyway, done that. I do agree with. No, you know what? I'm going to go Bills. No. Bills minus 2.5. I'm going to take the Bills, especially because a lot of my bets, my future bets, have Buffalo Bills winning the AFC East. So this is a huge game for them. Was that 4?
Yep.
Going for a 5th, or is that it?
No, I'm going to go for a 5th.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Sorry. Something just fell in my house.
I'm leaving it alone. Leave it alone, Frank. Yep. Leave it alone. Leave it alone.
Jets plus 7. Or plus the 6.5, 7, whatever it is.
All right.
I'll go real quick. Give me the Colts to cover over the Texans.
Ooh,
what
9.
is it, 9 now? You said it was 9?
Yeah.
And I took 7, so that was their opening line.
Okay, I'll take the 9.
Oh, we're just taking lines. Then I'm going to take.
Yeah, I'll take it.
the
Can I
Jets.
take them at?
I'm going to take the Jets plus 15 then, right?
Can I take them at 2? Can I do that? Can I take them at 2? And then give me another under. Give me the under in Jags Rams.
Going
And
under.
what was that set?
48.
40.
It's an interesting play.
Thank you. I'm good. I'm good. And then my other one. From earlier.
Yes. You're under 45. Yep.
Everybody go.
Yep.
You only gave 3 out?
Say that again.
You only gave 3?
I always give 3. I always no. I've given 2 the last 3 weeks, so I'm giving 1 extra.
I know.
Do you want me to go back to 2?
You're in the lead and you're slow playing. I see you.
No, I'm being responsible.
I see you.
I want to make sure I have a winning record. I don't want to lose my money. Did you read off the leaderboard, Frank?
No, I don't have the records on me.
Do we want to know the record? Yeah, sure. I'll give you.
Do you have them?
All I know is that this one and this one have
probably
less than
last.
10 wins.
Ralph is in dead last, 28% winning percentage with a 6-15 record. Greg second to last, 8-14, 36%. Frank Vespi right in the middle, 23-20 with a 53 winning percentage. Then Tom, 24-15, 61 winning percentage, and then myself, 22-11, 66 winning percentage. Quick thoughts on the Phils, guys. We're about 16 minutes from a lockout.
Yep.
Yeah, they already announced that it's going to be a lock.
Happy lockout.
So that's what we'll do. We'll end the show right at the lockout.
Yeah. Now, what are we going to do for the next 16 minutes?
Like,
I know we're going to talk about the Phillies and all the moves that they made.
Well, I just want to ask you a question. We talked about it on Monday because we always talk about panic meter back here. It seems like some people's panic meter on the Phillies for the lack thereof moves is at like a 20. Are you guys overly concerned that we haven't seen a splash type move yet? Or are you going to kind of let this whole thing play out, starting and ending with the lockout?
I'm actually going to let it play out with the lockout. I mean, that Bryce Harper contract is looking nicer by the minute as we're seeing some of these names go off the board. Corey's like all these names going off the board. It's like, wow, okay. It's kind of making that Bryce deal look nice. So, I mean, I'm a bit. I mean, I'm not panicking, but I'm not as concerned because the Phillies are going to be the Phillies and not make a splash move whatsoever. Though I do love the signing of Kniebles and Bits, whatever his name is.
Evil
Knievel, whatever he is. But I like this. I mean, I like the signing, but they needed to capitalize more, and I hope
I
they
hear you,
do
Bill.
so.
See you, brother. Thanks for chiming in, bro.
Yeah, and of course, that was a great signing by the Mets with getting Scherzer, getting him back on the East Coast and
Ralphie.
Yeah.
Now they can't talk to any players during these lockouts, right? So everything from 15 minutes now is set in stone, right?
Yeah, we won't have a signing until all this BS is done, which we don't know when.
Yeah.
That's good. That could be tomorrow. Or that could be in the summer. We have
but you can't talk to players,
and the signings could be drastically different than what just got in, right?
Yeah,
I mean, I think that's
saying.
part of the whole scenario is what does the money look like going forward? Because what it is now is asinine.
But is Seager's contract going to stay the same after the lockout?
Yes, whatever has been. That's why it was so important to do something before midnight.
And that's why Bryant, I don't know if he said it out of his words, but the report was that he was going to be one of the players that he was not signing a contract until after this. And I think a lot of teams didn't want to sign him to a contract because that guy's going to command, 3, 4, 5 year contract per se.
Yeah.
You do not want to risk handcuffing yourself just based off of you do not know what the situation is going to be with the money. You have no idea. It sucks, and it sucks for the game, and it sucks for the fans because you have kind of this bolt of energy around the game the last 72 or so hours because there's been a lot of moves, and it's like, oh, baseball, and then it's kind of halted right in the middle of it because, and what's going to happen is because you're going to have no negotiations, you're going to have nothing final until you can get all of this extra stuff taken out of the way. It's going to cause not an indifference, but it's going to be, you know what I'm saying?
I wouldn't be shocked if spring training's delayed a little bit just because of all this bullshit that's going on. Especially with that whole report that the baseball situation that blew my mind. Yeah.
I mean, I think they obviously can't get out of their way themselves, and
no, they can't.
We're going to see a lot of potential changes to the game that you saw during the pandemic time, right? Of the no fans. I think because when you come back from this, you're going to come back with a long-term potential agreement, right? So you're going to come back from the table with everything on it, right? So like to that point, like we're gonna finally have a decision on the DH in both leagues.
Yep.
Which I think
absolutely.
Yeah.
I would be shocked if they don't. I would be shocked if we don't have.
We're gonna get decisions on that, right? And stuff like that. I don't know. I'm torn. I'm torn with the Phillies. Part of me isn't too overly concerned just because there still is a lot of time. But the other side of it is the Mets are, if they stay healthy, is
the best team in the division.
Yeah.
At least 1-2, right? At least 1-2 are unhittable, right? Any given night. And then you look at, guys are getting crazy money, and I understand the Phillies probably weren't signing any of them, but there were guys that fit what we would have wanted to do here, right?
Yeah,
like a
Seager
Corey
would have
Seager,
been
right? Like Corey
Seager,
Seager,
nice name.
a Chris Taylor, right? Even if Chris Taylor just comes in and becomes a super utility guy like he was, or he comes in to play center field, right?
Greg, to your point, I wouldn't dampen the Chris Taylor thing. Tom and I talked about it. The two guys I wanted the most, which I thought was realistic, clearly the one's not a possibility anymore, it was the two Chris's. Chris Taylor, Chris Bryant, just because of the versatility that they provide you.
Yep.
Go ahead.
No, and you're absolutely right. Like, I mean, Chris Taylor comes in, is either a super utility playing every day like he already was, or he fills in center field, right? And clears that off, right? Corey Seager, I think he was my top guy. Again, there's still a lot of guys out there, especially at shortstop. Trevor Story, Carlos Correa, right? There's still high-end guys.
Story is tradable, or is he a free agent? Is he straight out free agent?
He's a free agent.
Gotcha.
Free agent.
Yeah. So there's still those type of guys out there. But in terms of pitching, and I think it's what you guys were talking on Monday, in terms of pitching, especially now that Stroman went to the Cubs, or is that where he went? The Cubs? Yeah.
3-year deal, by the way.
See, real quick though on Stroman, right? Stroman had this deal, had this lockout in play, right? You saw Gausman and you saw Robbie Ray all sign 5-year deals.
Yeah.
Stroman signs a 3-year deal at just about the same, AAV, right? Average annual value, especially if he opts out after year 2. So then at 32 years old, Stroman hits the market for potentially getting a 5-year deal like those guys just got now.
And the thing about Robbie Ray's contract too, even though it's a 5-year, the 3rd year he has an opt-out.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So I'm not too panicky right now. But some of the guys that went were guys that I would have liked to see the Phillies be players on, because I thought they would have fit what we were trying to do, right? Like I said, Seager, especially like even a guy like, because we Phillies never do this, right? Or when we do it with a Matt Moore and a Chase Anderson. We don't do it with a guy like Corey Kluber, right? We don't give Corey Kluber a contract just to say, hey, do you have anything left? No, we give that to Matt Moore and Chase Anderson.
Yeah.
I told you, Greg, I told you this 2 months ago. I said, and I know he's been banged up, but instead of him going to the freaking Chase Andersons of the world, I would have spun the tires on a freaking 1-year deal on a Syndergaard thing. Just because I've freaking seen it.
And one of my favorite guys, and he's favored just from a fantasy standpoint, but like the Twins get Dylan Bundy for like $4 million a year, right?
Yeah.
Like I don't know what Dylan Bundy is. He's been with the Orioles and the Angels,
And now he's with the Twins.
You know what I mean? But like, so what teams have they been that really truly understand if Dylan Bundy is any good? He might not be good.
Well, so let me lay out.
And then
go ahead.
And
Go
then
ahead.
real quick, the last thing is the Knievel signing. I don't mind it at all, but it's a 1-year deal. And, what I'm hearing and it's all from Twitter and everything, but what I'm hearing is he's expected to be the closer, and they're stopping all their conversations with all other potential closers. And I'm not saying he can't be the guy, but it's like, why are we only signing this guy for 1 year then if he's going to potentially be your closer?
Because he's not going to be the closer.
He's not going to be the closer.
You know what I mean? Like, so I like feel. I mean, he's a former World Series starter, so maybe he can be our 5th guy. I'm joking, by the way.
Yeah, don't do that.
I'm joking. But like, if he's going to be your closer, why are we not? And I'm good if we're not spending a buttload of money on guys who've thrown a lot of pitches. Kenley Jansen, Craig Kimbrell, Josh Hader. I'm good on not overspending on those guys, but don't sign me a guy for 1 year and then be like, all right, we're done in the bullpen.
Well, let me give you.
We need more help.
He wasn't a closer. Obviously, he wasn't. Was he their setup man out in LA?
He was just,
or was he just like a guy that was just a 6th, 7th inning guy?
He was awesome in 2017. He didn't play in 2019 because of Tommy John, and he played limited. I believe he played limited innings this past season. Correct?
Yeah.
Right.
No,
again, I'm not saying he's not good. It's just that signing's weird as a 1 year if he's then going to potentially be your closer.
It's an insurance policy because you can't sign a guy to more than 1 year because of the inconsistencies with his health. So if you would have given him a multiple year deal, I don't care what the hell the money is, I would have said, okay, I wouldn't do that. And I understand his ability when healthy, but we know with the Phillies, who's the guy from the Yankees? Robinson?
Yeah, David
Robertson.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, I get the ability, but if you're not available, it doesn't matter what the hell you're available.
He was on the team for 2 weeks.
Yeah, he had like 3 innings, and then he never played again. Let me give you like a 3-step thing, because I could see Dave Dombrowski doing this. So obviously the Chris Taylor thing's out the building, out of the way. So, that's not a part of it. You bring in Chris Bryant. You could say, oh, well, is he coming in to play left, Ryan? Is he coming in to play center? He's coming in to play one of your outfielders. He's Chris Bryant. You know what he does. You know what he does well. Okay. So you just leave that in there, okay? You go into the season saying, we want to give Alec Boehm another try at third. I know a lot of people are going to groan and be like, oh, really? Well, you know what the Chris Bryant thing does? It provides you insurance in case Boehm is a disaster. You can friggin' pull him and put Bryant at third.
Time out real quick.
Timing.
There's a reason why he's playing outfield, though, now.
Shoot.
So are we... If Boehm is a disaster, are you more saying he's still a disaster from the plate and the offensive side of it, or is he a disaster defensively? Because again, Chris Bryant's playing outfield for a reason right now. It's because he can't play third as much anymore. I understand where you're coming from and the premise of it, but I think we have to have fair expectations of what we're going to get from Chris Bryant as an infielder. You know what I mean? Before, and I'm all in.
Well, I'm not saying he would go full time. Maybe he splits it. You know what I'm saying? And I would say if Boehm, to answer your first question, if he's still a disaster at the plate, because we know his inconsistencies in the field. But I think we can deal with that at times if at least he's making up for it somewhere. The problem is last year him and Gregorius were arguably 2 of the worst offenders in the history, or not in history of baseball, it felt like it, but around the league. They were 2 of the worst offenders in baseball at the time. And neither one of them were making up for it on offense.
Exactly.
So they were black holes on both sides of the baseball.
Completely
if Boehm has a resurgence or at least has some stability of consistency on the offensive side, because that's what we loved about him. And I think a lot of, for me, I thought he was going to be really good last year, because the first glimpse we saw of him was, oh, okay, at least he hits for contact, to where he's not going to strike out a lot. And then it was almost like he turned into Kingery 2.0 because it was, you got to get better defensively, and you just sucked everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
He actually got worse defensively, and he had no pulse on offense. Your other thing is, okay, it's like, okay, what do you do at shortstop, right? Because everyone's saying, oh, okay, you bring up Stott. And I'm fine with bringing up Stott, but it's not like the Phillies to do that on opening day because they're so hell-bent on service time, right?
Correct.
Oh, you can't bring up before June 1st. Okay, well, you can, and good organizations do that. Maybe look yourself in the mirror, but I digress. Say, for example, you go out and get, like, name for me a really good shortstop possibility free agent wise that you would want.
Carlos
Just give me a name. Okay. Say you got him. All right. Then it's like, oh, well, you're blocking Bryson Stott. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Correct, Ralphie. But two, would you then, and this goes right to your Knievel point, Greg, would you then flip Segura for Kimbrel, move Stott to second?
In a heartbeat.
Yes.
In a heartbeat.
Because then you're solving two positions with one.
That middle infield is dirty now.
Whatever I do this offseason, whenever it resumes, there is one guy to me that is not tradable. And that's Bryson Stott.
Yep, I agree.
Yeah. All the pitchers that we have, all the pitchers that we have down there, they might absolutely be filthy and very good, but they're all 3-4 years away, right? I mean, you look at all these guys, you look at the Carlos Correas, you look at the Trevor Stories, you look at the Corey Seagers, they're all homegrown talents for these organizations. We don't have that homegrown offensive or defensive guy in our organization. So just because we go out and potentially sign a Carlos Correa, we don't have to move Stott. Stott could go play third base. Stott could go play second base. He did it all in the fall league. He did it all last year. He played all around the diamond. I say all this. I'm not giving him up in like a Craig Kimbrel drill. I would try and do, a Brian Anderson or a Cedric Mullins deal to play center field. I'm not including him in that deal. I want Bryson here. And the other side of it too is he lives with Bryce Harper. So you're going to have that awkward conversation with your most, highest paid player that you just traded, his mentee.
They were down in Hawaii just now. I
know they are. Yeah, they're. You know what I mean? And again, that sounds, awkward, but I don't think that happens. But I also think that Bryson Stott can do it. I'm not saying he's going to play shortstop, right?
And I'm not. We are now officially in the lockout. It is now midnight.
Boom. Let's go.
Happy lockout, everyone.
I'm not saying he's going to play shortstop, and it won't be from day one. Like, it's not going to stop me from signing Carlos Correa or Trevor Story. I'm just not trading him away. I'll trade away everybody else except for him. Because I think he can have an impact this year. Even if it's just defensively, I think he can have an impact this year at any one of the three infield positions available.
So real quick on Chris Bryant. I'll go ahead, Rye.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
John Heyman put out a tweet around like 7:30. The teams that checked in on Bryant so far have been the Mariners, Phillies, Rockies, Astros, Mets, Angels, and Padres.
Oh, God.
Wait. Go one by one, please.
Mariners.
Yeah, they're trying to pay money.
Phillies, Rockies.
They're trying.
Astros.
They're trying to completely revamp everything. The Rockies.
The Rockies are so strange to me. Again, it's like I brought up about Texas. Like, you're going to spend a whole bunch of money and then realize in 2 years you can't afford it, and now you're trading them again. Now, that might be a good plan of attack, right? Like, hey, let's see if we can catch lightning in a bottle, see if we get a postseason run, right? You know what I mean? Like, hey, maybe that's the way they do things. But to me, I'm just like, why are you taking up all these good players? just to stink.
Who else was it, Ralphie, after that?
Mets,
no,
Angels,
go to
and
hell.
the Padres.
No, Angels, you need pitching. Enough with the position players. You need pitching.
But they just lost Cole Calhoun. And I'm not saying he's a superstar, but if you're going to try and build around Trout, you also need some other guys. I think the Syndergaard signing was a good one just because you have nothing to lose, right? I'm not saying Syndergaard is going to come back and be Thor again, but that's a very low-risk signing for them.
Who they just get last?
Raciel Iglesias.
That's I was going freaking nuts because that's who I
They
want.
just signed him, correct?
Last night.
Today?
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
who I messaged you. I was messaging you saying a bunch of expletives.
Yep. Again, if you're gonna sign a guy and say, all right, our closer position's done, that's the type of guy you sign. I don't think he got stupid money either. I think he was 4 years, $60 million, something like that.
It was very doable.
Maybe $70 million. I want to find it. Do you have it, Ralph?
What?
Jordan Lyles to the Orioles.
Iglesias' contract. Just go in our chat, Ralph.
Don't worry about
the screenshot. Didn't they also sign Gira? Or who signed Gira?
The White Sox. They brought him back.
Yeah.
60 mil, Tom said.
60 mil for Iglesias.
Yeah,
There's a guy. There's another guy like Mark Melanson. Like, all right, he might be bad, but why are the D-backs going after Mark Melanson for a 2-year deal?
Yeah.
Like, why aren't again, another name for the Phillies that like solidifies that bullpen? He might not have it. He might, stink, but 4 for 60. Thanks, brother.
Thank you, Tom.
But that's the type of guy who's done it before.
I want to read you guys this list real quick before we're done. I read the same list to Tom just to give you a gauge on the free agents and like how top heavy it is. Really,
that's the other thing too. Like when you start looking at the list and like as soon as like once like Scherzer got signed and then like some of the other guys re-signed, you looked at the starting pictures and you're like, all right, I can talk myself into Marcus Stroman as my third.
Yeah. Well, and that's why I keep saying, like, I know I'm Mr. Trade Machine, but the reason why I'm not like going crazy, like, oh, the Phillies have signed and spent $0.0. We're going to trade some people too, because Dombrowski is going to use these young assets because he's not as we saw, like the Roman Quinns, I'm sure we'll see with Hazley's, like, that's not his guys. You know what I'm saying? Like, he has no ties to these people. Well,
and they stink.
Yes, true. And they can't stay healthy also, and they stink also. So, like, it's not just, hey, stupid money. It starts with that and ends with it. But you could also see a situation because the free agency class, especially in these positions, what I'll get to in a second, is so top-heavy. We don't need to be throwing stupid money at these just random guys. You know what I'm saying? At the Pilars of the world and guys like that. John friggin' Jay. You know what I'm saying? Phil Goff.
Like, John Jay was good 10 years ago.
Yeah, 38.
I'll tell you what. If we, I know, like the center field market from a free agency standpoint is bare, right? At this point,
terrible.
But if we're going to pass on like a Brian Anderson per se or a Cedric Mullins, and I'm not, again, they both play in bad markets. Sleeps brought it up on Sunday when we brought it up, right? And they both play in bad markets. So who's to know what they really are in crunch time? Don't say what
I think you're about to say. Don't say it. Go ahead.
Don't pass on those guys and sell me on Kevin Kiermaier.
Okay, good. Okay.
You know what I mean? Like I like Kevin Kiermaier if he's your fourth outfielder, but he's not my answer in center field.
You know what I thought you were about to just do to me?
What?
I thought you were about to Brett Gardner me just now.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. I will flat out disown the Phillies.
I won't watch. I won't
watch Brett Gardner. I will not watch Caillou.
He's literally my like. I hate
Caillou.
I will not watch Caillou.
And I got people are telling me, "Oh, Ryan, fourth outfielder, leader in the locker room." No, I don't want him hitting trash cans. I don't want him hitting whatever, like the top of the friggin' dugout. I'm good. I could deal with all the extra. The guys
I completely forgot that Brett Gardner was still active in the league for like the past 6 years. I thought he retired a while ago.
And you know what, Greg? I am scared to my core that we will do that because of Girardi, because of the Yankees tie-in. Yeah. I can't put up with it.
No thanks.
Now teams, you can't even talk to players now, correct? Like teams can't talk to players, right?
No,
that sucks.
I mean, you can, but it's.
Yeah, I think it's your own though. I think you could talk to your own.
Yeah. Because
obviously, but you can't go out. I don't think you can go out and actively.
Yeah, they said that Bryant and Correa they're willing to wait until the new deal comes up.
The Shadow Harper thing will be signing guys in friggin' May.
Yeah. I'm willing to wait for you, Carlos. That's the thing with Carlos. He's only 28 years old.
I know.
Here's the thing, though, Greg.
I know, Greg.
I would back up
I'm gonna
every
stop
Brinks
you.
truck in the world.
Listen. I love him as a player, but are we really going to do another 7-8 year deal thing?
Yes.
I don't know if we could do this again.
Why?
A 7-8?
What's wrong? What's wrong with Carlos Correa at 28 years old?
Nothing. It's just the set that
And he plays shortstop every day for
He
you.
plays every day. He doesn't get hurt.
Me, Greg, the 7-8 year contracts scare me, and I know that's just the world we live in. I get it.
And he's a pimp.
He's so good. Goddamn pimp.
He's so good.
My God. Yes, I would sign Greinke, Rob.
Really, Greinke?
Yes. Again, what am I looking at pitching wise?
I'll give you another one.
He's not going to be my ace. I'm signed to be my 3-4, right?
Patrick Corbin.
I would.
Patrick
I
Corbin?
would give it another shot. I would see if he could remake it out of Washington. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, you're getting an all-time low too.
He can't be any worse. He can't be any worse.
No, and you're bringing him in as your third. You know what I'm saying?
Like, there's probably, especially when you look at what the Braves have. Like, they just won a World Series. They obviously are pretty good down there.
Yeah.
And you look at what the Mets are doing.
We would have to trade for him, Jimmy. That's the only thing we have to trade for him.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably not going to be expensive, though.
No, you're getting him at an all-time low. Let me read you the center field, just these positions real quick.
Yep.
Kershaw's not a free agent.
Yes.
Yes.
What the hell?
Jimmy, I'm with you, man. I'd kick the tires.
I thought they re-upped him.
Like, absolutely. No, they're letting him go.
I'll pitch him every 7 days. I don't care. I'll pitch him every 7 days.
And
I know he'll blow it.
lost Kershaw, and they're going to lose. And they're going to lose Scherzer.
I know he'll blow in the playoffs, but at least that means I'm in the playoffs.
You watch the Mets will get him too. You watch the Mets will get him too.
I'll throw up.
Yeah, but Ralph, I mean, let's be real, Ralph. They lose those guys. They still back up with Walker Buehler, wonky eye Jose Urias, who quietly won 20 games this year, 21 games, and then they're I guess who knows what's going on with the Trevor Bauer situation. I think that was only a 1-year deal, but they have David Price as well. Again, you're losing guys, but you're also getting some guys back. Dustin Mays had TJ, so now he's going to come back throwing 130 because he already thrown 100.
Yeah, for real.
Can we trade for Price, please? I'll do that. No.
See, I don't know. Like, David Price is a guy I'd have to actually think about. I probably would, but like, of all the names that we just threw
I feel
out,
like David Price is like a just over the hill type of guy now.
That's kind of my thought too, Ralphie.
So you'd be afraid of like a Jake Arrieta thing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's fair.
I'd be afraid.
That's why I'm kind of iffy on Greinke too. Like, I know he was solid, for a couple of years.
To me, Greinke he's a pedigree guy.
He's just a freak.
Yeah, he's just a stupid freak. And I don't mean stupid. I don't mean stupid in like intellectually. I'm just like, there's nothing that like makes sense with Zach Greinke right now.
Greg, he could be stupid. That's fine as long as he's a good pitcher. I don't care what that is.
Yeah.
I couldn't.
Verlander got signed, correct? He went back to Houston, right?
Yeah.
All right. So these center fielders, the best available guy, Brett Gardner.
No.
Jeez.
Kevin Pillar.
No.
2 years ago, I would have.
Yeah.
Before we go any further, what is our metrics here? Is this just like, this is our answer, like in center field, or
like, would you be comfortable with this guy as your opening day center fielder? Let me preview it. You're going to get a lot of no's.
Yeah, no, I know, but I'm trying to, like, in my head before I go through this and know everybody.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to, in my head, like, position myself to where, like, there's an offseason that happens and I'm good with everything else that they did in the offseason. And, like, this is, like, your final piece. So this is, like,
you want to start at left field then? You want to start at left field? Want to plan out that way?
Well, no,
Let's start at left field.
After Chris Bryant, it's Castellanos, and he doesn't even really play left field.
What about Schwarber?
Yeah, Schwarber. I would play Schwarber just because, especially when we get to DH, Schwarber is going to be even more.
Oh my
impactful.
God, I can't wait! If we get to DH, that's who I'm putting in.
Yep.
Oh, lead off too.
So go hit
bombs. Go hit bombs with the
probably
leadoff spot.
Don probably.
Eddie Rosario.
Yeah, I would. Especially after the postseason he had. I've always been a fan.
Tommy Pham,
No.
No.
McCutcheon.
I would.
No.
Nope.
I would on Pham. How old is he?
34.
No. I thought he was younger. If he was,
Yeah, I thought
30
Pham was younger than that.
Yeah. McCutcheon.
No.
No.
Bench player.
He should go back to Pittsburgh
I think he's going to.
and end the career there.
Alex Dickerson. I'm just going to read you the names. Corey Dickerson, if he stays healthy, sure, but no.
No, we had that, and I would have re-signed him for 2 or 3 years last
We did
year.
have him already.
He'll never stay healthy, especially if he's with us. That's the issue. And what, he went to the Marlins, and he wasn't the same down there.
No, with us every time.
Oh, well, that's the Marlins. Jock Peterson.
I love me some Jock, but he can't play center.
I
field
would.
anymore.
I would.
No, left.
Yeah, I would have.
Oh, we're in left.
Yeah.
I would sign Jock.
I would do it.
I would go for Jock, yeah.
Yo,
He's only,
CDP,
what,
short
26?
porch.
30.
Yeah.
30.
Is he 30 already?
Oh my
Yeah,
God,
30.
sign
All
me
right,
up.
maybe.
5-year
Yeah.
deal, 80 mil.
I'm not going there. I'm going 1 year deal, 2 year
Yeah,
deal.
1 year deal, and I don't
15
know.
mil.
Luis Gonzalez,
No.
Phillies legend Phil Gosselin.
Wait, Luis Gonzalez is still playing?
Maybe a different guy. This guy's 26.
Not the Luis Gonzalez from the Arizona Diamondbacks?
I'm
I
like, wait,
I mean,
Luis Gonzalez?
I mean, listen, John Jay's still playing. So, I mean,
This is true.
Yeah, let's get out of this position. Let me go to shortstop.
Left field wasn't a disaster zone.
That was pretty good.
Yeah, if we get
And then of
Schwarber,
course you go Schwarber, you go Bryant. You know what I mean? You have those guys available as well.
Well, see, Bryant's listed as a third baseman on here on MLB.com, which is interesting.
Because they still think he can play infield.
What about Kyle Seager?
I would take Kyle. I don't know if he can hit as much anymore as he used to. Although I would like that. I mean, it's bloodline there. You know what I mean? Like your brother, you and your brother are both major league players. You're both probably pretty good.
We said that about Jeremy Giambi, and bloodline.
Jayson was still out at home plate, by the way, but whatever.
No, I'm just saying we had Jeremy Giambi.
Yeah, well, they're both. Whoever the Giambi was at home plate for the Mets, he was out.
I have no idea. Jonathan Villar.
Derek Jeter's great play. He's
out.
If replays, man, he's out. Anyway, move on.
Jonathan Villar. Matt Duffy.
Villar's interesting name. I wouldn't be great with it, but I wouldn't hate it probably. He would bring us something on the run game that we don't have.
We signed a guy named Johan Camargo.
Yeah, utility guy from Atlanta.
Did we?
Yep. I think it was a 1-year deal.
All right, there's your utility third baseman.
Is that Tyrese? Is that your Tyrese, basically?
Yeah, pretty much. I don't know if he's younger than Tyrese, but I don't know if he's
28.
He's good. Not that
nobody's
Ronald Tyrese is good.
He was like our second best hitter in the summer.
Well, it's because we were pathetic.
Shortstops, you've got Correa.
I actually don't mind that Camargo's like. I actually kind of like that.
Something.
Yeah.
Correa and Story are the top two.
What are you guys' thoughts on Story? I'm kind of out on Story. I wouldn't hate it, but I'm kind of out on Story. What do you guys think?
I'm weird.
I would prefer Correa over Story, to be honest.
Yeah.
I'm
If it
weird
came
with guys
down to
from the
them-
Rockies. I'm weird with guys from the Rockies.
I would get Carlos over Trevor. That's just me. I just think Carlos is better than Trevor is.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Like my rankings was Seager, and then Correa, and then it was everything else, right? And it, at the trade deadline, I was in on Story, but I don't know what it is that kind of got me out on Story. I don't know if it's the Colorado Rockies thing.
Yeah,
if it's that entirely. I mean, one of my really good friends is a really smart baseball guy, and he's all in on Trevor Story, which makes me want to not be in on Trevor Story. And I don't know that I'm necessarily not in.
Well, What's his split? The only thing is, what's his splits on the outside of Coors Field? You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's also in a new era of baseball too, and a new era of sports where like, if you're a good hitter, you're a good hitter. You know what I mean? Like Trevor, like Arenado, like everyone was worried about Arenado. Dude was still a pimp in St. Louis, right? So I'm not super concerned. I do agree, Jimmy. He probably would hit 40, but I guess my biggest concern is what's the strikeout rate? Do I need another guy in my lineup that's a homer or not type of guy? I feel like we have too many of those guys.
Well, that's why I was completely out on Baez. Because I can't
there's
be
no
doing
shot.
this. Everyone that was like so angry, like, oh, why can't we get Baez? First off, did you see what he got paid?
Yeah.
Second of all, I'm not doing this with the strikeouts. I can't.
I would have traded for him like at the deadline to make a move, right? But like I wouldn't have re-signed him. It would have been like a Machado thing where you're like, oh, let's get this guy in the building so we can kind of woo him before we offer him a buttload of money. No,
he
would have just been
139 strikeouts this year.
Yeah, he would have just, to me, been a guy just to be like, he had 139 strikeouts
with 24 home runs. Yep,
that's more than Bryce. Bryce had 134, I believe.
Yeah,
and we think Bryce strikes out a lot, which he does. You know what I mean? So
I think his strikeout numbers this year were astronomically up in comparison in the past years, right? Harper's.
I think they were up. I don't know if it's astronomical. I know he's always been over 100. 100 strikeout guy.
We'll end with this question from Don. He says, where would you rank free agency hype between the four sports?
NBA 1.
Yeah.
Love it.
Go ahead,
NFL 2. MLB 3. Hockey 4.
Yeah. I mean, easy right there.
You disagree with any of that, Greg?
No, I don't. I think the NBA takes the cake because
the NHL makes the money off of their trade deadline, in my opinion.
Well, rank the trade deadlines now, Ralphie, and we'll see if you agree with. We'll agree with that.
I'm gonna go NHL 1.
Disagree, but go ahead.
NBA 2.
I would put them 1.
NFL 3.
Nope.
MLB 4.
All right.
Go ahead, Frank. Mine's completely different.
I'm gonna go MLB 1, NBA 2, NHL 3, and a very distant fourth place NFL.
Yeah, I'm going
the trade deadline. The NFL's last.
It's horrible. Yeah. I'm going NBA 1, MLB 2, NHL 3, NFL 4. And finally, rank the drafts, Ralphie.
Ooh.
Oh, jeez.
Really, it's only a 2-horse race.
Yeah,
it's a 2-horse race.
NFL 1, NBA 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll just leave it there.
Yeah.
NHL 3.
Yeah,
MLB
4 with the 100.
Go back to the other one. The other off-topic question. I didn't read it entirely.
Yusuf, I did see this earlier. A little off topic, but not sure if you guys already saw. RG3 said he was sexually harassed during his time as a member of the football team, which will be released in his book in June.
Yeah, I saw today that he wrote a book and it's released, and I didn't.
Like Surviving Washington or something.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, definitely like a tell-all for his time at Washington, which is obviously going to be very interesting.
Yeah.
What did Bowtie just tweet out? Yeah, I don't. Yusuf, I don't really. No, you know what I mean? Like it's going to be interesting. I don't know, but it's also going to end up being one guy's word versus another. I'm not saying RG3 isn't telling the truth, but that's how they're going to portray it.
Well, I just think at the end of the day,
MLB, Major League Baseball has announced a lockout of players shutting down our industry. The shutout is a dramatic measure. This is from MLB Players Association. It is not required by law for any other. This is dramatic measure, regardless of the timing. It is not required by law or for any other reason. It was the owner's choice, plain and simple, specifically calculated to pressure players into relinquishing rights and benefits and abandoning good faith bargaining proposals that will benefit not just the players but the game and industry as a whole. These tactics are not new. We have been here before. The players have risen to the occasion time and again, guided by solidarity that has been forged over generations. We will do so again here. We remain determined to return to the field under the terms of a negotiated collective bargaining agreement that is fair to all parties and provides fans with the best version of the game we all love.
I'm sure.
So the Players Association wrote that.
Yes.
It's going to be a long off season.
Sam,
Yes, sir.
I'll just say this, okay? And everyone can agree or disagree with this, but Ralphie, you've heard me say it a bunch of times, and this is not like me saying like source thing. I know nothing about it. It's just gut feeling based off of what we saw with coming out of the pandemic, because that whole thing, that was basically a mini strike.
Oh, absolutely.
Then with them
They couldn't even
negotiating,
get out of them. Like they just kept on fucking themselves over.
yeah, that was like a
Everything.
mini strike, and you saw how many times they kept tripping over themselves.
Yeah.
This is gonna get real bad. I'm not gonna say this is the death of baseball because I'm not trying to like look for headlines or search for headlines, but
26 years.
26 years, what?
Since the last
Since the
First,
last
Oh, yeah,
first lockout,
yeah.
26 years.
No, I mean, this is, if anyone thinks this is going to be a couple weeks and we're going to be right
No.
back to it.
Nope.
No.
I think they
No.
already canceled their winter meetings.
Yeah, no, this is
Portions of them.
They were supposed
And
to come
I
up,
think
next
with this
weekend?
Correct.
I think
Yep.
with the stoppage right now, I think this is the death nail in the bed. Death nail for Rob Manfred as commissioner.
Yeah, I mean, I can't definitely.
Yeah. He definitely. I don't know how a commissioner can do such a bad job like Rob Manfred. And I thought Gary Bettman did a bad job. But man, when you get worse than Gary freaking Bettman, yikes.
Well, it's just so frustrating because baseball, when they actually do decide to play, like when they're actually playing, they've gotten in their way so much to where their on the field product has taken such a step back to where like you've got guys like my age, like you and I, Ralphie, like we're not 40, we're gonna be 26. You know what I'm saying? In June.
What's wrong being 40?
No, but you know what I'm saying. We're not doing the typical like get off my lawn. Oh, in my day type thing. Like we were born in '96, and we look back on it. It's like, well, damn, this league just in our lifetime has gotten in its way so many friggin' times.
It has.
It's
been a wild roller coaster.
Yeah,
it's an atrocity, and we want to love baseball so much because we grew up with it, and it's the national pastime. But it's the sport that literally survived all those years for hundreds of years, doing nothing to it, and then people up top said, "Hey, we need to change it because we can."
We need better baseballs. We need better
No,
baseballs.
I don't give a damn about the steroids and the baseballs and all that. You know what I care about? Playing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, all sports, especially over the last couple of years, have turned into anything but the actual sport, right? It's all about perceived morality and stuff like that, right? And you can look at like the Hall of Fame voting and stuff like that. Now we kind of care about what and I'm saying it's not anything to not care about, but how we all care about what people are saying and doing and who they're associated with. Like if you go back in history with some of these guys that are in any of the Hall of Fames, like there are some complete scumbags in there.
Yeah,
but they at their time were the best players available, in the world, in any sport, right? It's you kind of see it coming. Obviously, if baseball, we've seen it coming more than the other ones, but this isn't good. This definitely is not good.
And the last thing, real quick, that whole monologue from the Players Association, all that's great and fine. All that's great. I'm sure those words meant a lot to you on your freaking keyboards when you sent that out. I'm sure you shook a lot of hands when you did that. Sent out that email. All the terms and everything, that could be all great. And it could be a better game when this finally gets back. But when is it going to matter when the fans say, all right, this is enough?
But what's a better game? Like, what have they done recently that's made this game better?
Nothing.
You know what I mean?
They
So
focus.
if
They
they haven't done anything recently,
and it's actually slowed down.
yeah. If they haven't done anything recently, why would it get any better with a stoppage?
You don't
What are we
promote
gonna
your
go-
players.
Where are we gonna go? Robot umpires? We're gonna move the mound back, like all these other chaotic things that they've come up with.
Yes, it's. I could talk for 4 hours about it. It's a shame, and
Like I think the only thing that benefits the game is the DH in both leagues. That's it.
which again, you're 20 years. I mean, you're late on doing that. Like, where was that?
You
You
did
know
it
what
for
I'm
a
saying?
half a year and it worked out. I mean, like, it's crazy. We just continue to watch postseason after postseason of pitchers that spent all summer pitching 6, 7, 8 innings, and they go 3 innings, right? Because now they have to face the lineup a third time, or their at bat comes up.
Yep.
And they're like, oh well, it's the 5th inning. He's at 80 pitches now. We should probably get him out.
It's just
But
like somebody.
he would stay in, and you'd see these guys that are making millions and millions and hundreds of millions of dollars you were want to see pitch longer. I think that's a no-brainer, but that's it. What else are we going to do in this game that's going to make it better that we haven't already done? And to your point, Ryan, what we've already done hasn't necessarily made it better.
No. Like what's their next crowning achievement? What, are you going to move it to 7 innings? No, because then you're spitting on the tradition, in the face of tradition. Oh, because you want the game to be shorter, you're going to change it to 7 innings? Oh, you're going to make back-to-back games, double headers, 7 innings, which actually I like. I actually
like the doubleheader 7 innings.
You're going to add a gimmick second guy, a guy standing at second base because you want the extra innings to be shorter. Like all this stuff, it's gimmicked, and again, some of it I like. But what are you doing?
Yeah.
Enough.
I mean, we do the runner on second base in like AAU baseball. Like that's not supposed to be the way it is. Especially then when you look at the pitcher's stats, like that run doesn't count, but that run counts in the game. So how does that run not count on stats?
If you didn't need a gimmick in 1932, you don't need a gimmick in 2021.
Mm-hmm.
It's as simple as that. Anything else, fam, before we get the hell out of here?
Don, it's a great move if you hate Brian Kelly and you hate LSU. Sorry, Jake. It's a bad move. It's a great move if you hate LSU and Brian Kelly.
And especially,
I just can't believe that these coaches, in the midst of their teams being right there for college football, said, fuck it, I'm leaving.
There's a
especially for Notre Dame.
There's a preview of my crumb of the week on Sunday.
And even Notre Dame, which they could possibly make the playoff unless
they're not making the playoffs.
No shot.
Unless if something bizarre happens where
they're definitely not making it.
Georgia,
now.
Michigan, and Cincinnati all lose in their respective conference title games.
Georgia's still in.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And I don't get it.
Well, it's the Bama Invitational,
Here's the funny thing, right? I've been golfing with a guy who's from and is a Notre Dame fan, and the last couple of weeks, and he said Notre Dame is building Brian Kelly a house right basically on campus for him, like a $10 million house.
Who, LSU?
No, Notre Dame.
No.
Really?
Notre Dame was building Brian Kelly like a $10 million house,
well,
like
you see what Oklahoma,
basically on campus.
USC,
you know why he left?
Riley?
Yeah, he's getting $15 million a year.
Well, Greg,
you see what USC did?
Oh my God, dude, that Lincoln Riley stuff, that's insane.
Yeah.
First of all, why do you
got
need
two houses in Oklahoma?
I'll
pay them off for you.
At $500,000 a clip?
Well, you heard about the Mount Rule thing, right?
No.
They offered him 130, and he said no.
Who, USC?
Yeah. He doesn't want to leave Carolina.
I don't blame him. Why?
Neither.
Why would you go back?
Oh, I hear you, but
until you're fired, right? Until you're fired and you're forced to go back, why would you go back?
That's
if
exactly
you're right. If you're Urban Meyer, that's a completely different scenario.
You can.
I think if this would have happened 3 weeks ago, Urban Meyer's already in South Bend.
Well, I think that's the key, Greg. And I bring it up because one, just the fact that you're turning down 130 at face value, you're turning down 130 million.
Jeez.
You're turning down 130 million to go out to Southern California. Just, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's just crazy to me. But to your point, Greg, he can go 0-17 next year and still get 100 jobs in college.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
so it's like
he's done it.
Yeah.
I do think
He
The
built
Lincoln
fucking Temple.
Riley stuff is insane,
Yeah.
right? Like, what do you need 2 houses for in the same city? Is like one where you hide the hookers? Like, is that is one like your side piece house?
Dude, they
Like
paid
you got
off his
one for your
houses.
family, you got one
Yeah.
for your family, cool. And then
Greg-
across the street, you got your hooker house
Greg, they paid off
where
his
you bring all the
houses
play. Oh,
and
dude.
then gave him a $6 million house.
Yep.
And,
And
on
then
top of that, they said, "Here's a private jet
yeah,
for your
here's a private
family."
jet. I'd be like, dude, I just need it once. I just
What?
I just want to snap my fingers once and be like, all right, I will just go. Take me anywhere. I don't
What
care.
are we doing?
Yeah. But there's no money for players, right?
I would say
I know it's ridiculous.
keep an eye on the Kingsbury thing, though.
Yeah.
Keep an eye on that.
Well, I know Notre Dame just hired their I think it was
To
their
where?
defensive
To where?
coordinator.
Marcus
To Oklahoma?
Freeman. Yeah.
But why? If you're Kingsbury, why?
I don't touch it. I
Yeah.
stay out in the friggin' desert. But if you notice, he hasn't even answered the question.
Has he been asked? I don't.
Yes.
He's got,
I don't
and the tricky thing is he's got 1 year left on his deal.
And Kyler's not staying healthy. And
But-
he's been asked numerous times, and he always says, I'm not getting into this. Which could mean no.
Yeah.
But say no.
I don't know, Ryan. If you
Say
sign
no.
100, if 130 $1 million check gets slid across the table,
And that's a college
see it.
guy.
I
That's
see
a
it, right?
college
I
guy,
do
ladies
see-
and gentlemen.
But I also, if you look at what Arizona gave to Cliff, right? They gave Cliff everything he asked for, and now it's paying off,
Yep.
right? You
I
know
agree,
what I mean?
Robert.
Like, Robert, I think you're spot on, right? It's paying off, right? When Kyler Murray is there, you drafted him number 1. No one probably thought he was going to be a number 1 pick because everyone thought he was probably too small to play the position, right?
We're like
And-
9-2 now, right?
Yep.
Yep, but now they're 9-2, and they're winning even without him.
I'm just
They're winning
Fucking-
even
He's got
without
Colt
him.
McCoy.
They
He's
got him
Colt
with Colt
slinging the
McCoy
ball.
winning football
Yeah.
games.
I will throw this in here though. Okay. Say they make the play, they're gonna make the playoffs.
I'm
Obviously.
really going 4 hours. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. Say they get bounced in the first round of the playoffs. Say they go one and done. You don't see him leaving? Because if they go one and done, I don't see Arizona forking over the.
Why? They
All-
made
all
the
the money.
playoffs. Arizona's been a desolate.
What are you going to give him a mega extension in comparison to what you're getting at Oklahoma? You know what I'm saying? He's going to have, hey, I've got this Oklahoma thing right here.
Unless Oklahoma acts quick, right? You know what I mean? Unless Oklahoma tries to fill that quick.
I can't believe this coach is. just got the
It's funny.
balls.
Like it's funny. Like I'm worried about Hugh Freeze now at like Liberty, right? And Hugh Freeze has proven now after he got out of Ole Miss that he's obviously he can still coach. And I know Liberty just extended him, but all that extension is now you just got to pay us more money to buy him out.
Right.
You know
Riz,
what I mean?
we are
Like,
for another 30 seconds, my brother.
Riz, I know, man.
Yeah.
Thanks for chiming in, brother.
Somebody told me the other day, they said, you know what would be crazy? Doug Peterson.
I don't know how you would do in college.
Well, that's the thing. We have no.
I don't-
He's never,
you
he
know
was
what I
never
mean?
a head coach before the Eagles, so
He
it's
was-
like we can't.
He
do
was,
it.
was he head coach at high school? Like Jesus.
He was a head
I
coach
don't-
in high school. Yeah.
Was he calling plays?
Thank you, Riz. Appreciate you, brother.
Thanks, brother.
Yeah,
I mean, it would be interesting. I don't think Doug does it.
No, he's going to be a coordinator next year.
Yeah, I think he's obviously going to stay in the NFL now that he's got the taste, right? Another guy, like if you would have pulled him out of the high school and given him a job right out of there, then that's one thing. But he went to the NFL. He won a freaking Super Bowl somehow.
I would love it if I would just to watch the world burn. I would love it if like Pete Carroll gets fired by the Seahawks and he goes there, just because he does have that college stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
Man,
ooh,
Pete Carroll's like 80 though. He's not going back to college.
I hate Pete Carroll.
I can't stand him.
I think he gets.
So
I think he
who
gets banned.
as we get ready to roll out, who's going? We'll go Oklahoma and Notre Dame. Who goes where?
Well, Notre Dame already had their head
Yeah,
coach.
it's Freeman now.
It's Freeman.
Is that permanent?
Yeah, they just got it done
Yeah.
about 2 hours.
Oh, did they
ago.
sign him?
Yeah,
didn't see anything come
I
out.
think he was their defensive coordinator.
Yeah, he was their defensive coordinator. I think they're retaining everybody on the Kelly staff for right now.
Right, but no, he's not going to be the guy going forward.
yeah, he's
though.
not just. I thought it was just an interim, Ralphie.
Yeah, that's just an interim.
No, I think they got it done.
The hell are they doing that for?
Why?
Why would they go within? If they just want to finish out the
DC, Marcus Freeman is expected to become
Marcus
the next
Freeman,
head
head
coach of Notre
football
Dame.
coach. Yeah.
why wouldn't they wait to see how this plays out?
They're morons.
Maybe they think maybe they know something we don't, but Jesus. Holy
Notre
hell.
Dame defensive coordinator Marcus Freeman expected to become the next head coach at Notre Dame.
Oh my God! Did you see this? So Notre Dame had that team meeting at 7 a.m. By the way, if you
Yo,
expect me,
Yeah.
you expect me to show up at a meeting at 7 a.m. for something that you already texted me, see you, buddy.
Yeah, I'm not
Yeah.
showing up. You kidding me?
Brian Kelly left campus at a 7:11.
Yeah, it was 11 minutes. I'm not showing up to that.
Players
No.
started leaving the GUG at 7:23.
Yeah, somebody freaking live streamed it, Greg. There was leaked footage of it. Somebody live streamed the freaking thing on IG Live.
I hate Notre Dame, so I know nothing about Marcus Freeman. He very well might be a very good head, very good coach and whatnot, right? But they're idiots.
What about
Pull up the odds.
what
Real
about
quick, pull up the odds.
what about
For
fucking
Oklahoma.
Urban, dude,
Don
going to
Don.
Oklahoma?
Don
You see him in
Don,
that?
I like you,
No,
Don Don.
Urban's- I don't
see
think-
you.
But you
He's
guys,
not going
you
back
guys,
down. He's
yeah,
not
but
going
you
back.
got to remember
Who?
though.
Urban.
You got to remember
Who?
though. Oklahoma's going to the SEC in 2 years.
That's why Lincoln left.
Oh,
They're
okay.
going to the SEC in 2 years.
All right. So I just pulled up the odds. I got the whole list. All right.
Yeah. just
So
fly
leading
through.
the pack, it's Brent Venables. He's currently at Clemson
He's not
under
going
Dabo.
anywhere.
No.
Lane Kiffin.
I'm sorry. This is for Oklahoma.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mark Stoops.
Mark Stoops just re-upped, so he's not going anywhere.
Wait,
Matt-
these are the favorites?
Yes.
You're starting at 1 and you're going down?
Yes.
So March Stoops is the third favorite,
Yep.
but he just re-upped.
I don't understand. I'm not saying your list is bogus, Frank, but I don't understand why Mark Stoops, who's already in the SEC at Kentucky. Granted, I get it. Oklahoma is a bigger job than Kentucky. But why would you jump from Kentucky to Oklahoma and you're already in the SEC? Same thing with Lane Kiffin. Why would Lane Kiffin jump from Ole Miss, where he is a king right now,
Yeah.
Especially when all the the OU players are transferring out.
to Ole
Yeah.
Miss or out in general?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying your list is bogus. It's probably very, solid information. I'm just saying when I look at that list, why would these guys leave?
Keep going, Frank.
Follow Stoops is Matt Campbell.
That's a guy I could see going. I don't know. I saw him more at Notre Dame personally.
I thought he was going to be a Notre Dame guy.
Now another name that's interesting. That is Luke Fickell.
Oh, from
Over at
Cincinnati.
Cincinnati.
Yeah. Michigan State was looking at
Fickle
him.
and Campbell were my two guys to go to Notre Dame.
I'll go Fickle.
So
Oklahoma.
We were
Fickle
looking
to
at him before
Oklahoma
Mel
makes
Tucker.
sense.
Who's the top NFL guy on the list, Frank?
Let me just double check. The only NFL guy I see on here is Cliff Kingsbury.
Mike Leach. Could you imagine
Oh,
him
God.
at Oklahoma?
I wonder if
Oh my
what's
god,
funny-
I would love it.
Leach staying within SEC though.
I don't think he would do it just because I think that entire organization is kind of staying together. I wonder if Joe Brady would do it.
That's an
Really?
interesting one.
That's a
See,
good one.
Again, back to the Urban. I think Urban would absolutely go back to college, but I think it's only Notre Dame. So now that Notre Dame's off the board, I don't think Urban's there. But I think Urban, you get Urban a sniff of a college job, he's out. Don, I hate you right now. Don't you bring that up.
Yeah.
Oh,
Have
I got to
fun
deal
for
with Philly
20
sports in 10 more years of Big Game James.
Big Game
Jesus.
James, baby.
Don, I
He's
thought we were
still
friends,
here.
brother. Don, I thought we were friends.
He's
That's
still
equivalent.
here.
You know what that's equivalent to? And it's a perfect way to end it. That's equivalent to trading for Jimmy Garoppolo. Just like, we're gonna give you all the assets for just a guy.
Oh,
Just a guy to get you close, but not over.
Ah,
You had to do it to me, Don. You had to do it to me, brother. Thought we were friends, man.
Let me see here. I'm trying to find. Where the hell's the read? Oh, here you go. Fam, every single week we're brought to you by the Counseling Center and Sunrise Detox. If you need help or if you need anyone who needs help, please call 856-651-8117. As well as we talk about every single week, they're brought to you Well, they bring us Monday Morning Quarterback. They bring us a bunch of shows here. That's FanUp, and that's FanUp, the best way to enjoy fantasy sports. You can get in on daily NFL contests and more. Win great prizes. Sign up today. Use the promo code A2D for 5,000 bonus points, and that's a $50 value. Use FanUp.app to join, or just go on the App Store. All of us have it. Ralphie, you're getting in on it earlier.
Yeah, I was.
You know
I
what I'm
know. Yep. I did the little contest for Monday night. Didn't win any money, but it was all right.
But it was
When you do win money, though, they pay out quick.
Well, they text you.
They text you, they email you, like, hey, where are we sending this? Like, okay, giddy up.
And while you're at it, get over to Gleason's. Greg, you had before you went down to Florida, you got some.
I did. I had to go up and get me some Gleason's cheesesteak before I came down to Florida, and it was a very good decision made.
Let me ask you: are they? What's the thing with their cheesesteaks? Are they heavy on the cheese? They heavy on the meat? What's their thing? What's the bread like? Are we doing the seeded
bread's not seeded bread?
Okay, good.
They obviously have two sizes. You know, you got your small and your large. Your large is your traditional, 12, 13 inch, or small's, half of that.
Ralphie, you have to get the small.
The meat to cheese ratio was very good. I'll tell you flat out honest, right? I had one live while I was there, naturally, with some cheese fries, delicious. Yeah. Put the whiz on the cheese fries.
Oh yeah,
dabbled it up, right? Okay. Yeah. Went with American on the steak.
Good. Fried onions.
I don't know. I'm not a big fried onions guy, so
you just hate.
That doesn't shock me. It doesn't shock anybody that I'm picky with.
I'm surprised you went with the cheese because that's a sauce.
So had it live. Thought it was delicious live. Brought steaks home. Microwaved them, heated them up after, like for dinner and after a show. They were still just as damn good.
What are you doing with the microwave? You don't have a toaster? No toaster oven?
No. We don't have
warm it up in the oven.
Toaster oven. No, it trust me, it didn't need it. It was still damn delicious. You can ask Tom. Tom only had the heated up ones after the fact, and he'll even tell you they were damn delicious.
I have to go tomorrow.
Ralphie, go over, bro. Go over, man, and use A2D. Get 10% off your order. When I was up there, Melissa was bartending. She was great, and it was awesome. Definitely recommend them.
Anything else, fam? Besides,
did Hyman just get a hat trick?
Oh, I'm not watching sports. I'm done with sports for tonight.
I want to go to bed and go Tops.
Yeah, how funny this! Like Thursdays.
Oh yeah, Western Kentucky.
Thursdays are my busiest day of the week, and it's always after marathon shows with you idiots.
Hey, that's coming to an end next week, though. We're going our separate ways.
Wait, what's going to happen next week?
Because now I'm going to be later. Thanks, buddy.
Merry Christmas.
I'm excited for it, but I'm just saying now it's going to be the same thing. I'm still going to be on late.
And we're going to be nice and relaxed. We're going to be nice, sitting back.
I'm always sorry, brother.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get out of here, Molly, because I got to go. I got to figure out
my stomach's starting to rumble.
I got to wake up. Yeah. I got to be up at like 6. So.
Oh, so do I, Greg, or Frank, or Ralph. Oh no,
yeah,
Ralph.
We all have jobs except for Ralph.
Well, 3/4.
Yeah, I don't know if Ryan actually even really works too. I mean, I question.
Why is that? Why? Because I'm not posting pictures on the golf course like some people. Because some people were up here in the frozen tundra.
Hey, when the opportunity arises, I'll swing the sticks.
Yeah, build me a house down in Florida, then I'll show you that opportunity. Okay. For Ralph, who doesn't have to get up at 6 in the morning.
Nope.
He'll be going to bed at 6 in the morning.
For Frank Vespi, for Greg Milakovic, for Tom Arnone, for Noah Eaton, who's still dropping the phone even in his sleep, but don't worry, he's awake. For Nate Moss, for all of us here.
That 10-10 prediction was almost spot on. Mm-hmm. I'm shocked he made it to 11:30.
Yep.
That 10-10 prediction, I could have swore his eyes were asleep his eyes were closed for a good 5 minutes.
His eyes, like 10-10. Even when he's awake, he's asleep.
Oh my gosh. I don't know who said it earlier. Like the 10-10 over under. That dude almost was spot on.
Hey, listen. Seasoned vet watching this show.
Absolutely.
Fam, good stuff. I would imagine there's a birds with a feather tomorrow. I would imagine so. If not, you've got obviously the Friday show. We got Fan Friday and all the shows all throughout the week. So if you're not sure if we're live, just hit the notification bell. That way you're notified whenever we're live. Make sure you hit us up on all of the social media platforms. Make sure you follow all over there. That's all I got. 4 hours and 9 minutes.
Yeah.
And we're in a friggin' lockout. Later, everybody.